their seats, and then we will formally start. If you can just bear with us for a couple more minutes. Thank you very much.
and gentlemen, and a really very warm welcome to you all. It's fantastic to have you here. My name is Fiona Griffith from ISLE.
And I'm Piers Clark, and I'm the chairman of ISLE. And we're both here today. We're going to help moderate this excellent conference.
Really, it's a great pleasure to be in this beautiful city and to have this fantastic venue for today's conference. We've got a great agenda, a busy agenda. Piers and I will be helping everyone to stick to time during their presentations. And really the most important thing about today is that we're here to have fun. So please enjoy yourselves and please embrace everything that we have lined up for you. Just before we kick off the formal proceedings, I've got a couple of housekeeping things that I would like to talk through. First of all, just to be clear, we're not expecting any fire alarm today. So if there is an alarm, I would ask that we all leave the building as quickly as possible. The exit points out of the auditorium are at the back, where many of you came in, at the side exits just below the stage, and there's also 2 further exits behind the stage. So please leave as quickly as possible, should that happen. One other thing, just to make you all aware of, is that we are using Slido to help facilitate today, to gather all your thoughts and opinions. It's going to be, there'll be questions that we'll be asking and asking your feedback for, and also there will be the possibility for you to submit questions through this Slido app. So whilst we have this, I would just like you to all take the opportunity to log into Slido. So go to the website, which is sli.do, or you can also scan, you can use the camera on your phone to scan the barcode, and that will take you straight to the event. So if I could just ask you all to do that now, and then we'll be ready to get going later on. And whilst you're on your phones, if you could also turn them to silent so that we don't have any interruption to speakers during the day. Thank you.
So in a few minutes' time, we're going to actually test out Slido. We're going to have a few questions up there. So if you haven't got Slido set up on your phone, please do it right now. But just before we get to that, I'd like to share some context for today. So 30 years ago, I was in my final year at university, and I was studying for environmental sciences. And in the late 1980s, environmental sciences was a relatively new thing, but I was an angst-ridden student. And the things that worried me, there were 2 things, and anyone who's sort of 50 plus will remember them, that we were worried about whales, we were worried about the hunting of whales, and we were worried about the depletion of the ozone layer. And I like to think that in the last 30 years, those 2 environmental issues, which felt crushingly difficult to deal with back in 1989, we've dealt with, essentially. And today, as we stand facing climate crisis and facing some of the challenges, I hope that we can look forward with the same sense of hope that led us to being able to address those issues from 30 years ago. Because the great thing about human beings is that when the right minds get together and when we apply ourselves, we are able to address the challenges that face us. And so today's conference is really about 3 things. It's about raising awareness, it's about taking stock, and it's about promoting. So it's about raising awareness of the need for us to be urgent in our thinking around water management practices. It's about taking stock of some of the policy changes that have been made and some of the recommendations that are out there and some of the results that have been generated from research. And then it's about promoting an exchange of best practice. It's about promoting the exchange of good innovation. And we're here in this great city because actually the city of Aragon won a pan-European competition to host this conference, the 5th EIP conference. And it was one we're here on the banks of a beautiful river in a city where water is vital to the national infrastructure, and that this city has a proud history and tradition of doing marvelous things, not just with civil and entrepreneurial and institutional rights around water. So I hope that today we're going to learn a lot And if we can pull up the agenda, you can see, I know there's a lot of detail there, and you'll be able to see the agenda through the Slido app. You'll be able to see the program of today. We've basically got the day split into 4 sections. So the first section, after we've done the keynote opening speeches, is around the preparedness. What's our preparedness for water-related challenges? After that, after lunch, we've then got the private sector coming to talk to us and share some case studies around things that the private sector is doing. Then we move to the third session, which is looking at what are the opportunities for innovation. And finally, we come to the last session, which is on lessons learned. What can we take away that we can build upon for the future? So that's the plan for today. I'd like to remind you that there are a number of side events. We had a lot of side events yesterday, and we've got in particular a very exciting side event tomorrow on pharmaceuticals and their impact on the water ecosystem. If you haven't signed up for that, please do so. It's sponsored by the World Health Organization and the World Bank and a number of other organizations, and it's tomorrow between 9:30 and 12:30, and you can register for that outside. Before I pass back to Fiona, I think the one last thing to say is that not only do we have the 500 plus people here in the room, but this conference is also being live streamed, and we will have feedback via Twitter throughout the day from an audience which is much bigger than those of us who are just here privileged enough to be in Zaragoza. Fiona, over to you.
Right, thank you, Piers. So I'm going to bring everyone back to Slido. So if you could just make sure you're logged on. We've got a few questions we would like to ask you all, really just to make sure that you're all awake and to really touch on some important themes and points that we want to take forward through the day to gather some opinions and set the tone for what is ahead. And also, I guess, through these questions, it's an important part for the speakers to take note, because you might want to pick up some of the feedback that has been captured from the rest of the audience through these questions. So if everyone is ready with their phones, the first question that we have, which will just be uploading, and it will also come onto your phones. Oh, okay, fine. So how resilient is the EU's water management? So if you can all cast your opinions, that would be fantastic.
So I like this question because it's specifically around how resilient is the EU's water management. And it makes me think, I wonder if they think about this issue when they're in the Asia Pacific or in North America or South America. It's a very interesting.
Absolutely. And I think actually there's many other parts of the world will really look to the EU to be leading the way and setting an example for water management and what action we're taking and how we can move things forward.
So we've had 104 responses there, and it looks like we've got it looks like we're not bad, but we're not brilliant, is what I take from that. A solid B+. Feels like a B+.
I'd say a B.
Shall we move to the second question?
Okay, so our second question for you all is, by when will the EU achieve good water status and zero pollution? By when will the EU achieve good water status and zero pollution? Your votes in, please.
So this question takes me back to that 30 years ago, and I wonder, a generation ago, did people even think about how long it would take to get to a zero pollution status?
Yes, I'm not sure my grandparents ever thought there was an issue and that we would today be met here talking about some of these huge challenges that lie ahead.
Well, now that is very interesting. We've got almost half the audience thinking that we are never going to get to that goal. I'm sure the feeling is that we should always be striving for it, but that it'll always be a goal that's maybe just outside our reach.
Well, I think that sets
an important
essential that we're all here. We've got some work to do if this is the case. Okay. Can we please move to the final question? So how much does research and innovation contribute to achieving the EU's water conservation targets? So your votes in, please, for this as well.
So on the basis of the fact that most of the audience think we're never going to get there, I suppose maybe on innovation, innovation is a journey you never quite complete. There's always something more that we can reach out for. There's always another step of invention and improvement that we can get to. And yes, this is looking interesting. So there's the great majority of people in the room seem to feel that innovation is a crucial part of contributing to the journey of zero pollution.
Well, that's good for
That's
today.
good.
Excellent. We're going to have, as I said, a good, fun day. Excellent. Thank you.
So, with that, we'd like to now move to our first opening speakers. Fiona, would you like to welcome them up?
Yes, so could I please welcome to the stage our first speakers. So I'd like to invite Mr. President of the Government of Aragon, Javier Lamban, and I would also like to invite Manuel Menendez, who's the Director General of Water at the Ministry for Ecological Transition. Gentlemen, welcome to the stage.
If you go to the lectern.
Mr. President, if you'd like to come and speak from the lectern here.
He's going to speak in Spanish.
That's okay. Yeah.
Señor alcalde de la ciudad de Zaragoza, ciudad anfitriona de este gran acontecimiento, delegada del Gobierno de España en Aragón, consejero del Gobierno, director general de Medio Ambiente de la Comisión Europea, director general del Agua del Gobierno de España, representantes de las Cortes de Aragón, directores generales, queridas amigas, queridos amigos. En primer lugar, sean todos ustedes bienvenidos a Aragón, tierra acogedora por naturaleza y muy preocupada siempre desde su más remota historia por todo lo relacionado con el agua. Cualquier decisión de la Comisión Europea que pasara por la elección de Zaragoza o de cualquier otra ciudad aragonesa para la celebración de eventos sería bien recibida y merecería nuestra gratitud. Pero si esa decisión tiene que ver con algo relacionado con el agua, esa gratitud y ese reconocimiento es mayor. Están ustedes en un pabellón, en un palacio de congresos que formó parte del recinto de la Expo del año 2008, de la Exposición Internacional del año 2008, celebrada en Zaragoza, con un lema que es suficientemente explícito: agua y desarrollo sostenible. Se cumplió el año pasado el 10º aniversario y lo celebramos con un espíritu claro, el de retomar, el de reanudar las dinámicas iniciadas entonces, el de retomar aquel legado de la Expo desde muchos puntos de vista, pero fundamentalmente desde el punto de vista del agua y del desarrollo sostenible. Y presentamos, con motivo de ese 10º aniversario, presentamos un proyecto al que denominamos Ebro 2030, evidentemente en relación con la Agenda 2030 y sus 17 Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible, que incluía 3 vectores fundamentales, todos ellos relacionados con esos objetivos y creo, adivino, perfectamente alineados con la estrategia de crecimiento Green Deal que ayer mismo aprobó la Comisión Europea. Hablábamos de que el río Ebro se convirtiera en el corredor verde más importante de España, con una actuación ambiciosa en sus riberas, con una actuación ambiciosa para eliminar los riesgos de las avenidas que periódicamente se producen, con una actuación ambiciosa, en definitiva, para hacer del río no una amenaza, sino una oportunidad de crecimiento, de desarrollo económico, de ocio, aunque rigurosamente atenido a criterios de sostenibilidad. Hablábamos también de convertir el antiguo recinto de la Expo en un espacio de innovación. Lo llamamos Expo Innova y tratamos de que la nueva economía, tratamos de que la movilidad del siglo XXI, que deje atrás los combustibles fósiles, de que la digitalización, de que en definitiva los nuevos parámetros de la economía tuvieran acogida en centros específicos aquí localizados. Un proyecto que ya va bastante bien encaminado en lo que se refiere a la movilidad y en lo que se refiere a la digitalización. Y finalmente, en línea con ese objetivo de recuperar para Zaragoza su condición de capital referencial en lo que a la gestión del agua se refiere, hablábamos de que nuestra ciudad se convirtiera en sede de grandes eventos internacionales en relación con el agua. Por eso ha sido tan importante la decisión de la Comisión Europea de elegir a Zaragoza para celebrar esta conferencia europea de agua e innovación que con tanto éxito y de manera tan brillante están ustedes celebrando ayer y hoy mismo. Para nosotros, queridos amigos, el agua es un elemento fundamental. Lo es para cualquier espacio, para cualquier sociedad, para cualquier país del mundo, pero nosotros, por razones de escasez consustancial con nuestra propia naturaleza, lo ha sido siempre. Y hemos tenido la vocación de ser innovadores en su gestión. Ahora mismo, desde el Gobierno de Aragón, se lidera una red interterritorial de territorios inteligentes en la gestión del agua que trata de aplicar todas las ventajas de lo digital a la gestión de este importantísimo recurso que esperamos que surta efectos de entrada para la previsión y la gestión de las avenidas del Ebro, pero también para cualquier otro elemento relacionado con esta cuestión. Estamos desarrollando iniciativas, estamos desarrollando técnicas para corregir un programa grave de contaminación de un río, del río Gállego, por un problema de lindano que se suscitó hace ya algunos años. Estamos, en definitiva, tratando de ser innovadores en esta materia, en la gestión del agua, y por eso nos interesa tanto esta conferencia, a la que algo podremos aportar, pero sobre todo de la que tanto podemos aprender. Por eso es por lo que, como presidente del Gobierno de Aragón, estoy muy feliz de que estén hoy aquí todos ustedes con nosotros. Esperamos mucho de esta conferencia. Y, desde luego, querido director general de Medio Ambiente de la Comisión Europea, para cualquier circunstancia, para cualquier iniciativa, para cualquier acontecimiento relacionado con esta materia que ustedes quieran organizar y que necesiten un lugar donde vayan a ser bien entendidos, bien acogidos y cuyas enseñanzas vayan a ser especialmente provechosas, piensen ustedes siempre en Aragón, piensen ustedes siempre en la ciudad de Zaragoza. Muchas gracias.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Manuel Menendez. I'm the Water Director of the Ministry for Ecological Transition. And let me say firstly, thank you. Thank you to the European Commission. Thank you to the Government of Aragon for hosting this conference and for allowing me to be part of this opening session. For sure you know that water management in Spain is not an easy task. We have to fulfill all the environmental objectives in our water bodies, but at the same time we have to be sure of maintain a guarantee for water supply for, of course, for urban population, but also for energy and also for irrigation. In fact, irrigation is the most water-demanding area in Spain. It's more than 3/4 of the water demands are for irrigation. And also in Spain, we have some areas, especially in the Mediterranean coast, that are prone to floods, to droughts. Well, sorry for that. I usually make a personal joke, and I say that in Spain, not only we have water stress situations, we have a water director in permanent stress situations. So this is something that the people that is working with water in Spain, I think that we are more or less in the same situation. But all these difficult tasks are also more challenging now because due to the climate change. Climate change is introducing new vulnerabilities in the water system, is something that has to be taken into account just to for us to change our minds, to change the usual way in which we are facing the water issues. Believe me that regarding climate change, usual business is maybe a risky business. I mean, usual business regarding climate change could be not an option. This is something that we are discussing now in the COP25 in Madrid. We are having a lot of opportunities to talk about climate change and to talk about water, because water is relevant, a very important issue, a very key element in climate change. In my opinion, in a similar way that energy is the most relevant factor for mitigation regarding climate change, water is the most relevant factor, the most relevant component regarding adaptation. And this is something that for sure is going to be present in the discussions, in the presentation of the sessions of today. So let me say congratulations for organizing this conference, and thank you very much for allowing us to participate in it. Thank you, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you to both Mr. President and the Director General for your introductions and welcome. And there's a photograph, I think, to be taken before you can return to your seats. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So please we now are going into a couple of keynote talks. Our first keynote is being delivered by Daniel Cajeja from the European Commission, and he's going to provide us with some key messages around the future of the European Union's water policies and management. So if I could invite Daniel to the stage, please. Welcome. You need this for your slides. And can I just ask for the technicians at the back? Perfect. We've got the slides back. Lovely. So over to you.
Muy buenos días a todos. En primer lugar, quisiera agradecer al presidente de Aragón su invitación y su excelente acogida para organizar este congreso, al Gobierno de España y a todos cuantos han participado en esta organización. Organizar un evento tan importante no es fácil y la Comisión Europea está muy satisfecha. I am delighted to be with you today, and after thanking the authorities of Aragon for their excellent organization and for the good work, I would like to share with you some of the situations, some of the challenges that we have ahead of us. And I would like to say that this meeting could not take place at a more timely moment. We have the COP25 discussions in Madrid. I will have to go this afternoon for the final run of this negotiation. We have this water conference at the same time, and only yesterday the European Commission was adopting its Green Deal, the strategy for Europe, the strategy that we propose to face some of the challenges that we have. So I would like today to share with you this situation, and then I will go more in depth into water issues. And the point of departure is that we are facing major planetary crises. In fact, we have 4 big crises ahead of us. First of all, we have a huge demographic challenge. We will be 9.5 billion people in the planet by 2050. We will go from a big planet with very few people to a crowded planet where there will be less and less resources. Every year, 140 million people are joining the middle classes, mainly in the emerging economies in China, and this is putting pressure on natural resources. These people legitimately want to do better, but this is putting more and more pressure on their resources. By 2050, 70% of the world's population will be living in cities, 50% of which have not yet been built. And if you want a figure which is very, very striking, between 2001 and 2010, China has consumed more cement than the United States during the 20th century. We have never seen such a pressure on resources. One planet will not be enough. We will need, if we continue this trend, 1.6 planets to survive on Earth. Plastics are causing major pollution problems. 85% of litter on European beaches comes from plastics. And half of it is single-use plastics, which are only used for a short time before they are discarded. We say that a plastic bag takes 5 seconds to be produced, 5 minutes to consume, and 5 centuries to eliminate. We have been doing very stupid things. How can you produce objects which have a single use and which in a material that lasts forever? We need to change all this. But this is not the only challenge we have. 60% of the world ecosystems are degraded, and we are facing a major biodiversity crisis. Humanity has wiped out 60% of mammals, birds, fish and reptiles since 1970. And of the 8 million species that we have inventoried, 1 million of them are in danger right now. Climate change is a reality. Climate change is there, and climate change and biodiversity are the 2 sides of the same coin. So we should not be surprised when you see young people demonstrating in the streets, because the next generation are saying, in which condition are you going to leave the planet for us? They are going out in the streets and saying, we are tired of words, we need now action. We need now decisions. And we see in COP25 the importance of the decisions that we have to take if we have to change the situation. We have seen all these things happening, but we have never seen before is the acceleration. And acceleration needs urgent decisions. We are running out of time. It is not only young people. If you look at the Davos World Economic Forum, every year they do the inventory of the top 10 global risks. And this is something done by the business community, by the most important companies in the world. Well, the 3 top risks for the business community have nothing to do with trade wars, with cybersecurity of the economic crisis. The 3 top risks are extreme weather events, failure of climate change measures, and natural disasters. And right at the top, among the 5, you have water crisis, hydric crisis, identified by business as one of the most important challenges we have ahead of us. And if you ask Europeans, what do they think? These are the results of the Eurobarometer. 95% of EU citizens say protecting the environment has to be the priority. And 9 out of 10 are saying climate change is a very serious problem. 72% say the EU should do more. Yes, you are doing things, but we want more environmental European standards. We want more European leadership in order to solve these issues. So, I have not come here to share all the gloom and doom. I come now to the positive part of the intervention. Yes, there are problems. Yes, we have never faced these challenges. But yes, there are also solutions. Solutions exist. We can fix the issues if we act. And this is what the European Commission adopted yesterday. And this is why this is a unique opportunity to share with you the European Green Deal proposal. President von der Leyen said, I will propose a European Green Deal in my first 100 days in office. Well, she proposed it in her first 11 days in office, because yesterday was her 11th day in the job. She will, in the coming years, concentrate on 6 things. In Europe, we cannot do so many things. We have to concentrate on the essential. We want to put in place a European Green Deal. We need an economy that works for people. We need a Europe fit for the digital age. We need to protect or to promote our European way of life, a stronger Europe in the world, and a new push for European democracy, making Europe more understandable, more democratic, more close to our citizens. This is the organization of the European Commission. This slide is to tell you with whom you have to speak in the coming years, but you will see that in charge of the Green Deal we have Vice President Frans Timmermans, who will coordinate the work of 6 commissioners: environment and oceans, agriculture, energy, transport and health, to deliver the Green Deal. Commissioner Sinkevicius will be in charge of the environment on water issues and ocean matters. He would have liked to be with you today, but due to his responsibilities in the Commission, he has told me that he will meet you in the next opportunity. He has already met many of you, but he will continue in the coming years to be your interlocutor for water issues. The youngest commissioner in the European Commission, the first ever commissioner to be born after the fall of the Berlin Wall, and this shows also his commitment to the challenges that young people are raising to us. So what is the European Green Deal about? It is about 3 things. We want Europe to be the first climate neutral continent in the world. We want to secure the financing to make this transition to decarbonization a reality. And we have a 3rd challenge, which is to preserve Europe's environment. And of course, we do all this in the framework of the SDGs, because within the SDGs, you have responsible consumption and production, the circular economy, life on land, clean water, life below water, and good health and well-being. All these SDGs, this 2030 agenda, to which President Lamban was referring, is at the heart of the European Green Deal. And I would like to say that we will be, in the context of climate, the first climate neutral continent in the world. This is what it is about, decarbonizing Europe from here till 2050 and reducing emissions 50% to try to reach 55%. We will extend the emission trading scheme, a carbon border tax, a European climate pact to which we want to associate regions, cities, young people, social, economic stakeholders, and a revision of the Energy Taxation Directive. All this has to go in the direction to have a strong climate policy to fight climate change. Second, we need sustainable investment. The Green Finance Strategy, the Just Transition Fund, the Sustainable Europe Investment Plan, all these will be important issues. We want to mobilize 1 trillion investment over the next decade, and the EIB has to be the first European climate bank in order to ensure that we can mobilize the financing to secure this transition. But we need, and this is very important, to preserve Europe's environment. And for that, Europe will lead the biodiversity crisis. We need to have a global ambition next year for the CBD conference in China, with a global target, with national commitments, with funding, and with monitoring mechanisms. But we also need to look at the key areas affecting biodiversity loss. And you will see that in these areas there will be also an initiative. We have scheduled it for the month of February next year, and water will be also one of the key elements in the biodiversity strategy, because we need water to preserve biodiversity on the planet. We will also put in place, and this is also directly related to water, a farm-to-fork strategy, a vision for a sustainable food system to provide Europeans with nutritious, affordable and safe food. Current food and land use systems cause up to 30% of total greenhouse gas emissions. I don't need to say this in Aragon, a city which is very, very conscious and very much aware, a region which is very much affected by water issues. The farm-to-fork strategy is about sustainability in all the elements of the value chain. And there will be, yes, a new circular economy action plan. Circular economy is key. The water sector plays a key role, and we will work in the circular economy, tackling all the phases of the cycle, prioritizing sectors, involving industry, and harnessing the opportunities of digital technologies. Yes, the water sector has to be leading circularity, because we need to move away from this linear model, produce, consume, and throw away, and introduce circularity across all phases of the cycle. Last but not least, we want to put in place a zero pollution ambition. And the zero pollution ambition cannot work if the quality of the water we drink is not at its purpose, if we do not work on air quality, on hazardous chemicals and industrial emissions. So we will need to strengthen the legislative framework. We will need to enforce and implement better innovation, and this conference is about innovation, supporting member states and accelerating behavioral change from our citizens. Now, water and climate are at the center of the 4 key initiatives. We will not be the first climate-neutral continent if we do not actively work in water. The zero pollution ambition is indispensable in order to attain it, to have action on clean air and on clean water, and there will be a clean water action plan. We will need to integrate rivers, lakes, and seas to deliver the biodiversity strategy. And as I was saying, the new circular economy action plan will focus on water. And in this conference, this is about the future, but it is also about assessing where Europe's situation is. And I have to say that thanks to the Water Framework Directive, water quality deterioration has halted in Europe, but we need still a lot to do to help the 130,000 water bodies of Europe to keep the water in good status. You know, 2027 is the final deadline, and some 60% of these water bodies are still below good status. So there's a huge work ahead of us in the next 7 years. And according to the latest report of the European Environmental Agency, there is the picture. We have lights and shadows. Yes, the trend of pollutants in rivers and groundwater has gone down since 2010. Yes, water abstraction has decreased, but there are pressures dealing with chemicals, with agriculture, pharmaceuticals, microplastics, and climate change. Yes, citizens have access to basic sanitation, the vast majority, and more than 80% of the population is connected to secondary water treatment. Yes, bathing water is excellent for 82% of inland waters, but we need to work more on the coastal areas. Only 58% of the waters are in good status, and we will not reach the 2030 objectives if we do not address climate change, diffuse pollution, overexploitation, and biodiversity. In other words, business as usual is not acceptable. We need to do more in implementation, in infrastructure. We need to do more in innovation, and we need to do more on investment. And the 2027 final deadline is critical. In terms of legislation, we are very pleased with the fitness checks that we have completed on the Water Framework Directive. Here you see the situation of the surface water bodies below good status, which is the red. This is the information from the European Environmental Agency and the work ahead of us, all the red points that need to be addressed. And as I was saying, the Commission will be more focused than ever on environment and climate change. Sustainable water management will be crucial, and we will need to look at the sources of pollution, at the different uses of water, and at the sustainable water management framework. The fitness checks I was mentioning have been completed. We have announced them for the Water Framework Directive, also the Urban Wastewater Directive, and yes, the conclusion is implementation needs to accelerate. And in relation to the urban wastewater treatment, we face climate change, emerging pollutants, pharmaceuticals and microplastics are a problem for EU water bodies. This is why for pharmaceuticals we have launched the strategic approach to pharmaceuticals in the environment. We need also to do more in terms of investment. I will come back to this. But the good news is that Europe will have the first ever EU water regulation on water reuse. We have an agreement, and we hope before the end of the year to agree the revision of the Drinking Water Directive. The first ever water reuse regulation will give us a framework for the first time at European level to promote water reuse. We are wasting 95% of water, and there's a lot that has to be done with common European standards. And the Drinking Water Directive will, for the first time, introduce elements like access to water, more transparency, address the new pollutants, some endocrine disruptors, risk management provisions, and we are very close for a final agreement, which we hope with the Parliament and with the Council next week. Now, what is the future of water policy? And I am coming to the end of my presentation, so you can be relieved. There are three I's which are crucial. First of all, the I of implementation. Implementation needs to be accomplished. By 2027, we need to meet the objectives of the legislation. The Commission will continue exercising its role to enforce EU water legislation. Zero tolerance if we do not achieve. We will be stepping up pressure on the Member States to develop this. The second I is the I of investment. Underfinance is one of the reasons for the implementation gap. The OECD says we need 289 billion to be invested only for water supply and sanitation until 2030. 289 billion euros. And after having evaluated the Urban Wastewater Directive, there are 18 billion of capital and operation costs per year in the EU, whilst we could have benefits of 27.6 billion at current implementation level. So there's a lot of mobilization of finance, but there are also a lot of positive developments if we act now. And there is also an issue of avoiding costs. Thanks to preserving quality and quantity of water, we could have 500 million euros of avoided costs per year if we were just to reduce the pollution of pesticides. But we need to implement the cost recovery, Article 9 of the directive, the polluter pays, and adequate contribution by different water users. And the last I is innovation. We will not succeed without innovation. Lack of innovation is one of the hurdles. The water sector is very fragmented, and the European Innovation Partnership for Water, which exists since 2012, is the way forward. We need to associate all actors in the water sector. We need to work together. We need to create an active network to promote innovative technologies and innovative policies. So, in conclusion, this is my last slide, we believe that water is at the center of the new European Green Deal. It is essential for our future on the planet. Without water, there's no life. So water will be the top priority within the European Green Deal. We need to involve citizens further, and we think that the Green Deal is also a way to associate European citizens, and in particular, young people, to the European project. It is a huge opportunity for the economy. It is a huge opportunity for all of you, for all of us, in order to develop the water policies of the future. It has a very strong social dimension. This transition to the green economy has to be done in a just manner, and we will have to mobilize accompanying measures. And of course, we should never underestimate the global dimension. And I'm very glad that UNEP is participating, because water issues are global issues and we need global solutions. I would like to conclude with a final message. We can draw a lot of inspiration from water. Why? Because water cuts through hard rocks. Water permeates across. Water is patient, and water is persistent, and nothing can resist to water. So, let's look forward to the challenges, let's be patient and persistent, and let us succeed together in facing the challenges of the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you for that excellent first keynote. If I'd like, Susan Gartner, I'd like to invite you up to take for the second of our two keynote presentations. The floor is all yours.
Thank you. It's an honor to have this opportunity to speak with you today and to initiate this important conversation talking about the global perspective. The UN Environment Program serves as a custodian agency for SDG 6 on clean water and sanitation. As many of you are probably aware, the world is currently not on track to achieve the global SDG targets by 2030. And we know that achieving SDG 6 is essential for progress on all of the other SDGs. Sustainable management of water underpins the wider efforts to end poverty, to advance sustainable development, to sustain peace and security. And as the title of this presentation implies, I'll be sharing some alarming information about the global state of progress on SDG 6. In order to really emphasize the true urgency of this situation and the importance of the discussions you're going to be having in this conference. But I also hope to leave you with a message of hope and share some examples of approaches that have really tremendous promise. Like some of you, I just came from Madrid at the Conference of Parties of the UNFCCC. And the Secretary General's opening remarks last week, he reminded us that climate-related natural disasters are becoming more frequent, more deadly, and more destructive, with growing human and financial costs. Drought in some parts of the world is progressing at alarming rates and destroying human habitats and endangering food security. However, he also said, "My message here today is one of hope, not despair." He said the scientific community is telling us that the roadmap to stay below 1.5 degrees is still within reach. But, he said, our war against nature must stop. And we know that that is possible. So in my presentation today, I hope to leave you with three main messages. The first is that achieving the SDGs requires an integrated and transformational approach. Second is that our choices as individuals matter. And third is that nature is part of the solution. I'll start by telling you a little bit about the work of UNEP. UNEP works at the science policy interface, and the foundation of our work are the most recent scientific evidence, such as that provided by the Global Environmental Outlook reports. Now, the most recent report, the GEO6, tells us that the global water cycle reflects the impacts of pollution growth, or population growth, agriculture, economic development, urbanization, industrialization, deforestation, and, yes, climate change. All of these factors affect freshwater quality and quantity. As continents are becoming drier in many places due to climate change, there's increasing numbers of people that are at risk of water scarcity, droughts, and famine. As these situations increase, they lead to increased migration and social conflicts. 90% of all natural disasters are water-related. Rising severity and frequency of water-related disasters poses growing risks for social and economic stability, as well as to ecosystems, to the diversity that ecosystems support and the services that ecosystems provide. So to respond to this, UNEP has developed a freshwater strategy with a particular focus on ambient water quality, integrated management of water resources, and freshwater ecosystems. In 2017, at the third UN Environment Assembly, countries adopted a resolution to address water pollution and to protect and restore water-related ecosystems. Among other things, the resolution mandated UNEP to produce a comprehensive World Water Quality Assessment by the next Environment Assembly meeting that's planned for 2021. Between 2000 and 2015, 150 billion people gained access to basic drinking water. So that's phenomenal progress. But there's still much to be done. Women in sub-Saharan Africa spend 16 million hours per day to collect water. That's lost time for other productivity. 23 billion people still do not have access to safe sanitation. And by 2025, it's projected that 3.5 billion people will face water shortages. But we also know that from the GEO report, a healthy environment is the best foundation for economic prosperity, human health, and well-being. Freshwater ecosystems are also disappearing rapidly. There's some of the highest rates of loss of any habitat, and it comes along with the biodiversity and ecosystem services lost. Approximately 40% of the world's wetlands were lost between 1997 and 2011, and this rate is continuing. As a result, 81% of the populations of freshwater species have declined during the same time period. It's among the highest of any habitat type. Annual economic costs of wetland ecosystem loss between 1996 and 2011 has been estimated to $2.7 trillion US. An important example of this is peatlands. Peatlands store more carbon than the world's forests combined. About 15% of peatlands worldwide have been lost, along with releasing significant quantities of the carbon dioxide and methane gas that they had stored. It results in a contribution of about 5% of annual global carbon emissions. So the take-home message here is that with the loss of freshwater ecosystems, we lose the invaluable ecosystem services that they provide, things like absorbing carbon, storing carbon, or in some cases serving as natural filters to remove contaminants and pathogens from drinking water supplies. Approximately 1.4 million people die annually from diseases associated with drinking water and inadequate sanitation. Many millions more become sick. Worldwide, over 80% of all wastewater returns to the environment without being treated. Every day, 2 million tons of sewage, industrial, and agricultural waste are discharged into the world's water, and that's equivalent to the weight of the entire human population, just to give you some perspective. Nutrient loading remains one of the most prevalent forms of water pollution, with the majority of nutrient emissions coming from agriculture. But as cities are growing rapidly, especially in developing countries, it's projected to be a major source of nutrient emissions as well, as the ratios of urban to rural population continues to increase. We know there's a number of emerging contaminants as well where we have less information. And these new pollutants are often not as easily removed from current wastewater treatment technologies. These include things like pharmaceuticals, antibiotics, flame retardants, microplastics. You know the list. Meanwhile, with global population growth, per capita availability of fresh water is steadily decreasing. Over the last century, global freshwater use has increased nearly 10 times. Water use has been increasing worldwide about 1% per year since the 1980s. And this has been driven by a combination of population growth, social economic development, and changing consumption patterns. This steady rise has been principally due to a surge in demand from developing countries and emerging economies. However, the per capita water use of the majority of these countries still remains well below the rates in developed countries. For example, the highest rates of use are in New Zealand and the US, where it's more than 1,500 cubic meters. Estonia is nearly that high. Then you look at countries like Germany, Belgium, France, Hungary, Spain, the Netherlands are all within the 300 to 700 range. Now compare that to Finland, that's below 20, and more in the same range as countries like Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore, and Vietnam. And then Sweden stands out as a country that's below 10 cubic meters of annual water consumption per capita. Now we know that agriculture is by far the largest consumer of fresh water globally, accounting for about 70% of the annual water withdrawals. Industry, including power generation, accounts for another 19%, and households about 12%. Agricultural sector's water use includes, of course, irrigation of food crops, livestock, aquaculture, as well as non-food crops like biofuels. And this sector offers one of the greatest opportunities to substantially improve water use efficiency. In 2010, India was the world's largest agricultural consumer of fresh water at nearly 700 billion cubic meters per year. And India's agricultural water consumption has grown rapidly, almost doubling over the last 30 years, as population and food demands have increased. China would be the second largest user in the world, with about 385 cubic meters in 2015, although its rate of use has essentially plateaued in recent past. But of course, keep in mind that water requirements differ for different types of agricultural products, as we know. Beef and nuts are some of the most water-intensive food products. So it's important just to know that when you go to the store and you look in your shopping basket, that some of those products consume 15,000 cubic meter per ton of food produced. And you can compare that to other things like fruits and vegetables that require less than 1,000. What we eat matters, not just to your own personal health, but for the health of global water supplies. The world consumed 60 billion kilograms of beef in 2016. And meat consumption tends to increase, as we know, as citizens have more disposable income, as demonstrated by the recent increasing trends in Brazil and China over the last few decades. The highest consumption of rate of beef has been in Uruguay, Argentina, and Hong Kong, that all had over 45 kilograms per person. The 10 top countries consumed 20 pounds of beef per person, in comparison to, say, Vietnam, India, and the Congo, whereas 5 or less kilograms per person. So I've painted a rather dismal picture so far in this presentation, and now I'd like to start to focus more on some of the solutions. The UN Environment Program promotes the environmental dimension of sustainable development. We're headquartered in Nairobi, Kenya, and our mission is to provide leadership to care for the environment by inspiring, informing, and enabling nations to improve their quality of life without compromising that of future generations. We help countries decouple economic development from environmental degradation, which is absolutely essential to a sustainable future. Now, recall again the Secretary General's remarks. The scientific community is telling us that the roadmap to stay below 1.5 degrees is within reach. And also recall what I said earlier, that the recent GEO report reminds us that a healthy environment is the best foundation for economic prosperity, human health, and well-being. One thing that's clear from science is that if we have any hope of staying within 1.5 degrees, it requires preservation of our world's natural landscapes. And this is why in September at the Climate Summit, the Secretary General's Climate Action Summit, one of the major areas of attention was on nature-based solutions. A simple way to think about nature-based solutions is just any action that enhances nature's ability to provide social and economic benefits. For example, the carbon that's linked to natural coastal and marine ecosystems is often referred to as blue carbon. Blue carbon ecosystems include tidal marshes, mangrove forests, and seagrass meadows, all of which, in addition to just being naturally beautiful, they filter pollution. They provide habitat for commercially important fish species. They reduce erosion, buffer shorelines against storms and flooding. In addition, these blue forests aid in mitigation of climate change by fixing and storing atmospheric carbon. And similarly for terrestrial ecosystems, the IPCC had a special report on land use released just in August this year and estimated that 22% of all greenhouse gas emissions between 2007 and 2016 came from destructive land use, and about half of this was from deforestation. Let's talk about the Amazon. The Amazon rainforest is home to 33 million people and 10% of the world's plant and animal species. At the same time, it stores as much as 140 billion metric tons of carbon, which would otherwise just end up in the atmosphere, further contributing to climate change. Protecting these mega forests is a global imperative. Agriculture is responsible for 70% of tropical deforestation and around a quarter of the greenhouse gases that are emitted. So one of the biggest positive actions that we can take to protect against climate change and to ensure global water security is to reform our global food systems. Brazil had made great progress in reducing deforestation, but that progress ended when global commodity prices increased. We've seen clear links between deforestation and exports of things like soy and beef. It's also been a major driver of forest fires in Indonesia since the 1980s. But we can break this cycle. Governments can shift to policies for integrated land use planning at the national scale. Meanwhile, the private sector can help accelerate progress by stepping up and demanding zero deforestation supply chains. And there's a role for citizens. Creating more environmentally literate societies, the public can be more aware of the impacts of their decisions as consumers. For example, understanding the positive impact of switching to more sustainable sources of protein in your shopping basket. So the end result is that you have a more informed decisions that lead to more habitat left intact. The land supports healthy ecosystems. The ecosystems provide valuable services with benefits at a global scale that support all of us, for water security, for climate stability, and for achieving the SDGs. So I'd like to just give you a couple of examples from freshwater and coastal nature-based solutions. And one is close to my home, Lake Naivasha, which is about 90 kilometers from Nairobi. And this is a freshwater system that's used for drinking and washing and domestic use by more than 600,000 people. It's also a treasure of biodiversity, of birds, fish, mammals, including 500 hippos and a population of zebra and gazelles. In fact, it was a Ramsar site in 1995. It's also a source of water for the thriving export horticulture industry. Kenya is the third largest exporter of cut flowers in the world, and Kenya currently produces 35% of all flowers sold in the European Union. Roughly half of the country's 127 flower farms are concentrated around Lake Naivasha. And with all of the industry-related risks of pollution, including contamination from pesticides and fertilizers. So here's a lovely example, small scale, of a nature-based solution that was very important in addressing some environmental challenges. Local partners were able to advocate for the construction of adjacent wetlands to filter wastewater from the flower industry, thus preventing discharge of contaminated water directly into the lake. Now, granted, not a perfect solution, but it's an important step and a cost-effective means for protecting resources that are very, very valuable to the local community that is vulnerable to threats from a global market. Another example is from Fiji and a very climate-vulnerable community, where we were looking at implementing a small-scale project that compared traditional engineering approaches, like building a seawall, to a nature-based solution, which included rehabilitation of mangroves in order to control for flooding. The nature-based solution approach had double the cost-benefit ratio compared to traditional engineering. Installation was cheaper, maintenance was cheaper, and in the end, it was more effective. So as a result, we were able to support the town council to develop a framework to include nature-based solutions as part of their climate adaptation strategy. So now that we understand the value of nature-based solutions, the question is, what are we doing about it? Scientists and economists at the UN Environment Program estimate we could turn around land degradation by restoring 350 million hectares of degraded land by 2030. Reversing ecosystem degradation has a potential to contribute 1/3 of the carbon mitigation needed by 2030 to stay within 2 degrees Celsius. Simultaneously, you're providing these invaluable co-benefits of conserving biodiversity, maintaining healthy food, enhancing water security, all of which support attainment of global SDGs. Last March, the UN General Assembly, with 72 co-sponsors, declared 2021 to 2030 the UN Decade for Ecosystem Restoration. For every dollar invested, this could generate a return of more than 10 times the value in ecosystem services and benefits. The final point I want to make is about partnerships. It's very important in terms of delivering action. For example, with monitoring and reporting, which is an area where UNEP has worked closely with partnerships to build global time series of spatial changes of freshwater ecosystems. And I know in subsequent presentations today, you're going to hear more about some of the phenomenal work that's been done with the newly formed World Water Quality Alliance, in collaboration of the European Commission Joint Research Center, Google Earth, and the UNEP DHI Collaborating Center. This is a partnership that reduces the fragmentation of information and brings it all together for a more holistic understanding of the global status. It's collaborations like this that are key to unlocking realistic and timely solutions. And just one more example, sustainable fashion. Another great example of a powerful link of partnership with the private sector, together with consumer demand. 20 to 35% of microplastics in the marine environment are coming from synthetic clothing. The two main sources of microplastic in freshwater are from washing clothes and from tires. This is a beautiful example of how solutions can be found by applying industry innovation with efforts to allow consumers to make more impactful decisions and be more aware of the effects of their choices so that we can all live more sustainably. So in conclusion, I just want to return to my 3 key messages. Achieving the SDGs require integrated and transformational approaches. Integrated policies are needed to reduce fragmentation of governance and national planning efforts, and to incorporate the actual value of freshwater and coastal ecosystem services into economic models. The second point, our choices as individuals matter. Public awareness can have a major impact to help consumers be more informed in the decisions they make. And finally, nature is part of the solution. Preserving nature, whether that's coastal habitats that build resilience from storms, or megaforests like the Amazon that contribute massively to stabilize global climate change, nature will deliver cost-effective solutions to aid in the fight for water access and will provide invaluable benefit for biodiversity and for human well-being. Thank you.
Susan, thank you so much for that brilliant presentation. Hugely informative talks from both Susan and from Daniel, so thank you both. There's a huge amount of information to digest, so many terrifying statistics to take home, but opportunities for us all to work together. There's hope, there's lots of key messages coming out that presents a huge number of opportunities. And just one point I wanted to make, in case you're all feeling overwhelmed by the information that has been provided, we do have Marina and Jorge from the Young Water Professionals, and they're capturing all of the key messages that are coming out from the talks today. And they're going to be, Marina will be coming up to the closing, during the closing session to present some of those key messages that are coming out of today and to give us hope of what the future holds. And I'd also like to make reference to Blanca, in case you're wondering what's happening on the side of the stage. She is an artist and she's visually capturing a lot of the information that is being presented today. So that brings us to a close for our opening session. Thank you all. And I'm now going to hand over to Piers, who's going to run with the next session. Thank you.
Thank you. So the first session is around how prepared are we? We've heard brilliantly the outline of the problems, and now we need to think about, well, just how prepared are we to address them? And before we get into the actual main speakers, and we've got a water museum, which I'll explain in a moment, I'd just like to move to talk about something that happened at COP25 yesterday. If we could put the slide up that came from the students. So yesterday, over 1,000 students across Spain gathered to think about what are the challenges that we have that we need to address. They weren't directed to think about water, and you can see here that they came up with almost 15,000 ideas, and they then whittled those down to these 5 core messages. And I thought it was brilliant to share these because it shows what the next generation are thinking about. And the thing I think to take away from these is it is a much broader view than we might have assumed, and that water resonates through all of them. Look at those first 4, more wells, stricter laws prohibiting polluting goods, more desal plants, raise awareness of sea care, and even deforestation has a very strong water link to it. So it's really interesting to see that base that we're coming from. I'd also like to remind you about Slido. So as the next 2 presenters give their 15-minute talks, if you think of any questions you'd like raised, if you can put them on Slido, then after they have spoken, we will pick off the most pertinent questions and address them. So without any further ado, I'd like to invite the next 2 speakers onto the stage. It's Maria Whitmer from PBL Netherlands and Sim for Nexus, and Andreas Tolf from the European Commission for DG Climate. I'd also like to say that this particular session has been designed and created in association, in partnership with DG Climate. If we could thank them. And Maria, if you take to the stand.
Yes, thank you. Isn't it wonderful to see these messages from the kids in Madrid? I think that's why we're here for, isn't it? For a good and livable future for our children and grandchildren. And we are responsible for that future. And therefore, I'm grateful to be invited to give a presentation. I hope to give some messages that can feed a good discussion afterwards. I try my best to do this. And therefore, I'd like to start with a proposition saying, does it work? Yes, it does. Say that we're talking about climate adaptation, that adaptation will be far more efficient if you use a nexus approach, looking at water, land, energy, agriculture, food, and climate. What do I mean with a nexus approach? A nexus approach is nothing more than thinking in systems. Like the former presentation, it means taking into account several sectors, several processes. And the connection between water, land, energy, agriculture, and climate can be biophysical, but it can also be socio-economic. Yesterday I read something about new dams in the Mekong in Laos, mentioned to create more renewable energy, but it affects a fisherman's life downstream. So there are a lot of socio-economic aspects too. And therefore, governments and policymaking must take into account these systems, these relations between these sectors. Why will it be more efficient? Because if you look at policy coherence, the coherence between these different sectors and components of the system, you may be able to profit from synergy on one side. And on the other side, you may foresee, prevent and mitigate or compensate negative trade-offs and conflicts. Of course, you can never avoid conflicts in policymaking. Policymaking is making decisions with conflicting interests. But at least you can foresee them and be prepared to deal with them. Policy coherence, we find that it's about what we mean to do, the goals we want to follow, but more and more it is about how we want to reach them. So a lot of coherence issues and discussions are in the implementation phase. As was announced, I'm involved in a Horizon 2020 project called SymproNexus that is studying this system of water, land, energy, agriculture and climate. And we do that in general, enlarging the theory, but also making models and serious games as a tool to bring people and knowledge together. And we try to feed it, all this theoretical work also with knowledge and experiences from practice in 12 case studies, of which 10 are regional, national and transboundary. Symbolic, a nexus approach is taking account relations. Relations have both ways. I mean, water influencing land is different from land influencing water. And you also can see that, for example, if you put water in the center, there are a lot of indirect, cascade-like effects that can cause second, third, fourth generation effects. That it's essential to do this, for example, shows a recent published evaluation of European progress towards the SDGs. It says that European soil quality is not doing very well. Sealing is increasing rapidly. And in the last week published report about the environment and the outlook of the environment, Okay. It says that future developments are doing the same, are doing worse either. We can't expect that in the future soil sealing will be solved by itself. We need to do something against it. Different is forestation. That looks a little better. Forests have been growing recently in all member states, which is good. It helps adaptation. Okay, we started from the policy analysis way to look at European policies written down in policy documents, so the policies on paper. And we found that, of course, the European Commission is very well aware about all these relations. And they're mostly well addressed in the documents. We analyzed all policy documents related to the components of the nexus and chose 33 to do a coherence analysis, which made a matrix of 33 by 33, which was a lot of work. Here you see a selection that is relevant for climate change adaptation in water. We looked if progress making into one goal supports or hinders reaching goals in other sections. And therefore we used a method developed by Nielsen for the Sustainable Development Goals. Very simple, scoring the connections from -3 to +3. -3 meaning that if you reach one goal, you can't reach the other. And +3 means that you can't reach the goal without the other. If I focus on the climate change adaptation in water and put it as a center, you can see that there are a lot of positive connections with the other goals, with renewable energy, energy security, land degradation, agriculture in the financial way. But there are also many goals that depend on how it's implemented. For example, whether preventing floods helps water quantity and quality, yes or no, or land use, or the greening of the agriculture depends on how you do it. The same counts for adaptation against droughts. Even more connection of synergies is depending on how you do it. From the other side, goals for other sectors can have a positive influence in adaptation. I go this a little bit faster because I see time is running fast. So it really, there are a lot of options and freedom of implementation to do well or not. If we add to this the complicated indirect second, third order connections, it's becoming a really complex system, which means that you can't see that anymore if you want to show it in this way. And therefore, the project develops models where all these connections are integrated. It's a system dynamics model. And from these models, a serious game is developed. I show you here the first interface of a pilot project, which is Greece. You can see that there are policy cards, policy interventions that can be put into time every 5 years. And the game shows how well you are doing to results indicators for the 5 components. And what makes it so very interesting is to the far right, where there's a whole dendritic system where it shows how all these interventions are connected with all the other components in the system. So we hope that this is a great tool for education and for also bringing people coming from different interests together and see what their interest does to other interests and talk about it. Well, I'll show you 2 cases. One is Southwest UK that deals with Devon and Cornwall. It's special because it's led by a private water company that delivers drinking water and also purification of wastewater. It works together with universities and an education, a postgraduate education institute. They study sustainable agriculture, water and wastewater services, and resilience within climate change, population growth in a competitive market. I don't know what's going on, but it doesn't work properly. Okay. Can somebody help me from the technical? Because I push it, but it doesn't.
Maybe we can drive the slides from the back.
Yeah.
If we can just indicate when the slides go over. Thank you.
Yeah, can you help me? Okay. Well, there's a trilemma, as they said, between environmental sustainability, security of supply, and affordability for the customer. They also developed, it works again, a model that they will turn into a serious game. And to show how this is connected with climate change adaptation, that is part of all these three interests: environmental sustainability, security, and affordability. I just show, you don't have to read them all, but they have many interventions that are connected with climate change adaptation for flooding, for drought, and also for climate change mitigation. So the player of the game can put all these policy cards in the game and see how all the components are influenced. Another case is the one between Germany, Czech Republic and Slovakia, a transboundary case that puts landscape degradation in the center and deforestation. All these countries have a communistic history that influenced land ownership. I mean, land is given or leased to big companies, which means large-scale mechanized agriculture and degraded landscape and deforestation. It's kept in place by recent developments in European policies, the Renewable Energy Directive, for example, taken over by the national policy with subsidies for biofuels, that keeps this in place, this system, and also the capped direct payments and insufficient implementation of greening enlarge this negative influence. Landscape policy is lacking. What does this mean? That water is polluted, but what's more important here is that the whole hydrological cycle is disturbed, which causes heat and drought. It can be seen in this air picture with false colors. The blue is cool water and forests. The yellow are just harvested fallow arable land and meadows. So it's very important how the land is used, how the hydrological cycle is influenced, and that directly influences the local climate a lot, even without greenhouse gas emissions. I mean, you don't even look at that. It's directly caused. How can you solve this? By landscape restoration, greening measures in agriculture. So in energy policies, things should change. In the CAP, things should change. Landscape policy should become a bigger part of the CAP, which means that water pollution can be reduced, the hydrological cycle can be restored, and so the extremes can be buffered. It's a general nexus approach to solve these problems. It does it again. Yeah. And also research is done how you could reforest best for several purposes. For example, if you add just patches of forest, this model says that the groundwater, the aquifers, are fed best But on the other hand, if you reforest completely, the temperature buffering will be best. So it depends on what you intend to do, how you should implement the reforestation of such an area. But reforestation is a good measure anyway. So now I come to my recommendations, and I'm running out of time, so it's good I'm here. My recommendations are that it's good to analyze where climate change adaptation meets water, land, energy, food, and climate. It can be in a region, but it can be in an actor. It can be in finances that are scarce, and it can be in capacity, but it's good to analyze that. Where do they meet? Use the synergy and try to avoid, compensate negative trade-offs. Another recommendation is to use a very good process, because a nexus process won't go well by itself. Nobody feels responsible for it, because everybody is responsible for that. And in that case, nobody will take the lead. So a nexus process should be arranged very well. And it should be based on science, on participation, and on public, I think, governmental support. Otherwise, it won't work. But at the center of all, and that's why I'm giving this speech, is a shared vision that it's important to think in systems to solve our problems. Thank you very much.
Andres, I'm going to let you take straight away.
Thank you very much. So while the PowerPoint presentation is loading, I would first of all like to thank DG Environment for letting us host together this session, the first session of this conference. This showcases the good cooperation that we have, which is, I think, essential if you want to achieve the policy goals ahead of us. So I will, in my presentation, briefly run you through what has been going on in adaptation policy by the Commission, but also by other actors in past years, and also give you a glimpse of the future. Our policies are based on science. The IPCC reports are known to everyone. I would like to also highlight the work of the European Environment Agency, in particular, who are looking at climate change vulnerabilities and risk assessments, and they are doing a regional analysis for Europe, which show, according to European macro regions, what are the challenges related to climate change. And this work is also the basis for our own adaptation work in DG Klima. I'm not going to spend too much time on presenting the impacts of climate change. I selected this particular slide because I think it shows what lies ahead of us in terms of at least precipitation, which has an influence on all hydrological cycles. While the picture speaks for itself, the period towards the end of the century is likely to be radically different, more water scarce, at least in the south. And possibly more water intense, at least on average, in the north. How do we address these challenges? Well, so far the Commission has had a double approach. We had climate mitigation policies in place, which was until now the 2030 Climate and Energy Package, because we need to address the root causes of climate change. But at the same time, in line with the Paris Agreement, we are also working on adaptation. The adaptation strategy predates the Paris Agreement, but I think the focus on adaptation is perfectly in line with the agreement. So we would like to increase the resilience of society and manage unavoidable impacts. And as we have seen also in the previous presentation, these approaches can actually be mutually reinforcing. But we have to be careful that they are not going against each other. The EU adaptation strategy, which was adopted in 2013, has three main objectives. The first one being promoting action by all member states, which covers not just the member states actually, but also looking at lower levels of governance like local authorities. We are helping these entities to adopt national and local adaptation strategies, and we also provide funding to them largely through the LIFE program, which also funds other adaptation activities. The second main objective is addressing the EU level action and trying to make it climate proof. This covers different policy areas. I will come to that later. Also making infrastructure more resilient and also promoting insurance against disasters. And the third area, which I think is particularly relevant for the conference today, is better informing decision-making, identifying knowledge gaps that are facing, and actually as we progress in knowledge, we also discover more gaps. As we fill in these knowledge gaps, the results have to be disseminated, and that's also a separate action in the adaptation strategy. I will now show a number of particular actions in more detail because I think they are quite relevant for water policy. Our activities in promoting national adaptation strategies in the member states have been, I think, rather successful because in 2013 there were only 15 member states with a national adaptation strategy or plan, and today we are up to 26 with 2 member states having already draft adaptation plans in the pipeline but only waiting for adoption. And in these we have made an analysis of these adaptation strategies, which were partly built on guidance that the Commission produced in 2013. And actually the sectors that are relevant for water, such as agriculture and forestry, or health, or the water resources and management themselves, come as in the 4 top key vulnerable sectors that were identified in these strategies. The LIFE funding, the LIFE instrument in the period 2014-2020 has been instrumental in supporting demonstration action on climate mitigation and adaptation to the same extent. Just as an example, the last call, which had a deadline of the 12th of September, there were 24 million euros earmarked for adaptation, and among the LIFE projects, the traditional ones, as opposed to integrated, more complex LIFE projects, there are a number of areas that are relevant for water policy. The key one being the sustainable management of water in drought-prone areas, floods and coastal management, but also resilience of agriculture is important. Jumping to the knowledge gap part, in the current research framework program, the Horizon 2020, the most frequently addressed issues are all water related. So water itself 27, projects, nature 25, agriculture 24. This comes from the evaluation of the adaptation strategy. So in the meantime, there actually may be more projects that have been launched. The one partner who I also need to mention apart from the European Environment Agency is the Joint Research Center, who helps us in modeling the possible economic impacts of climate change with their so-called PASETA studies. They have produced already 3 series of reports, thematic reports in this field, including on droughts, water scarcity, and floods. And they are now working on finalizing the last of these, the 4th installment of these reports, which are trying to put a price tag as much as it is possible on inaction in particular sectors and looking at what that would do to that sector under different future climate scenarios. The Climate Adapt portal, which is maintained by the European Environment Agency, is the dissemination tool. It has a wealth of information, both sectoral and geographically organized. You have here an example, a print screen basically of the water management section, and on the right-hand side of the screen that was captured, you can see a list of different sources and the numbers of sources that are available in there. So if you haven't yet visited this website, I invite you to take a look. Now I come to the most exciting part, at least as far as I'm concerned, is the mainstreaming adaptation across other policy areas. This involves working with other Commission services on making sure that in their policy areas they are taking due account of the future impacts of climate change. I highlighted here areas which are of obvious interest to water policy, starting with water policies themselves, the Water Framework Directive, the Floods Directive, the proposal for water reuse, which has an obvious climate adaptation advantage. Maybe because the fitness check of the Water Framework Directive has just been completed, I could highlight some climate change relevant findings in there, such as one area that needs to be reinforced is the member states' actions in terms of climate adaptation in their river basin management plans, because there is a range of climate adaptation measures that have been proposed in guidance documents, and only a small percentage of the member states are using all of them, and the rate of uptake of these measures could be greatly increased. But the same way we are working together with DG Agriculture, DG Environment on forestry and biodiversity, and we are also focusing on other areas such as horizontal areas like making cities adapting to climate change through the Covenant of Mayors, which also has some water-related components, and obviously the increasing the resilience of infrastructure to climate change includes resilience to floods in general, but also in particular in the energy sector, making sure that water scarcity will not impact energy production in the future. Mainstreaming is also about funding, and as an example, you can see that in the European Structural and Investment Funds in the period 2014-2020, the climate-related allocations were 25%, and out of this, what could be adaptation-related is actually 14% if you adopt the adaptation and combined mitigation and adaptation actions. I come now to the main findings of the evaluation that we carried out of our adaptation strategy in it was published in December 2018, so already a year ago. It was found that while the national adaptation strategies meant that there is significant progress in terms of planning in the member states, the same could not be said of implementation and monitoring of these actions, which is, I mean, it's nice to have strategies in place, but putting them to work is another matter, and there some member states were lagging behind. We identified also newly emerging knowledge gaps that need to be bridged, and for which the adaptation strategy is not necessarily equipped. There was also a problem in terms of not being distinctive enough in terms of territorial and social differences in vulnerability to climate change. Other new developments which are external to the strategy have been the more extreme events that we have been observing. Also the damage estimates are increasing about the future climate impacts. And obviously the adoption of the Paris Agreement and the recognition of the adaptation-related provisions is something that would need to be included in the strategy. Now, we did not wait until the European Green Deal proposal yesterday to take relevant action to follow up to these recommendations. We have worked together with the member states to make sure that the national energy and climate plans, which are due to be finalized by the end of this year, also integrate adaptation. there is an obligation to mention adaptation goals in their decarbonization chapter, but we also try to push the member states to consider future climate risks when they discuss the energy security dimension, so as to make sure that the security of supply is not negatively affected. In the proposal for the next multi-annual financial framework, there is an increase, a clear increase in the funding proposed for climate change. It is as yet unclear what will be the distribution between mitigation and adaptation. For instance, Horizon Europe has now 35% of the funding that should be dedicated to climate change. We are also proposing that, that this is just a proposal by the Commission. We will have to see whether it goes through the Member States and Parliament, but we would like that any cohesion funding on disaster risk management is actually done on the basis of disaster risk management plans that are consistent with national adaptation strategies and NECPs. The action plan on financing sustainable growth will mobilize private finance towards climate and sustainability objectives. And here I would refer to the huge piece of work that is carried out under the so-called taxonomy of green investments, whereby adaptation is one of the criteria according to which an investment will be judged clean or not. Importantly, the Horizon Europe will have missions, which are particular types of, I would say, conglomerates of stakeholders and actors on the ground who are striving to achieve something like a moon landing type of mission. So it's a visionary type of research. And we have a mission area on adaptation under which we are now looking at specific missions that in the area also of adaptation. So watch this space. There will be proposals coming up which are co-created. And I need to finish off by mentioning the European Green Deal, which was, well, we had an extensive presentation about that at the beginning, but there is actually a paragraph on the revision, the much needed revision of the European adaptation strategy, which we promise now to adopt by 2020, 2021. The exact timing, I think, will be probably end of the next year or early 2021. And here, well, the objectives that are announced in the Green Deal are to strengthen the efforts on climate proofing, resilience building, prevention and preparedness. We also want to influence public and private investments, but keeping in mind the need to act on nature-based solutions. And quite importantly, we need to make sure that across the EU, the investors, insurers, businesses, cities and citizens are able to access data that is relevant for assessing climate risks, and that they can, and we need to also develop the instruments to integrate climate change into risk management practices, in particular of insurers or investors. So with this, I have come to the end of my presentation. I hope that the next period, the next year, will be an exciting period for adaptation policy. We will be drafting, and input from all stakeholders will be very welcome in this process. Thank you very much.
Well, we've got a few minutes for questions, so if you've got anything burning that you'd like to raise, please put it on Slido. I think my takeaway from that, if we could just have the lights on our speakers, if possible. I think my takeaway, Maria, from yours was it's complicated. The system is very complicated, and we've all got to work together to address that. And I thought that led very nicely to your mainstreaming, in that taking the adaptation policies and making sure that they're embedded across all of the activities. I thought this was an interesting compliment. I'd like to start with you, Maria. So you painted a picture of great complexity. Do you think we understand the complexity enough, or is there another layer beyond that which is going to flummox us at the next turn?
Is this okay? Does it work like this?
Yep,
okay.
that works.
I think there are several layers. As I said, it's about biophysical, socioeconomic, governance, connections. And I think the best way we can learn is learning bottom-up from practice. So trying to gather all experiences in conflicts that were unforeseen, for example, from bottom-up. And somehow it would be good to have a database for that, so that everybody can learn from each other. Maybe adapt could be for that.
The deeper we go, the more complicated it's going to become.
Yes, it will be, because
but the better we'll understand it.
Everything comes together by, at one actor or in one region or in one fund that doesn't have enough money or something, for example. So yes, we should learn from practice.
Thank you. Andres, I've got a question for you. Do you think Europe is leading the world in terms of our adaptation strategy, or what could we learn from others? I get a sense that everybody looks to Europe to see what we do first, even North America. Does that resonate with you?
I think it's working. Yeah.
Yes.
So I think that it's not possible to give an answer like yes or no. I think that on particular areas of adaptation, particular regions of Europe are doing very well, and there is a lot of knowledge that has been accumulated, and maybe we could speak about world leadership. I'm thinking of the Netherlands, for example, when it comes to sea level rise, obviously. But on other areas, I think that there's a surprising amount that we can learn from even developing countries, because they have had their agriculture affected by droughts and climate change impacts much more heavily than we have, and have developed resilient.
Yeah, they don't have the luxury of the buffer that we've had. They're right in the middle of the battle zone, aren't they?
Sorry?
They're right in the middle of the battle zone. They're dealing with it.
Yes. That's right. So I was attending conferences recently where researchers were advocating going to, for instance, North Saharan countries, to Algeria, to look at how they manage horticulture in oasis-type environments, and take home messages from there to prepare for future climate in Central Europe.
Excellent. All right, thank you. Right, we've got a question from Slido, from the audience here. Maria, how can we standardize the metrics in Nexus to support water regulation?
I hear a double, because could you repeat?
How can we standardize the metrics in our Nexus approach to support water regulation better?
You mean the metrics for the policy coherence?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Well, standardize, I think as water policy may change, the metrics will change. It's important that the most influential goals of the different components are in the metrics. And the standardization is the method that one by one you look at all the connections, the direct connections in one direction and in the other direction, and that you do this in a way that you especially look at the different contexts that these goals could be reached. And for that, you need experts. So I think the standardization is more in the method, how you do it, than in the metrics itself. It should be flexible in metrics and follow.
It's in the methodology. Yeah, it's in the methodology as much as anything else. Okay, I've suddenly had a whole sweep of questions delve in, so we'll try and go for some short, sharp answers. Andres, is the EU considering to regulate food transportation in order to reduce emissions? Are we considering regulating food transportation? You did briefly mention around tax. No, that was in an earlier presentation. There was a taxes, boundary taxes.
So in particular, food transportation.
Food, yes.
I think that there is no particular plan to target at this point food transportation, as far as I know. But I think in the coming period, in the implementation of the European Green Deal, there is a lot of detail that needs to still be worked out. And if this is an area which is considered particularly like a low-hanging fruit, I think it would maybe make sense to have something in place. But it's for the future discussions.
Good. All right. I think we've got time for one more, and it's back with you, Andres. An excellent question here. Will there be any binding elements in the next adaptation strategy? I think the key word there is binding. And they've given some examples, just so that you can consider them, i.e. the restoration of freshwater ecosystems, the NBS plan, or actions against water abstraction. How many teeth is it going to have?
Well, we are certainly not going to have a climate adaptation law as such. We have set out to do is a climate adaptation strategy, but the strategy could well announce action in particular sectoral areas, which could lead to some kind of EU legislation. This is about what mainstreaming is about. It's to make sure also that EU legislation itself is prepared for future climate impacts. So I do not exclude that we might come forward with such ideas, but first we need to discuss internally within the Commission with other services to see which are the pieces of legislation which could be up for this, which are up for review, for example. And then we will make proposals that will be subject to a broad discussion and input.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Well, we've run out of time. Could I ask that you thank our speakers in the usual way? If you take your seats. Now I'm going to move center stage because while I'm talking, I believe there's going to be some activity happening behind me. So we've got about half an hour before we break for lunch. And for this little session before lunch, I'd like you to come on a journey with me. We're going to go into the future. I want you to imagine that we are 20, 30 years in the future, and that our next three speakers have all been invited forward to put something into a museum of water. So we're in the future, and we're looking backwards, and they are putting something into the museum of water which will celebrate how we have addressed some of the challenges that face us today, but we'll have resolved them in 20 years' time, 20, 30 years' time. So if I could ask my three next speakers to come up to the stage. We have Javier Santa Cruz from Contadores de Agua de Zaragoza, Adriano Battellini from the Irrigants de Europe, and we have Michael Murray. Excellent. I was looking over there for you. I was slightly worried. If you could take your spaces here. Yes, if you start there. You're in the middle. What I'm going to do is I'm going to interview each of them, and we're going to find out what is their exhibit under here. I think there might be a video camera that might capture it, so we need to just make sure that the line of sight with the video camera will be there. But first of all, let's find out a little bit more about you. So tell me, who are you? Where do you work? What is it you do?
My name is Javier Santa Cruz. I work for Contasara as a Chief Technical Officer. And Contasara is a Spanish company, part of a multinational company called Arad Group. And we are smart meter manufacturers.
Smart meter manufacturer. So I'm assuming that something under here is to do with smart meters.
Yeah,
but before we get to smart meters, let's start with the world that we've been in today. How is water currently, just for people in the audience who may not be familiar with water metering, can you just take 30 seconds to just outline how water metering happens today?
Well, everybody in our house, we have a water meter. And the water meter is the only instrument to bill the water consumption to the users. And usually the accuracy of the water meters is an issue which is solved, but how often the utility get the information from metering is today a limitation, which is directly related to the frequency of billing.
So we've got an issue around accuracy, and we've got an issue around frequency. And just help me, surely the only point of a water meter is to help the utility charge as much money as possible. Does it have any value other than that?
Yes, today, in most cases, utility just bill the consumption, which is an efficient way to reduce the consumption, of course. But usually utilities are a strange kind of companies which recommend not to
keep in mind we have quite a few utilities there. Describing them as strange might mean that you don't get out alive.
Well,
But they are strange types of... Sorry, I cut into you. I do apologize. You were saying that utilities are strange
yes,
organizations.
it's strange because they recommend not to consume so much the product that they sell. But, well, the limitation is that if you only read every 3 months, the only thing that you can do is to bill, and you cannot help properly to the final customer to reduce water consumption. And if they have, for example, they have a leak or an unwanted water consumption, for example, a toilet with a leak or a tap that drops, you will finally detect that happens when the bill arrives with a very high amount of money.
Okay, so we have... Let me just clarify so that we're all on the same page. So we're saying we have meters at the moment that are not particularly accurate and that give readings infrequently that don't enable anyone to manage effectively their day-to-day usage to reduce it down. Is that correct?
Yes, that's it.
Okay. But I'm aware of things like AMI and AMR. Tell me about those. What's the strengths and weaknesses of... What is AMI and AMR, and what are their strengths and weaknesses?
First evolution, AMR is for automated meter reading. It's just a way to increase the efficiency of taking the readings by using radio short-range systems for taking the reading. But even if you read the meter visually, or even if you use AMR, you need to send some person to read the meter. This is the main reason why meters are not read very frequently, because you have the cost of taking the reading is directly related to the amount of times per month or per quarter that you go there.
I got it.
So this is why AMI concept is introduced. AMI means Advanced Measuring Infrastructure. So the idea is to create a kind of network in order to allow the meters to send the information to that network without the needing of sending a person.
All right, so let me just recap, just so we take everybody on the journey. So we have meters that can read infrequently. We now have a system with meters that can read more frequently, and they send their data, and it gets connected via the Internet of Things and sends a regular reading. But even those aren't perfect, are they? We're almost getting to the reveal now. Almost AMI is also not perfect because...
Well, in order to make an AMI system, you need a very good technology. Not every technology is valid for AMI. You need a technology, a wireless technology, a technology with a low battery consumption, because energy is very important for water meters. Cost has to be reasonable, and the technology has to be capable of reaching long distances.
Excellent. So let's see what we've got under here. So, and for those of you in the audience who can't see it immediately, if we put it to the side. So now, tell me what this is, and we've got the camera over there if you want to direct it towards the camera. So what have we got?
Well, this is, actually this is a water meter. But to say that this is a water meter is just to compare a typewriter with a computer. In fact, if we define a device...
And just to be clear, this is the computer, not the typewriter.
Yes, that's it. This
okay, I just don't want to make that.
Thank you. It's important to note. Anyway, if you define a device because of the capabilities of what the device can do, this is more than a water meter. It's a tool for controlling water consumption and also for increasing the efficiency of the water networks.
All right, but tell me what's special about this. What's innovative about this particular meter?
This particular meter has mainly two innovations. First is that the meter is intelligent. That means that the meter can take the readings internally and store inside and keep them until the time you can send to the utility. And the second one is that it has internally the technology to transmit the information to a mobile network with all the capabilities that make an AMI feasible.
Brilliant. So what I loved about this is we've known about smart water meters for years. And the problem has always been gathering the data and making the batteries not die. And if I've understood correctly, this meter gathers the data, stores it, and then blurps it out once a day, but it sends not just one reading, sends the whole day's readings in one go. Is that correct?
Yeah, the meter can send information about readings every hour. So typically, because of management needs, information is sent once per day, but you have the possibility to have access to the hourly readings. So that makes possible to detect, for example, if a user is consuming water during the night, or for example, if the consumer has a leak, we can find that the water is being consumed during a long set of hours.
Because in the old days, they'd have just had one reading for maybe 1 day or 1 month, but now they'll get 24 readings over the day. They can see how much water is being used at 3 in the morning and be able to spot that they've got a leak already. So it's that level of granularity which will drive down water usage.
Yeah, even I think technology could support even to go beyond that until 15 minutes, for example, without saving battery life. But I think it's most important to consider a kind of proactive intelligence inside the meter. So as you have electronics, the meter can detect abnormal flow rate profiles. So the water meter can just detect leaks, detect alarms, detect not correct profile consumption profile. So it can decide to communicate even without waiting to the daily transmission.
It can spot the anomaly. It's got artificial intelligence enough to be able to spot an anomaly and tell people about it.
And this is the way that opens the possibility to send this information even to the final user.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much. So our first exhibit is on the water side, and it's about smart meters, artificial intelligence, data management. It's about a step change in how we deliver information to water users so that they can change their practices and processes and behaviors such that we protect the environment better. Correct?
Okay, correct. Thank you.
Can we give a round of applause, please? Adriana, good to meet you. You're for our second exhibitor. Tell me a bit about yourself, who you are, where you work.
Okay, my name is Adriano Battilani. I'm the General Secretary of Irrigando Europe. Irrigando Europe is an association that is as member as all the irrigation association of the area most endangered for climate change in South Europe, and we are representing almost 75% of the irrigated land all over Europe.
You must have some of the most stressed members. I loved the comment earlier from the water stress minister who said, my job is so stressful. And your members are working in an environment where they are under constant stress, and it is just increasing year upon year.
Well, let's say the climate change is putting pressure on the sector, and we have to pay also some, let's say, we are agriculture, and listening all the presentation, when you talk about agriculture, it seems that agriculture is always guilty of something. And there is always an approach that is confusing the agriculture and the irrigated agriculture. Irrigated agriculture is a sector that is one of the most advanced all over Europe. We are quite an advanced and innovative industry, already undertaking the transition phase toward the digital agriculture, agriculture 4.0. So we are managing the water as better we can in order to keep alive not only the river but also the river plain. Our dream is to have a green river, a blue river, and a green area around with a viable and rich agriculture.
So let me just paraphrase that back. You're saying that your members are on the front line of climate change. Your members are adapting to it because they have to. There's no choice. There is nowhere they can go. And actually what that's driven is that it's driven innovation, it's driven an open mind, it's driven a need to change how they behave. Correct?
Yes, that's what we want. We want to survive and adapt in this new environment that is created by the climate change.
So that's today. Now let's jump forward 20 years. And you're putting your exhibit. I think we can reveal your exhibit now because your exhibit will raise eyebrows tell me what this is.
This is a metronome. A metronome is a simple instrument that has been used for centuries to synchronize, to give the pace, give the rhythm. All the contribution, all the discussion we got today are about put together, to synchronize action, to make possible that all the sector have positive interaction, to make effective the final and the total impact, not the impact sector by sector. That's exactly what we want. We are part of a complexity and we want to be part of the management of this complexity. So the future can be green and blue only if we are able to synchronize the sector, not to focus only on one.
And help me with what it is you want to synchronize. What are the pieces of the puzzle that you think need to come together better than they are today?
For instance, most of the action undertook in the last period were intended to reduce the water uses or to limited access to water. That in some cases is also correct when we talk about excessive use, overuse, or wrong use of water. But we have tools or combination of tools that we are applying every day nowadays, and we want to apply even more in the next future that will allow us to give to the plant only what the plant needs for its survival and to produce for the human being. We are close to use only the water that is needed for the transpiration of the plant. So below this threshold means no agriculture. The impact of the action, not synchronized action till now, can be summarized in a very sad and simple figure. We are losing one small farm holder per day just in the area around Valencia.
One small
farm holder per day.
Wow.
Yes. This is the people, this is the soldier that are in the front line. If we lose these people, we cannot stop desertification.
And so, next year, what do you want to change next year so that in 20 years' time we look back and are able to say we addressed it? What's the action that you want to see?
Well, there is already many action ongoing, and the integration of the common agricultural policy with the climate policy and the Water Framework Directive are good opportunities, but must be taken opportunities in order to make more resource available. We are really in favor of the water use. We are really in favor of whatever action that is letting flowing water in the system and not stopping the blood circulation.
Excellent. All right, so I think what I'm hearing is that what you're putting in the museum is a metronome, but the metronome is a symbol. It's a symbol for the unstoppable nature of what we've got to do. It's a symbol of how we must synchronize our activities. It's a symbol of how we must bring legislation and industry together so that they are working in harmony rather than bumping at odds. And hopefully with things like the recently announced Green Deal, that will be a step in the right direction.
We are confident of that, and we are really happy to see the 6 action points because we are convinced that we can fit in most of it.
And when we arranged this, we didn't know they were going to be coming out. Isn't that marvelous? Thank you very much. Can we give a round of applause, please? Michael, good to meet you. So we've had clean water, we've had a bit of policy, sorry. Where are we going now? Tell me a little bit about you, who you work for, what you do.
My name is Michael Murray. I'm CEO of a company called NVP Energy Limited, and I suppose our vision is to take wastewater treatment, convert it into an energy source in a carbon neutral and energy positive manner.
Excellent. But tell me about you first. What's your background? What have you done previously?
So my background, peers, would be I'm fortunate that I've maybe look younger or older than I am, but I spent the last 20 years in senior enough management positions in corporate organizations, in medium-sized enterprises and small companies as I am now. So that experience probably has brought to bear an ability to scale companies, make the turn, let's say, innovation into something real, and turn it into something commercial that is viable and bring people along on that journey.
Right. And what I wanted to stress there was that Michael is one of the world's best entrepreneurs in the water and wastewater sector. And I know that you're going to talk about wastewater, but very like Javier did with water meters, just setting the tone as to what's happening today. Can you just give me an overview of how do people generally treat wastewater today?
I'll try and do that in
30 seconds.
30 seconds. Well, there's two problems. You've got the regulated municipal plants, which is in every country in the world, and then you've got industry players that are feeding those plants or addressing their wastewater at source, like food and drinks plants. So, unfortunately, the industry and the municipal wastewater industry hasn't changed a lot. Innovation has been lacking. So, how they treat that wastewater is using 100-year-old technology or process that was developed in where you're from, the UK, and that has been deployed globally in hot climates, cold climates, and it's centered on a very energy-intensive process called aeration-activated sludge processes.
Okay. And for people who are not familiar with what activated sludge is, just briefly, what does it involve?
Very simply, if you can imagine Olympic-sized swimming pools, maybe 5-10 of them for a large size, let's say like Zaragoza, where you're pounding energy using pumps. I might just stand up actually. Using pumps. So basically, this quantifies that if you take Spain or you take any of a regulated country, it accounts to 4 to 5% of the energy costs of the national grid electricity energy. So very energy intensive and unfortunately lacking in innovation.
Right. Just to be clear, that wasn't 45, that was 4 to 5.
4 to 5, 5%.
4 to 5% of the electrical energy of a developed country is used to blow air into a wastewater treatment process. Is that what you're saying?
That is the case, and in fact in the US it's higher than that, in the USA.
Okay.
So some are more efficient than others, certain countries.
So that feels like an opportunity that we can address. So I know we're getting near to revealing, but not just yet. Tell me, what's the alternative to aerobic treatment?
The alternative to aerobic treatment, there's many ways to do it, but unfortunately what has happened is that aerobic is still the default position for the large municipalities for countries because of the risk-reward nature and the regulated nature of it. So the alternative, and we'll touch on it, is a passive system, I believe. I think if you take what the very good speakers earlier on spoke about, we have UN Sustainability Goals 6, clean water, 13, climate action and energy reduction. At a European level, we have big drivers in terms of the European Union directive, again linked to climate and energy action. And then only as recent as yesterday, we're hearing the President speaking about the Green Deal. So I believe when we talk about what is currently there isn't an awful lot that is different to what's gone on the last 50 years, but I think the stick is now coming out, which I think is needed, and that's going to drive innovation truly into this space. So maybe that leads me to what we think might
Tell me what you think is the next solution then.
I think the next solution, I think we're here today, I was very motivated by the speakers earlier, is we have to change what we do. And if we take that 5% example of how municipal wastewater is currently being the solution, go-to solution, and trying to reduce that by 1% or 2%, what we have to develop is energy neutral, carbon neutral, energy positive wastewater and water treatment plants. So that's a step change. And I'd like to think in the 30 years, as we were talking 2050, and the fact that that Green Deal will have been achieved and Europe will be a carbon neutral continent, the first one, well, hopefully our solution will have gone some way to help and assist.
So tell me what your solution is.
Our solution is based on a biological process, and maybe the slide, if that slide can come up for the benefits of the audience. So I touched on the bottom left what the traditional way is. So we actually have, what I've done and what the team has done in NVP Energy is, it's not a short road to success, but this is 15 years in the making with different collaborators involved. So this is centered on a biological process which is centered on specialized microbes that can work at low temperature, that is ambient temperature, so outside temperature. So what you're seeing here is really a first of a kind in a European context and global context, where we will take the wastewater that's generated either at a food and drinks plant or an industrial plant or municipal plant, and we can break down the organic matter. These are the nasties that's in that wastewater. And as a byproduct, we generate a high quality gas, biogas, that can then be used to run the plant, making it carbon neutral or energy positive.
And comparing that to the blowing air into tanks, you don't blow any air into this at all?
No, we've intentionally designed it from the outside in. It's based on a forward feed recycle pumping regime. So if you were to compare that to a traditional aerobic activated sludge plant, it would be 1/10 just of the running costs. But then you have to quantify that existing activated sludge plant is generating no energy. It's actually sucking energy. We're actually, as a byproduct, generating a gas, which I don't think, this wasn't planned, we won't open it, but very simply, this is housed.
When this was backstage, someone said, "My God, that smells horrible." Because it is straight from a wastewater treatment works.
Well, in fact, it's from this plant on the top left. This is a deployment we've had in the UK. Again, a first of its kind. It's with Welsh Water, a large UK utility, where we've deployed our solution at a commercial level, treating primary effluent post-screen and post-primary, as per the diagram, hopefully where you see the red hatched line. So in real time, that has been a challenge, but a very exciting project. We are treating very low strength, very dilute wastewater temperatures, and in fact, I checked yesterday, we're talking about temperatures in the order of 9-10 degrees Celsius, and still achieving a high level of removal performance, with terminology being BOD, COD.
And just tell me, what is actually in this? What's this at the bottom here? What's the unique step? Can I?
Yes.
Am I going to smell horrible for the rest of the day if I get some of that on my hands?
Possibly, but that's not the worst thing that could happen, it appears. So how it works is very simple. This is based on a patent-approved technology that was developed at a university in the west of Ireland. There was 10 years of R&D completed on what's called psychophilic
which means low temperature. Psychophilic means low temperature.
Psychophilic is defined as less than 20 degrees Celsius of the temperature of the water that you're treating. Okay. So the anaerobic digestion has been around since Noah's Ark, frankly, but there's been very little in terms of adaptation. So anaerobic digestion, for the audience that may or may not know, it's based on a temperature of above 35 degrees, 37 degrees Celsius.
And you're holding your stomach, because that's what's going on inside our stomachs every day, as we're anaerobically digesting our food.
Yes, and like a cow's stomach, it's the same type of thing. It's a glorified anaerobic digester. So the bugs that work to break down your organic matter within oneself has to work at a temperature. What the university developed, which was groundbreaking, was their ability to take the wastewater and do it at lower temperatures, still achieving an equivalent removal performance. So that was the genius nut. It wasn't me that came up with it. But what I've done and worked very closely with the team is take it from what was in the university at a lab scale 7 years ago, and we've now scaled that by 100x, 100 times scale up. So from lab to sites where not alone are we deploying this with Welsh Water and a municipality, which maybe as the audience might know, has its challenges getting tech onto these plants, but we've also deployed the solution on large food and drinks industrial plants, from breweries with Heineken to dairies, milk processors. So the application is quite large.
Industrial as well as municipal. Industrial as well as municipal.
Absolutely. And the patented aspects to this are, there's 3 or 4 fold to it. One is the the biology and the bugs, the specialized bugs that have been developed and inoculated. But then it's housed in a system, as you can see, it's a tank but a reactor, and part of our patent is retaining the bugs in the process. So there's 2 or 3, let's say, regimes going on within the tank. You're forward feeding. So in a way what we're doing is, these bugs are settled, so these are the bugs. So if you can imagine you were pumping and you're agitating.
And here's where the lid comes off.
Yes, and that basically this is an ongoing process where you're continuously taking the water, treating it at the top of the tank then, and this is more complicated than this, believe me. There are moving parts to it. The biogas rises, and you will, hopefully you're different.
He's going to drink it. No, I'm going to drink
Yes,
it.
you can smell. Yeah, you can smell
Yes,
it.
I can definitely
The
smell
methane.
that.
And what you're seeing here is a natural process using and housing an anaerobic digestion technology that is passive, and bringing it all together under a patent, and with the intended aim that we're going to deploy this, and hopefully 30 years from now we'll see this in many municipal
Excellent.
installations.
Thank you very much, Michael. Can we have a round of applause, please? So, I encourage you over lunch to talk about what might you put into the Museum of Water of the future. Is it the water meter that will change how domestic and industrial people can use and monitor their water more effectively? A water meter that is low cost, accurate, long-lasting, and provides that granularity of how your water is being used? Or will it be something that is policy-driven, that actually recognizes that actually the key thing that needs to go in the Museum of the Future is the fact that we recognize right here, right now, that we need to change. And it's not just talk, it's actually about aligning and synchronizing the things that we do together. Or will it be over here on the wastewater side, and that smell is following me? I don't know, are you smelling it? It's following. Will it be on the wastewater side? Well, we've got to move away from what we've done for the last 100 years, which is basically blowing air into wastewater to clean it up. We need to move to anaerobic systems because they're much more sensible, but they've always been difficult to run because you've always got to have them at high temperatures. You've always got to be at sort of body temperature. And here we have a technology which is low temperature. It's low temperature and low strength. And that combination of technology and bugs and pulling them together may provide the step change that's required to enable us to radically change wastewater treatment for the next 100 years. With that, could we just give our 3 exhibitors a final round of applause? I'd like to thank you all for your attention this morning. I'd like to thank all of the speakers who've been here this morning. Lunch is being served outside. I think you've actually got to cross the hall, but people will direct you towards us. And if you could be back here in an hour's time, that would be marvelous. One last round of applause for everybody who spoke this morning. Brilliant. Well done.
Take your seats. Oh. Can I ask you all, please, to take your seats so that we can start off with this afternoon's session? Well, welcome back, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed your lunch and you feel revived and ready for a lively afternoon. There's one thing which I've been asked to mention, actually, is around tweeting. So if anyone likes to tweet, please use the hashtag. You can see it reflected on the wall. And also, just to let you know that the conference also has a Twitter feed and an account. It's @EU_ENV. So you can use that for the Twitter. So please feel free to tweet away if that's what you like doing. Just in terms of this afternoon, we are going to inject some really positive energy into this session. We've got 6 very distinguished speakers that are all passionate about the organizations they work for and what they do on a day-to-day basis. And I know that that's going to come through in their presentations. No pressure. But the title of the session is around the private sector taking action for sustainable water management. And this session has been designed in partnership with Water Europe, so a huge thank you to them also. And really the aim of this next hour is to recognize and showcase positive engagement with the private sector and to motivate further action and mainstreaming. So just on stage, by way of a quick introduction, we have Veronica Manfredi from the Commission, we have Koen van Leeuwarden from Nation's Pride, Gabriel Lopez Serrano from Microsoft, Valeria Balaclava from DuPont, David Martin from Ecolab, and last but not least, Cedric Iga from Nestlé. The way that this is going to work is that they're each going to come up and do a 5-minute presentation. They're going to present only 3 slides. The first slide is around what their organizations are doing around sustainable water management. The second slide is presenting some examples of what they have been doing and some case studies. And the third slide is really it's an ask to the Commission or to other public authorities around how we can better cooperate, what needs to be done, a call for action. And then there's one final point to make, and to ensure that none of you are going to go to sleep, we are going to have what we've called a people's choice, and essentially it allows you all to vote on what call to action you think is most powerful, what's going to have the biggest impact going forward. So make sure you listen carefully to the talks, and after the talks have been delivered, Veronica's going to lead a discussion with the different panelists. So that will also help you to form your opinion and to be able to vote. So I'm now going to hand over to Koen, who will deliver his first presentation. Thank you. There we are. Yes.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. Puedo continuar en español, pero creo que es mejor en inglés. I'm delighted to be here. It's an honor. It's a true pleasure to present what we are doing in the field of water management. I represent the company Nature's Pride. And we are an importer of exotic fruits and vegetables. So you can see these fruits dancing around on the slide a little bit, some examples of the fruits that we work with. I work in the sustainable business department of our company. It's a company based in the Netherlands, and we are a specialist in ready-to-eat fruit. So sometimes you go to the shop and you want to buy an avocado and it's really rock hard. Then you didn't buy an avocado from Nature's Pride. I'll stop the marketing here, right? We'll have we have 230 products coming from nearly 60 countries. Most of them are from the south, so it's Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Some of the countries are listed here, and we supply retailers and wholesalers in Europe. We work on water on 3 levels. And the closer you are to the drop, the more influence we have as a company. So the first level is we work on procurement and growers. This is, of course, the level that we have most influence. Nature's Pride can decide whether we buy from supplier A or from supplier B. So here we listed some of the actions we have taken. And we have our own water policy. You can check it out on our website. We started to map risks, and we're working on making water a buying criterion for our purchasers, the people that every day decide where they buy the fruit. And we started doing some water audits for irrigation and groundwater use. And I think if you think about water, the best way to tackle this issue is selecting your partners very carefully. The second level is sector engagement. So we work with our peers. We are part of an organization of 40 buying companies in Europe that buy fruits and vegetables. We work with WWF, with IDH, Sustainable Trade. There's a whole range of activities we develop. We participate in World Water Week in Sweden in last August. We want to learn, we want to share and collaborate. And the last and most difficult level is the catchment level. And this is where we have least influence, because Nature's Pride is only one buyer in one catchment. And we have only several growers in this catchment, but sometimes there are hundreds or thousands of growers in a catchment. So what there we want to do is promote collective action, be a supportive partner, because, and this will bring me to the next slide. I'll come back to this topic. It's probably better. My request to the European Commission. Well, I have first this slide from Peru. Peru is our biggest, most important sourcing country. Now this slide is pretty impressive because you can see how much the fruit and vegetable export from Peru has grown over the years. Behind this slide are 800,000 jobs, many of which are for women. There is a poverty reduction over this period of time from 60 to a little over 20%. Life expectancy has grown with 15 years. So there's really an incredible economic development based on this sector. It's the second most important sector in Peru after mining. Over here we have the challenge. So the straws are people in a catchment. And our growers can do very good water management in a catchment, but others can still take water. So we have to coordinate. And lots of people take water from the same catchment. If we don't coordinate, a catchment will still remain unsustainable. So this brings me to my request to the European Commission. It's very difficult for Nature's Pride to go to water authorities in a country like Peru because we're just one company. We can talk to our growers, we can be a supportive partner, but we would like to see and collaborate with the European Commission and see, well, how can we help countries like Peru improve their water governance, because it's a really tough subject to deal with. And how can growers access financial mechanisms to finance technological improvements? So the countries of origin, it's really about bringing knowledge, capacity and integrity. And in the countries from the European Union, it's really about bringing water into trade policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Koen, for that first presentation. Gabrielle, would you like to take your place on the stage? Thank you. Remember, 5 minutes.
I like to, and thank you. First, let me initiate by thanking the audience and also the fantastic Green European New Deal. We really look forward in contributing in basically collaborating in getting the continent in a clean, sustainable way. At Microsoft, we have one mission, and the mission is we want to empower every person and every organization in the planet to achieve more. To build a sustainable future, we focus in two key areas. First, we work to minimize the negative impact of our operations by investing in innovations for our data centers, for our campuses. And second, we work to maximize the positive impact of our products, platform, and policies, and empower organizations to build sustainable solutions. Our journey started approximately 7 years ago when we decided to implement an internal carbon fee. This internal carbon fee basically generated a virtuous circle that enabled us to invest in many areas of the company that I will mention, and also externally. We recently decided to double down our efforts because since 2012, Microsoft is a carbon neutral company. And we decided, hey, let's increase this fee. It's working. And now we are assigning to our business units around $15 per metric ton on all carbon emissions. So what we want to achieve with this carbon fee that creates basically a carbon fund is three main things. The first one is we want to maintain Microsoft as a carbon neutral company. And we also want to reduce our emissions to the environment. We are actually on our path to secure 75% by 2030 of cutting down our carbon emissions. On top of that, we are working to replace 100% to replace what our operations consume in water-stressed regions by 2030. The second thing that we want to achieve with this fund is to keep investing on clean energy. Nowadays, by the end of this year, we trust that we will hit the target of 60% of clean energy for our data centers and for our entire operation. By 2023, we aspire to get 70% of that. And we are in the path to get 100% of clean energy. And third, and in my opinion, most importantly, these funds create resources to invest either internally in innovations or externally through programs like AI for Earth. In this type of programs, we collaborate with external parties that basically bring their ideas, and we can pilot them. We can actually bring our engineering resources from the IT perspective. And I can give you at least 3 examples that have worked pretty well. The first one is with a Danish company that basically has been doing research on imaging to reduce the evaporation of water in Uganda. By doing this research, what they are basically doing is increasing the yield with less resources. And this is very important for, as you know, for agriculture. The second project that I want to bring to your attention is one with a partner named Powell that in Norway, they piloted a product that basically traces all the leakages in the cities. The third one is relative to water consumptions in the cities and flooding. And this is from the city of Breda, who actually won a prize in 2016 as one of the most innovative solutions. But as you will note, all of this requires tons of data. It requires a cross-collaboration and requires to put water as a connector. Data is the enabler of these solutions, but all these solutions need to be co-produced. So our and this is where we think we can actually collaborate more with the Commission, because we need better legal frameworks, better policies for data sharing. All of this needs to work with not only with one vertical. We want to harness this technology and actually put it in the hands of those who will take most advantage of it, to make sure that everyone, everywhere, will work to protect the planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriel. Valeria.
Thank you so much. It's a true pleasure to be a part of such an important event. So we in DuPont, with our more than 200 years history, are very passionate about sustainability, especially sustainability through innovations. So we can help the people in different parts of the world to have access to better medicines, to more environmentally friendly transportation, to being protected at their workplaces in different kinds of the industry. But there is one important thing. There is nothing possible without water. No food available, no healthy and safe life. But with our expertise and one of the broadest portfolio of water treatment technologies in the market, we believe that we can both improve our own water footprint, but also make a bigger impact on the society while making drinking water more available and industries running in a more efficient way. So let me show you some examples. First of all, if you want to call yourself a truly water sustainable company, you need to start with your own home. That's why, as part of our 2030 sustainability goals, we committed to review water footprint across all our manufacturing sites, almost 200 of them globally. For example, now our plants in Spain and in France evaluating the opportunity to implement some water reuse or even go up to the minimum of zero liquid discharge. But also we feel personal responsibility to help those in need. So for example, we donated some drinking water plants to the local communities in Kenya and Ethiopia, where people suffer from the diseases because of the higher fluoride content in the water. On top of that, having more than 70 years experience in water treatment, we want to share our knowledge. We want to motivate, to educate future water specialists. So we collaborate with universities in many countries. Our colleagues run some classes there. We donate equipment for their labs. But unfortunately, no one can solve global water crisis alone. That's why we actively support partnerships, effective collaborations between both public and private sector to introduce so-called new water cycles. So for example, the projects in Spain, in Tarragona water stress area, and Terneuzen, Netherlands, where local municipality partnered with the industry, with the water treatment companies and NGOs to purify urban wastewater and use it for the needs of the industry. Just these two projects every year help to save around 5 million cubes of fresh water for municipalities for the drinking water use. But talking more about specifically water reuse, it is so important, I would say it is crucial how it is supported by legislation. And if you will look at the global map of freshwater resources used by the segments, it's clear that agriculture is a major user. And here, European Union making exactly the right step, introducing the new legislation for the water reuse in the irrigation. That's perfect. But the question is, can we do more? I would say even differently, what exactly is needed for Europe? And to answer that question, let us look at another map, the same one, but for our region. There is no any other region in the world where industry is so big consumer of freshwater resources, taking so big portion of them. So we strongly believe that in order to avoid some drastic and really costly actions in the future, it's a time now to make industrial water reuse a reality, a simple routine, not just projects driven by very few companies, exceptional projects. So we fully in line, we fully support the idea to develop the local European regulation regarding industrial reuse. And there are many projects done here in Europe, supported by Life or Horizon programs, as well as in many other regions, who already proved the doability, the effectiveness, and the cost-effectiveness of the water reuse in the industry. Of course, there is still lots of work to be done, effective financial mechanisms to be developed. The philosophy of this legislation can be very different, but we definitely can leverage some best practices from other regions who already do it now successfully. And we as DuPont want to offer to the European Commission our full support, our expertise, global and local, to facilitate the development of the European legislation for industrial water reuse, because water is too precious to be wasted. Thank you.
Thank you, Valeria. Spot on time. And David from Ecolab.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to be part of this panel. So in a few minutes, I'm going to try and set the scene with you. So Ecolab, we provide a healthy environment, safe food, and as well, we help the industry preserve water. Our ambition is to, by 2030, be able to save the annual consumption of water for 1 billion people, which doesn't mean much when you think in numbers like this, but it's basically equivalent to the annual consumption of China. So clearly, water is at the heart of what Ecolab tries to do, and that's what I'm going to try and give you a few examples on. And I was trying to find an example where we could all relate. I think many of us have taken the train or the plane yesterday, and we're staying in a hotel. Our average water consumption in a hotel per night is typically around 300 liters. One tends to think that water consumption comes mainly from the shower or from the towels. It actually mainly comes from the kitchen. And that's where the washing of the instruments, the water used to do the cooking. So basically some of the solutions we can provide, and this is an example we've given with Hilton globally, where we've provided connected solutions to basically reduce the consumption of water to clean all the material used in the hotel, and at the same time reduce the temperature, which as well helps to reduce the energy consumption. And that's when you start building a business case where saving water means saving energy, means saving money. And if you take this example and then start looking at how much water actually needs energy, for instance, in Europe, 40% of an electricity bill of a municipality goes into moving, pumping, treating water. And on the other side, energy needs water. So to produce energy, you need water. And when you even go a little bit further and you start looking at one of the latest JRC reports, some of the low carbon fuels actually are more water hungry than fossil fuel. So when you're thinking about going green, you obviously need to think about the water footprint, and that's where the connection lies between energy and water. And that's why more and more industry are trying to collaborate together, cross-sectorial, so water users, technology providers, water providers, in trying to find the best solutions, and as well maybe relevant asks to the legislator on how to help us be even more impactful. And I've given a few examples here, one taking place here in Europe, another one, and I think that was announced this week by the UN CEO Water Mandate, as companies are trying to get together to drive water neutrality, and hope maybe we can go a bit more into the details of what this is, and Ecolab basically committing to the 1.5 degree commitment by 2050. So my ask to the Commission, again, water is never high enough on the radar. You tend to try and find hooks to find the right way to address it. And so there are many ways of trying to make water high on the agenda, trying to make water efficiency high on the agenda, and I've given a couple here, but I just wanted to focus on the link between water and energy. And as I was trying to show that link, and I think this morning there was as well a presentation referring to the nexus, there's a lot of opportunity to save energy within the water legislation. So bringing water energy efficiency measures within the water legislation would be a way to not only better preserve water, but as well preserve energy and have a positive impact on our carbon footprint. And why not try and have a zero leakage ambition with all the potential we could have around water saving and energy saving. So to kind of wrap up these few minutes, and I think bouncing back on some of the presentations we had early on today, if we want to go green, we obviously need to go blue. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Cedric, you can take the floor now.
So good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. So at Nestlé, the water strategy has become quite simple, I would say. We actually apply strictly, and this is the strategy, the quotes that I wrote here from the Alliance for Water Stewardship standard that you might know, which is in essence a socially equitable, environmentally sustainable and economically beneficial use of water achieved through a stakeholder-inclusive process that involves sites and catchment-based actions. That's really the essence of what this Alliance for Water Stewardship is promoting, and this is exactly what we apply in all the operations worldwide, meaning in a bit less than 500 factories. The ladder that you can see here on the screen is actually trying to demonstrate the efforts that needs to be done in each and every site where we are operating at the level of the catchment. It goes from the left to the right, at the level of the factory first, so within the factory compound, to be sure that the maximum is done to use and reuse the water in the best way. So any kind of water-saving initiatives, knowing exactly how many liters, how many drops of water are going in this and that process, this is the very first step where we did a lot of efforts these last years, and we are now taking also the digital, I would say, path by having all this, a little bit as we saw this morning in one of the initiatives, by having really a very precise monitoring of the drop of water from the catchment all along the process and down to the wastewater treatment to be sure that we have the full control of this water along the processes. So this is the first step within the factory itself, and then all the different steps that you can see that are going along this ladder are going beyond the fence of the factories. So first, and obviously protecting the source at the catchment level, so with all the investigations that are done from geologists, hydrogeologists, in terms of vulnerability, and to really have a good knowledge of the water cycle everywhere we operate. And then the next step, which is also has become absolutely key, is really the sharing of this information. So all these, I'm a geologist and hydrogeologist, sorry, the fascinating information from the water cycle, but we need to make this information accessible. We need to understand to non-specialists what we are talking about, and would it be first by talking about the water balance in a watershed, which is the very basic, and I like the image that you used just before with the straws in the glass, because if we want to conceptualize, this is the way we need to do so. And then behind this, we need, of course, where it matters, contribute to the communities. And finally, by having all this on the table, to strive for collective solutions, meaning by engaging with the local stakeholders, again, within a watershed, in order to be sure that we can, together, first of all, assess the risk, but also bring some innovative solutions that are win-win-win solutions. That's the essence of this program, which is the Water Stewardship Strategy. Now I just take an example to illustrate what I had at the very beginning in terms of sharing the knowledge. So systematically, and the objective is not you to read the text, but in essence, these are posters that we are doing everywhere that aims at first explaining what we understand as water stewardship, which is highlighting in a water catchment, as you can see here, for instance, what are the shared water challenges. So this takes place by going together with the different stakeholders and putting on the table the different challenges that are existing. We try to put all the information that are necessary to understand from the recharge, so the rainfalls, but also from the discharge, what are the usage that are done, and us including, of course, and to highlight the water balance which is there. And then we invite all these different stakeholders. We do this systematically in order, again, to put all this on the table and to see how we can convert the different threats or challenges that are taking place in a watershed into opportunities. And in this case, typically in this small watershed, there were several opportunities that were identified together with the local stakeholders. All these, the challenges were assessed first, of course, according to the SDGs, but also according to the outcome of this AWS, Alliance for Water Stewardship approach. And that helped us to be around the table and to identify the different opportunities, which are, as you can see, essentially implementation of ecological networks with more than 70 farmers, natural filtration along a small stream, sustainable farming practices with more than 30 farmers, and also at the core of all this, a biogas station which is converting a threat for the groundwater, manure, 30,000 tons of manure, into renewable energy for the benefit of all. So this process and this engagement with the stakeholders is really what is the essence of this approach, and this is why I come to the questions actually to the public authorities. If in terms of integrated water resource management policies, if as a principle it could help first to create the knowledge around the watersheds and the local water balance, because this is the very start of the discussion, and second, enabling these conditions or facilitating these conditions for all these collaborative efforts that are necessary. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cedric. So it's clear there's lots of action happening, and we've had 5 great presentations, lots of messages to get across in just 5 minutes. And really, I think we've all heard a number of messages coming through around stakeholder engagement, partnerships, and collaboration. Collaboration, you know, we cannot do this alone. We need to collaborate and work together. I just wanted to quickly remind everyone in the room before Veronica leads her discussion of what the key asks or requests for action that each one of on the stage has made. So just starting with Koen from Nature's Pride, he was really asking around developing what can be done to develop better trade agreements. Gabrielle at Microsoft wants to establish appropriate legal frameworks for improved data sharing. Valeria at DuPont wants to recognize the importance of water reuse for industry. David at Ecolab wants to address energy performance within the EU water legislation. And Cedric at Nestlé wants to support collaborative action to find better solutions. So I hope that I have represented your asks okay. And with that, really, I would like to hand over to Veronica to lead this discussion.
Thank you so much, Fiona. Actually, I'm so pleased that I have to reply to these excellent questions just the day after the adoption of the Green Deal, because I think that a lot of your questions are directly addressed in the European Green Deal, and in any event, the Green Deal opens work strands that will allow us to provide reply. Let me be more specific. First of all, the point which has been raised by Cedric about, trade policy ultimately, and how can somehow the European Union enhance cooperation with third countries where there are really clear problems in water governance. Maybe first let me tell you that sometimes here in Europe we commit one sin. We tend to take certain things indeed very much for granted, and we always look at everything that we have still not achieved. But really, I believe in 2019 it is a little moment for congratulating ourselves for having put in place a piece of law which is called the Water Framework Directive. We agreed on it in 2000, it was the year 2000, and I must say now that we have just published today precisely today at noon, a press release on the fitness check, we can confidently say, by adopting that law almost 20 years ago, we have created indeed a governance framework for water in Europe, which is quite a unique model. It's a model that has enabled not only precisely the type of cooperation between the different actors that are in need for using water in a certain catchment area, but it has also enabled a very good cooperation between different member states and even third countries. The vast majority of our water bodies actually are in, I would say, cross-border areas. They require cooperation across member states and even with our neighbors. And all in all, what we have seen with the evaluation, our evaluation of this piece of law, is that this has worked, and it has worked well. So in reply to Cedric's concern, I would like to say, well, we are already now engaged with a lot of bilateral water dialogues with a number of countries, essentially at the request of these countries. One point in case most recently has been Brazil, with whom we have just started a very intense EU water dialogue. And I think that when you look at the entire logic of the Green Deal, it makes it a very strong point as to the fact that we would like, as much as possible, to set standards that make sense also for our planetary, I would say, planetary friends and companions in the adventure of getting these water challenges right. So there will be an effort carried out throughout this mandate from the European Union side to make sure that also our trade policy better reflects the kind of internal policy goal that we give to ourselves. So somehow this consistency should only improve. At the same time, as I said, of course, we also want to cooperate with governments that flag their interest to cooperate and put this high on top of their agenda. In reply to Gabriel, yes, I don't know, Fiona, do we want to interact or
I think Koen, if Koen's got something he would like to reply to,
yes,
let's
please the debates part. Yes.
Just a very brief addition. My request is also about how can we mobilize knowledge from Europe to a country like Peru, and also finance. Right? So it's not only about trade policy is the European dimension, but I know that the European Union has a delegation in Lima, for example, in Peru. So how can we facilitate access to knowledge and access to finance for these countries to improve their capacity, their knowledge, but also their governance systems?
Yeah. We have several strands of action in this area, and I must say there are strands of action that we actually carried out together with the colleagues also of the United Nations. So there is a multiplicity of potential funding opportunity for building further capacity. And I'm very happy to give you more detail later on. It's not really my daily cup of tea, but just to tell you that we have capacity building programs with quite a lot of third countries already now. In the name of fight to pollution, for example, we've been cooperating a lot also with colleagues at UNICE level. So just to say, this is not necessarily the main issue, although funding is always an issue. But still, where the interest is clear, the geopolitical will to cooperate is there. I think there are plenty of modalities in place together also with the colleagues of the European Investment Bank, the World Bank, etc., to put together mechanics to help a certain country enhance its own capacity. I wanted to reply also to Gabriel that makes a very good point about data sharing and making sure that we have the right set of legislative regulatory tools there in place. This morning you listened to Daniel Callejo, who was presenting the 6 key political priorities of the Commission in the next 5 years mandate. And you will have noticed that one of those 6 super important political priorities is also making Europe fit for the digital age. You see that all these priorities actually interact with each other. So having a Europe that is fit for digital age also means a Europe where digitalization helps reaching the Green Deal goals. And I think data sharing is certainly very strongly in the heart of Europeans. At the same time, I think that we are entering a terrain where I'm very happy to enter in a conversation with you and with the people in the audience about data ownership, data governance. I think at the point in time where across the planet we are united in seeing that we need to get certain planetary challenges right all together, we would not like any disturbing influence of certain geopolitical powers, and we want Earth observation to be perfectly accurate, reliable, enabling us to have modeling methods that enable us to be sure that we can better prevent floods, that we can better anticipate water scarcity issues. So there, I'm very happy to also listen to the views of Microsoft about how can we secure that we really work in a sharing environment where we minimize cybersecurity threats, other security threats, and make sure that this is something that unites the globe towards something really reliable and accurate for all of us. In reply to Valeria, just to say that I'm very happy that you raised the point of how can we now spark also better reuse of water for industrial purposes. When we've tabled our proposal, the proposal for a regulation in Europe, the first ever regulation promoting the reuse of water for agricultural irrigation purposes, we did receive some questions as to why we had not from the outset thought of having it applying also to other sectors. And the very honest reply, which proved to be correct, has been that when we tabled this proposal, we felt that fortunately, unfortunately, state of minds, not everywhere in Europe there was the degree of maturity to recognize how much this water reuse is needed. And yet, the fact, the data that you see, today agriculture is the biggest consumer, the biggest sector in terms of consuming water, and the one where the need to take action against water scarcity was also the most acute one. So we decided to table a piece of law, which is a regulation, which means it's directly applicable the moment it will enter into force, which is going to come rather soon, because I'm happy to tell you we have struck a deal between the Council and the European Parliament, so this regulation will see the light very, very soon. The moment it will enter into force, it will directly apply to the economic operators, and here are basically the people that will have the pleasure of further filtering water coming from wastewater treatment and put it on the market available for agricultural purposes. Well, the moment this regulation comes into force, I think it will spark, again, we trust, we hope, technological innovation, a market game where we hope to see increased demand and supply, and the regulation is crafted in such a manner that it does allow taking stock a few years after its entry into application, whether across the member states we also see an uptake for industrial purposes. Should this happen, as we very much hope, because as you say, we already see as anecdotal experience that this is happening more and more, should this happen, I do not exclude that we may either legislate further or basically largely use some of the parameters that we have now elaborated for water use for agricultural purposes, also for industrial purposes. Because again, when we speak about industrial processes, we know that one thing are the need of food industry that has to produce, that is reusing water for food purposes as opposed to other typologies of production. So, but just to say there is hope there as well, and I think we've done a very first important step, I hope, into the right direction.
Let me, Valerie, do you want to respond to Veronica in any way?
Exactly, so the first step with the reuse in agriculture, that is ideal step, and this is exactly what is needed. And it will, I fully agree with you, generate more interest in that. So definitely there is no one recipe by the industry and by the regions to apply industrial reuse the same for everybody. That's why innovations here will be needed not only for the technology, but also for the strategy, procedures, how to apply that. But definitely it's a next step. And just a quick comment about this water museum that we had recently. So if you let me to dream about the future, I want to see in that water museum a bottle of wastewater that will become an artifact, not available anymore in future.
Maybe you'll be invited to the Water Museum next time. Gabriel, we'll come back to you at the end, and I think that would lead nicely on.
So, well, maybe I stand up because I feel I'm a little bit figé, they say in French, by standing up. So I wanted to continue basically by replying to David. David, well, first of all, congratulations. I don't know what you think, but knowing that there are companies that are managing to turn big hotel sectors like Hilton into something that is a bit greener and sustainable, for me it's a source of hope because these are, again, very important giants on the market, and it's true, when we are in our hotel, we think about whether, you know, we are making sustainable use of the water at our disposal. You have raised a very useful question, very important question. Will we see more water efficiency higher in the agenda of the European Commission? And you have a very practical suggestion. Make sure it is in the Circular Economy Action Plan. I can assure you that we are working towards reaching this goal. When you will have the time, unless you have already done so, to read the communication, you will see that the Circular Economy Action Plan that we are thinking about will be looking at a number of sectors such as textiles, construction, and it's impossible to think of making construction sector more circular without thinking of energy efficiency and water efficiency. You said it yourself, it goes hand in hand, and I think this is really very, very high on our agenda. I also see that we are reaching a stage of maturity in Europe where we do recognize, and it's one of the findings of our fitness check, that somehow the price of water is not the right one. Again, the directive that we adopted back in 2000, the Water Framework Directive, contains a very beautiful article. It's called the Article 9, which was already then saying it's important that we attach a right price to water just to stimulate an efficient use of water, and this price should be paid at least by industry, agriculture, and households. The reality is that we note, almost 20 years down the road, that first of all, the right price of water is not paid yet in many member states. There is a very discrepant ways of implementation of this article across the 28 member states, and also that certain actors are still not paying this price for water. And for me, the price of water is an important topic because I see it as a driver of better efficiency. I see it also as a driver of better water investments. Yes to zero leakage agenda. I want a zero leakage agenda, and I'm happy to see that also the co-legislators, in particular the European Parliament, is going into this direction by insisting on having certain provision on better monitoring and fight to leakages in the recast of the Drinking Water Directive. Together with my boss, Mr. Daniel Calleja, we will be holding the last, I hope, trialogues on this important modernization of the Drinking Water Directive next December the 18th in Strasbourg. And this is one of the points that continues to be under discussion. So it shows how much there is an appetite to go there. But to get there, you have to create finance channels that enable both public authorities, private actors, and municipalities to have an agenda which is credible for the general public and where the public really sees something is happening to make the use of water more efficient, more sustainable, secure that we have the right level of infrastructure, safe materials in contact with water. It's really a very encompassing agenda. So the zero pollution will be certainly there to help. The Green Deal announces a zero pollution action plan to be delivered by 2021. And in that context, of course, all the topics related to making sure that the quality of the water that we drink or that we use also for industrial and other purposes is the right one. So I hope you will be satisfied with the way we are going to incorporate your concerns. But I don't know whether you want to react as well. Any comments?
No, I don't save the energy you have to do that. So that's probably the comment I wanted to make. But no, I'm very happy to hear this. I think, you know, again, we have a great framework on which we can work. I think let's say all the agendas are pointing in the same direction. There's a, you know, wonderful event with a Green Deal coming in, and I think it's on us to make it implemented and actually drive something significant. And clearly, you know, industry, communities, I think we're all trying to get there, and so really looking forward to that.
Thank you very much. And I'm so glad. I also wanted to stress that we have Susan Gardner with us today. I think the United Nations and European Union will be working hand in hand also on the biodiversity strategy. Yes. You said it in your presentation how much it's important that we don't forget to protect our natural resources. We see from our fitness check and our analysis that our groundwaters, which are the main catchment areas for the water we drink, we should never forget, are in rather good status, but not in perfect status, and we are concerned when it comes to their quantity. So this is certainly something that is very, very much in our radar screen. And then last but in no way least, I wanted to go to Cedric Nestlé to thank you once again for the very promising project that you are carrying out. I think it's good, it's refreshing to see indeed industry going this way. And somehow I really got 2 points from your presentation. At some stage you were saying it's also so important that we become better in translating all the data, all the information that we have about water and their status into something that is easy to communicate and visualize with the general public. You cannot imagine how much this point is dear to me, because contrary to you, I don't have a very scientific background. I'm a poor lawyer. And one of my first requests to the colleagues has been precisely to try and work, something that we are now very actively doing with the colleagues of the European Environment Agency, to make sure that we are able to give to our citizens, I think, can't we go to real-time data delivery of information on the status of our rivers, of our groundwaters? We are almost gone there, basically, when it comes to air data. So if I want to know whether the air I'm breathing in the city is good or not, I can go to the European Environment Agency index, the air quality index, and we are marching towards making sure that we have a much better real data visualization of data also for our waters, and translated into indeed simplified information. This plays also an immense role when it comes to precision farming, for example, to help our farmers to understand how much they can do precise irrigation techniques. But you also said something that sounds really music to my ears. You said, let's find ways to put together cooperative platforms, I mean, ways to cooperate really. And here I have one question for the audience and for the speakers. Do you think we should create some sort of a big water platform for Europe where we pull together all the industry people, all the civic society people, all those stakeholders that want to accompany the European Commission in the next couple of years in the follow-up to the fitness check, in designing circular economy, water efficiency agenda, biodiversity agenda that really work for Europe, and how could we do it at best? So, rather for you.
That's certainly food for thought for us all. That's a big question. Cedric, I can see you wanted to say something. Do you want to say something quickly?
Maybe on your last point here, for sure it will be extremely difficult, but for the experience I have personally is that sharing this information and be part of the solution in the many places that we take as reference or a catchment, I feel that I'm not talking about here about the private sector only, but the dynamic that some of the actors and the stakeholders of a watershed can have together for their own benefit is much bigger than one could expect. And that putting, let's say, the terroir, so the territory or the platform to have something like this, which is catalyzing the process, I believe it's a very good idea, because there are so many goodwill to really cope with this situation that it would be a pity not to take advantage of this.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I'd actually like to come back to Gabriel as well, so that he can comment. And I think there's been a thread the whole way through around better sharing, and I know that he's itching to say something.
Yes, thank you. Well, first, excellent point about building a platform that will basically enhance the cross-collaboration. And I think we need to understand what data sets we are referring to, and it goes to the heart of data ownership. So we have, for example, in many aspects, we have tons of data that is super precise, but is not well managed, or it's not, let's say, easy of use or easy to be exploited. In other areas, we are lacking of data. And I think what What the Commission can do in that aspect is to create, let's say, a platform, a common approach to, we need data to get this type of insights. It's not only one vertical, in our view, that will sort the problem out. We can see the connection with water, but there are connections with other verticals. Water is a platform, but it also impacts other areas. That's why your idea of, why don't we create a stakeholder platform where we can have this discussion, it's important. Now, on data ownership, I think if we can bring examples from other industries, and there are many experts in other industries that can actually bring experiences. For example, healthcare. In healthcare, we have reached major breakthroughs in diagnosis, in treatment, and so on. And in most of the cases, it's driven by cross-collaboration between researchers, between scientists, utilizing the best technology that they have at their hand. If we are able to do that in this same phenomenon, well, the breakthroughs that we can get out from the data that we're collecting all over the place could dramatically change what the evolution of the current terms.
Thank you so much.
And thank you to all of you. Thank you, Veronica, for your really comprehensive perspective, which I certainly found very useful, and I'm sure everyone in the audience also enjoyed hearing, and response to each of the speakers. Just a note for the audience, in terms of Veronica's sort of big question around putting together a big water platform for Europe, if you want to post some responses through the Slido, please do, and those will all be captured, and it would be really, I think, useful for you, certainly, to be able to see those responses. So please do post them through the Q&A part of the Slido. And actually, just to wrap up the session, we're going to have a little competition. And so can I all ask you again to hold your phones and get back onto the Slido. And we are going to revisit the asks from each of our speakers. And I would like you all to vote on which ask you feel, or which call for action you feel is most important and will have the biggest impact going forward on the sustainable water management agenda. So taking into account each of the presentations that we heard and the perspective from Veronica, I would now just like you all to take some time and to vote and see what you feel is most important, and there will be a prize for the winner. So just to remind you, we've got Kuhn from Nature's Pride around developing better trade agreements, Gabrielle from Microsoft establishing appropriate legal frameworks for improved data sharing, Valeria at DuPont for recognizing the importance of water reuse for industry, David at Ecolab addressing energy performance within EU water legislation, and Cedric at Nestlé around supporting collaborative action to find better solutions. So there we are. Keep the votes coming in. So at the moment we have leading the charge, supporting collaborative action to find better solutions. So that's Cedric. That will be, at the moment, the prize looks as though it's going to you. Come on, everyone. There's more of you in the room that need to vote. There's a prize at stake. Okay. So 5 more seconds for a few final votes. Okay. I think I'll draw it to a close. I would actually like to invite to the stage Dirk Kroll from Water Europe so that he can present the prize. We have a prize here for you to give. So the winner, definitely, is supporting collaborative action to find better solutions. So that goes to Cedric Giga at Nestlé. Well done, Cedric. Here's the...
Thank you.
That use...
Chocolates.
Yeah, that's great. Is there anything you want to say? Put you on the spot. 2 words.
Yes, totally unexpected. Thank you very much. I still want to say that, yeah, working together and, again, tackling and being engaged with the local stakeholders, so many good ideas are coming from the ground and from the reality in the field that, yeah, I'm very happy to have this opportunity, but I really believe that this is a big part of the solution.
Lovely. Thank you, Cedric. I think that's a great outcome. And for sure, there was the theme of collaboration running through all of these presentations. So please can I thank all of our speakers. That was great fun, lovely interactive session. And yeah, a round of applause for all of you. Back to Piers.
So as we move to session 3, hello, yes, I'm on. So as we move to session 3, I loved that last slide. Someone should have told Donald Trump. Did you spot that the last one, the lowest voted one, was better trade agreements? Someone should tell him. And it's interesting that you've got 2 moderators, both English, and in the UK today there is the general election, and I'm pleased to say that so far nobody's mentioned it to me yet. Fingers crossed that the UK will not go galloping out of Europe today. Now, we come to session 3. Session 3 is about, well, what are the opportunities? What is the opportunities that come from all of this for innovation? This session has been created in partnership with Euro, so I'd like to acknowledge that. And I'd like to ask our 4 speakers to come and join me on the stage. Now, it's obvious I'm English from my accent, and I have struggled with some of the names today, as you may have picked up, and I'm going to have a little go now. So we have, our speakers are Javier Delgado. Near enough? Good enough, thank you. That look on his face said no. Javier Delgado, if you'd like to take that would be good. I'd also like to bring up Luis Salvatea. Marvelous, thank you. Bernard Gavlik and Norbert Kreutzinger. Marvelous. We now have our speakers on the stage. We're a little behind on time, so I'm not going to take up any more time. If you're ready to go, we're ready to hear you. Floor's all yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Piers. Well, as it says, I work for Canal de Salud Segunda, but today I'm representing Euro as a member of its joint working group for innovation. So I should start by describing what is Euro. Euro is the European Federation of Water Services, and it represents 32 national associations of drinking and wastewater operators across 29 European countries, both in the public or in the private sector. And what we do, okay, we have a network of experts coming throughout these 29 countries, and we face the water sector challenges, and with a deep knowledge of these experts, we arrive to consensus and then establish a common position of all our associates that helps engage us with EU policymakers. To set out the context of what I'm explaining, let me quote a couple of texts. Firstly, from the Water Framework Directive from year 2000, water is not a commercial product like any other, but rather a heritage which must be protected, defended, and treated as such. Thus, in my own words, we must preserve water for the upcoming generations in order to allow them to access to a resource in the appropriate quantity and quality. And secondly, the second text from Article 191.2 of the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union. It's about the environment and thus about water.
it says that the Union policy on the environment shall be based on the precautionary principle and on the principles that preventive action should be taken, that environmental damage should, as a priority, be rectified at source, and that the polluter should pay. This is the 3 points in my presentation, and in my own words, do not take actions whose consequences on the environment you ignore. Secondly, rather than removing pollution from the environment, first avoid polluting it. And third, those who damage the environment should be liable for it. So how does this match with the way we currently do innovation? In the water sector, we do innovate a lot in improving, especially in the, well, I'm speaking about the water quality issues, in the quality of drinking and wastewater, in minimizing the impact of combined sewers overflow and wastewater in the water bodies, and in recovering resources and implementing the circular economy paradigm. But you can see in this picture that there are many actors that intervene in water quality that I haven't mentioned. In some way, we feel like, okay, there's pollution in water, and they tell the water business, oh, that's your business, do deal with it. We don't have anything to do with that. And well, anyway, this way of doing things is not completely bad. We shall continue to do it in the future. But we missed something. All in all, we are very good at reacting to the changes that take place in the environment. But there are undesirable consequences of this scenario because we continuously add more and more steps in the treatment processes, steps that consume more energy, that increase the carbon footprint, that increase the price. And remember, this increase in price is being paid by our customers, not by the polluter. Additionally, the existence of pollutants in the water cycle prevents us from getting closer to a real circular economy. So what should we do? We should look at the broader picture, engage with the other stakeholders. I think the previous debate has been really has been pointing to the same thing, and I'm very glad that the example by Nestlé was the winner. I did vote for it, by the way. So we should engage with all the stakeholders in order to apply all the principles I stated at the beginning. So we should innovate in improving forestry management for a reduction of soil erosion and a better rain management. We should improve the way we prevent pollutants from reaching groundwater. We should try to reduce also contaminants from roads, from tie road wear particles. We should also improve the quality of the sludge in order to be able to reuse it much better. It is important to control and improve the runoff from our cities to prevent pollutants to reach the wastewater treatment plants. Something very, very important related to farming, there must be an improvement in fertilizers in such a way that they are not leached by water, and thus they will be more effective and they won't pollute the water bodies. And finally, wastewater treatment in industries and in hospitals too should be improved in such a way that the effluent is completely free of pollutants. So a few highlights just to finish. I think I wasn't synchronized with the presentation, I'm sorry. As a result, innovation should concentrate at developing solutions in the farming and in the industry sector in order to prevent pollutants to reach the water bodies, as I said, even though in the water sector we will continue to innovate in detection and removal of pollutants. It's unavoidable. We should also invest in making a better use of water in the whole water cycle, use less water, produce less wastewater in such a way that nutrients in wastewater are more concentrated and they can be more easily recovered and reused. We should also focus on having cleaner wastewater. Let's say the ideal would be that we have only the nutrients we want to recover and water, so we can separate them at the wastewater treatment plant, and that would be ideal. It would be easier to reclaim that water, and it is easier to reuse the nutrients and to reuse the sludge. And last but not least, there must be also innovation in the financial side. On the one hand, to implement this principle of the polluter pays, and also because there are a lot of new businesses that can be developed around the circular economy. So to sum up, even though in the water sector we will continue to actively innovate within the very restricted to the very water cycle, this innovation must also take place by involving all the stakeholders, by collaborating with them in such a way that we make, in the end, water services more sustainable, circular, and affordable. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Would you like to swap places with Lewis? Is that?
Good afternoon. I'm Luis Salvatella. I'm a full professor of organic chemistry in the University of Zaragoza, as well as a researcher at the ISQCH, a joint institute of the University of Zaragoza and the Superior Council of Scientific Investigations. In this talk, I want to call your attention to an underrated threat to fresh water, namely the pollution coming from POPs landfills. I will also show that upcycling pure HCH waste is a good method to fight against such a risk. Linane was produced as an insecticide for more than 50 years in many production plants around the world. However, linane production was very inefficient. Thus, production of 1 kilo of linane generated about 10 kilos of hexachlorocyclohexane, which is usually abbreviated as HCH. HCH is toxic for humans and other animals, mostly for aquatic organisms. HCH is considered as a probable human carcinogen and can affect the immune system. As a consequence, HCH is classified as a persistent organic pollutant, abbreviated as POP. HCH releases are banned by the Stockholm Convention, which has been implemented by European regulation. HCH was stockpiled as a waste close to the linane production plants. As a result, HCH stockpiles are located around the world in industrial countries, mostly the European Union. About 2 megatons of HCH stockpiles are known, and between 2 and 5 megatons of additional HCH stockpiles are suspected. Most HCH stockpiles were landfilled. However, buried liquid waste containing metallic barrels, rust, and liberate contents in the underground. Solid and liquid waste, along with physical and chemical agents such as light, water, air, or time, generates a dangerous mixture of organochlorinated compounds named as dense non-aqueous phase liquid, abbreviated as DNAPL. DNAPL plumes migrate slowly by gravity and diffusion through the underground and can reach the rivers. Because of its high density and viscosity, DNAPL extraction is very difficult. We can see here the case of Savignanigo, a village placed on the Preparedness 100 kilometers from here. In Savignanigo, there are 2 landfills containing HCH waste, which are named as Sardas and Bailin. These landfills are very near to the Gallego River, which flows into the Ebro River in Zaragoza, 5 kilometers from here. In 1989, the HCH levels in the Gallego River exceeded the admissible pollution levels in the European Union. Since then, several actions have been taken against DNAPL by the governments of Aragon. However, 150,000 tons of solid HCH waste still remain in these landfills. Evidently, the best way to avoid future HCH releases consists on the design of methods to carry out the elimination of HCH through chemical methods. In our research group, we are working on safe, inexpensive methods to upcycle HCH, that is, in the transformation of more inert compounds. The usual method to eliminate HCH consists on the use of sodium hydroxide to transformate HCH in a mixture of trichlorobenzenes. However, trichlorobenzenes are dangerous organochlorine compounds. In our research group, we are working on the transformation of trichlorobenzenes in benzene through the use of hydrogen gas. However, hydrogen gas is a very dangerous compound, as we can see in the picture about the Hindenburg disaster. In a reaction we are working in, we use isopropanol as a hydrogen precursor, which is transformed in acetone. In this reaction, sodium chloride is also obtained as an inert byproduct. Anyway, further research is required in order to scale up such a reaction in the most convenient way for the transformation of 150,000 tons, which are still remaining in the Savignanigo sites. Finally, I would like to thank the funds and people which are participating in this project. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Louis. I was slightly worried there that story started badly and a terrifying story. I'd never heard of the stockpiles, and to know they're so close. We'll come back to that. Bernard, all yours.
Thank you very much indeed. Nothing is as dangerous as a scientist with a PowerPoint presentation in a conference like this. I hear this sentence very often. I think Veronica before, she also has my full sympathy when we are coming from the Science Service of the European Commission with our findings, very proud on what we fumbled in our laboratories, and then we are simply confronted to explain this to the ordinary person, the man and woman in the street, children, citizens, politicians, and we fail to do so. And this is a reason why we have maybe, when we're talking about innovation, also to think about non-technological innovation in the way we are doing science. And I'm going to talk a little bit about what we are doing, teaming up, Susan Gardner mentioned it this morning, with UNEP, and addressing the topic of water quality. Now, let me start from a quote from Franz Timmermans, who said that the climate change crisis is a water crisis. And let me add, it's a water quality crisis. A water quality crisis which has been invisible and unknown. And this is the reason why the World Bank came out this year with a very interesting report on the water quality. Quality unknown, the hidden water crisis. Richard Demania, he presented it in the meeting we organized with the World Water Quality Alliance in September in Ispra. And one slide, one quote struck me a lot, because he gave a price tag to something we avoid to give a price tag to. He actually was asking, can we quantify the global economic cost of water pollution? And the finding of the World Bank said actually when the biological oxygen demand, so overall water quality we are using also in the SDG assessment, exceeds 8 milligram per liter, the gross domestic product growth declines by 1/3. Independently of all the socio-economic thing, this is money you are losing in business. Now, some other figures. 80% of the Europeans don't trust drinking water outside their country. 44% of the agricultural irrigation demand could be covered by reusing the total volume of treated wastewater in Europe. And actually, we have an overall volume of 6.6 billion cubic meters of water per year of potential reuse. These are figures which have been presented with the impact assessment of the forthcoming water reuse regulation, where we teamed up with DG Environment to formulate it. The reality, however, in the public is a different one compared to these water problems. The perception is that water reuse per se is already dangerous. Our biggest current water quality problems in Europe is called microplastics. And research says actually there are a lot of doubts and uncertainties, and we need actually more research, more chemicals to be investigated, and so forth. Truth is, water reuse is a safe practice if rules are followed and if control is established. And the primary risks are actually of biological nature. So we see a big mismatch between perception and reality. Now, we are not the only ones having this problem. This is Jan Lu, the science director of UNIT. He came to the JOC in the summer and he asked us literally, can you put the world in my hand? Because I need to do something about that. I need to move from data to action. Oh, okay, great, big challenge, planet, piece of cake. So we started actually to work with the colleagues in Nairobi, Hartwig Kremer and I, we sat together long times and had a lot of Skype conferences. How can we actually do some innovation here? And how can this innovation on science also become a water quality and diplomacy platform so that the actors in conflict, the citizen, private, public stakeholder, and the financial sector and research and academia actually start to think about solutions. So we need a rethinking the way we are doing water science. And this rethinking actually starts in our world itself. We wanted actually to start in building on the Earth observation services we have. We have excellent Earth observation skills. We have Copernicus, we have Galileo in place. We know a lot about land use, not only in Europe, but all over the planet. UNEP is using, for instance, the Global Surface Water Explorer as a reference, as a de facto reference map. We know a lot in terms of environmental modeling on what's going on. And we know a lot about in situ measurements. I saw here some colleagues here, Werner Brack from UFZ is here, compounds of emerging concern. I think, Norbert, you're also working on that topic. A lot of chemicals are coming up, and it seems that the pollution is growing. As a matter of fact, it's not. It's just the number of chemicals we see, which is growing. The concentrations overall tend to go down. So somehow in this innovation, we are missing something. No, we have these science fields, and there are silos. They don't talk to each other. I'm a lab guy. I don't talk to the guy doing monitoring. Who does not talk to the guy who has my land images? So actually, we were thinking, and let's bring in a fourth actor, citizen science, and see how we can, not in a big project, but in a bottom-up experience, unite the community to rethink this water innovation. And the result was actually the creation first of an assessment under UN SDG 6.3.2 on water quality, which gave birth to a water quality alliance, teaming up across Africa, across Latin America, across Europe to tackle the global water crisis. Now, this cannot happen if we continue to talk water only about water sectorial perspectives. We have seen a lot of presentations, I think as well also yesterday. We have to come out of our comfort zone. I cannot solve the problem of diffuse pollution from agriculture if I don't speak with the agricultural sector. I cannot tackle the issue of energy demand for desalination if I don't speak with the energy sector. So this nexus thinking, water, energy, food, and ultimately the free of charge ecosystem services we are using have to be brought on a table. But they have to be brought on a table not in international conferences. They have to be brought on a table on a local perspective. Sitting in an office in Brussels, I cannot recommend a Spanish farmer how to irrigate his or her tomatoes. I need to have an understanding of what's happening in the area there. I have to have an understanding about the energy structure and about the local conditions of living, and also the cultural acceptance. So this is a little bit what with the Water Quality Alliance we started to do. You are all invited to team up. I think the colleagues in Nairobi, they are waiting eagerly that European private sector is entering as well, and I'm ready to engage with you here. Thank you very much indeed for your attention.
Norbert. No, stay there, stay there. And if you go to the end one.
Well, thank you very much, and I will a bit follow up on what Bernd just mentioned. In my regard, I'm speaking about the pollution challenges as opportunity for innovation, and the head on my top that you don't see right now is today I'm with you as a member or representative of the joint program initiative on water, and especially on the knowledge hub on contaminants of emerging concern. Basically, what are knowledge hubs? So knowledge hubs directly address an aspect that Bernd mentioned. So we have to communicate with the stakeholders. We have to transfer knowledge, scientific knowledge, to the people that really have finally to support politics in really setting up solutions, in really supporting solutions, and finally to pay for those solutions. So there is a big gap between scientific knowledge and public acceptance. You remember the guy with the yellow no on it. And that's what we try to do in the Knowledge Hub. So we really try to follow a bottom-up approach. So we ask the members of the Knowledge Hub, what are the concerns that need to be addressed, and how could we really transfer or do communication from science to policy, from science to society. In that regard, we actually focus, or our Knowledge Hub focus on contaminants of emerging concerns. So they were mentioned several times. And we focus on the production or producing some layman's reports, policy briefs that are easily understandable, and where we communicate information even for the society, for the broader society, not necessarily for the experts. So we don't have to discuss here in that round with you what is the importance of the contaminants of emerging concern, but we really have to raise the awareness of the people, of society out there, that we have a quality issue. And the most recent document that will be disseminated then beginning of next year is really such an awareness-raising document on the importance of the CECs in the anthroposphere. And that's the story we tell about the CECs. And I want to start looking a bit back, and it was already mentioned, we are speaking about problems, but we don't speak about success, and we can, I think, can follow up in future on the success story that we had during the last 30, 40 years. And some of us still know, so I can remember a problem, a situation in our rivers that was really very bad in the 60s when we had foam, no oxygen in the rivers, but finally we were able to address that problem. We constructed the wastewater treatment plants that overcome that problem, and basically this is the start of a success story that continued afterwards with eutrophication, with ammonia toxicity in our rivers. This was the challenge. Then we built the corresponding wastewater treatment plants, implementing nitrification, phosphorus precipitation, and basically nowadays we have solved that problem. And when we go back to the previous slide, actually, you see this wastewater treatment plant 2.0 or 2 dot. And then we had a 3 dot, and nowadays we have 3.5 or 3.5 with wastewater treatment plants that implement denitrification, enhanced phosphorus removal, and because a lot was spoken about energy efficiency and so on, those treatment plants nowadays, they can operate on a energy self-sustaining mode. So they generate as much energy in the mean over the year as they consume. So this is possible today, and this is a big success story, and that should be told. Not only mention that that amount of energy is used for wastewater treatment, it's 2 watt per person compared to 2,000 watt every one of us consumes per whatever time unit you have. So this is a success story that we followed up during the last years, and we have that success today, but we are living in another world too, and this is the other side, and that's where we have to fetch up with the discussion and the solutions nowadays. So I like that graph very much, that it's published on the webpage of CAS from the Chemical Abstract Services in the US, and they every year follow up on that graph, adding the amount of registered chemicals in their database. And this graph is a very nice surrogate for showing that our society continued to develop the last decades, starting when we implemented the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive in 1991, then over the time of 2000, where we implemented the Water Framework Directive, and nowadays we have a bunch of more chemicals in the database that, of course, not are all in the environment and not all are in the rivers, but nevertheless, this graph demonstrates the change in the society, the development in our livelihood, in our goods that we use on daily basis. And when we heard this morning that every year 150 or 140 million of people increase their society status, that they can afford other new things that previously were not affordable, that means basically that is the challenge we have to treat with. So we have to ask ourselves the question, are the solutions we have nowadays fit for purpose to address organic trace pollutants, microplastics, antibiotic resistance, just to name the most important contaminants of emerging concern? And when we, for example, compare the potential in wastewater reusal, wastewater treatment based on the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive in regard to non-eutrophication sensitive, eutrophication sensitive areas, we see that our old treatment plants, as we have them nowadays, basically can deal with some of those compounds, but we have a lot of compounds that we don't deal at all. And when we look, for example, on the diclofenac, this is a compound that we don't get rid of with our 3.5 technologies, so we would have to implement new ones that are able to solve or to remove those compounds. Of course, this is very difficult to communicate to the people out there, so we need an easy way to do that, and one that we consider as really suitable is to communicate with the reduction of the estrogenic effects. So everyone knows about hormones, about the anti-baby pills, so we can say when we implement those advanced technologies, we are actually able to remove those hormone effects down to zero. We don't observe an effect in the effluent wastewater treatment plant. And that brings us to the costs. And I like very much from the economists this Big Mac index. Unfortunately, it's not too sharp, but basically it's an index about the costs of Big Mac in different countries. And so you can roughly convert the costs here. And speaking about costs, it's 3 to 5 Big Macs or packs of cigarettes or bottles of beer. When you prefer the wine, it's a bit less, but the wine is more expensive. So I don't want to answer the question if this is expensive or if we really can afford it. I leave the answer up to you. So bottom line, finalizing, the treatment plants we have now implemented aren't that bad, but they are based on technologies requirement that came up in the 1980s. We are living in a different society, we're living in a different world today, and we have really to ask whether those solutions are still fit for purpose, as we have a bunch of new substances. And when we look at transitional and reinvestment periods that are longer than 20 years, actually we would have to start to do something now. Otherwise, we are losing another 20, 30 years, and the question is if we can afford that from the environmental protection point of view. Solutions criteria are available, they are there, so we could start immediately. And further on, when we don't have legal requirements in that regard, actually we won't have really action that takes in. And these requirements basically would drive new innovations for more sustainable, better solution, more energy efficient solutions to meet those new requirements. And with that, I'm finished, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Norbert. I'm going to stay here, I think, to do the... No, oh, no, that's right. I need to move, don't I? Otherwise, you haven't got anywhere to go. I'll move my way. No. I should have planned that. So, thank you very much. We're running a little behind time, but I think we've got time for a couple of questions. So, what I think I heard there was the description of the polluter pays principle from Javier. Brilliant. It seems to make sense. And then... Luis, you described a great example of exactly that, of how innovation is being focused on a specific problem with the HCHs. We then came to Bernard talking through the challenges of public perception, is what I think I took from that, and how we can move to a more holistic approach to address these problems and not work in silos. I like that sectorial bit. And then finally, Norbert, you brought us back to saying, well, actually, conventional treatment. And the story I took actually from that was that as we move from the 70s to today, the improvements have been driven by innovations which have been brought out by the challenges that we face. So nice set of innovations being driven by some of the pollution challenges that we have before us. Looking at what we've got on Slido, I've got one question here which I'm going to take to you, Javier, around what about the problem of water pollution caused by slurry? We haven't talked about it at all today, slurry. Sewage sludges, agricultural sludges that get spread on land, the water that's embedded in those.
Well, I mentioned one of the sources of pollution by farming, which was fertilizers, but there are many others. You have this one, you have also pesticides. I think it's all the same thing. If those means of doing farming are highly pollutant, we should find either for the pesticides or for the fertilizer something that doesn't pollute, or when it's a residue, I think we should innovate in transforming that residue into some kind of resource. And
valuable resource. The circular economy is
never throwing it away and let it pollute the soil or the groundwater or the rivers or whatever. First, try to make something good out of it, and if you are not capable of that, at least put it in a safe place or do something with it, or that deactivates the pollution it might cause to the environment.
I've got it. Okay, thank you. I think we'd all resonate with that. Because we're short on time, what I'm going to do is ask the same question to the three of you, but I want you to think of something which you believe we should have done with hindsight. If, knowing what we know today, what would we have done differently 10 years ago? Can you think of something we would have done differently if we knew what we knew today around the pollution challenges? Norbert, you're looking me straight in the eye with a look of hatred, so I'm going to go straight to you first.
Well, I think we should start now. So there always is a discussion, how does the technology behave with that chemical, with that? Yep. So when we continue that discussion, nothing will happen within the next 20 years. So we should really be fond of starting somewhere, doing the first step. And of course, we have the next opportunity in 20 years. So I was speaking about wastewater treatment 3.9, but 4 or 4.0 would be resource recovery. So, and for that we may need a bit more time. So let's start immediately something that we can do, what is affordable, and knowing that this is not the end of the road. It's just the start. Just
so thinking broader about the platform of chemicals you've got to treat, rather than picking off individual problems.
Yeah, and allow some gaps in your thinking and the argumentation. So we never can ever solve all the problems that we identified now, but we have to start solving at least some of them that we are aware of.
Got it. Louis, tell me something that you'd do in hindsight.
Well, I've talked about a particular case of contamination from HCH, which come from Bob's landfills. The issue is not a present issue because this the production of lindane is now banned. Not exactly in all the world, but in most countries in the world. Problem is just a historical issue because some years ago, some decades ago, industrial practices were not very sensitive to the environment. So that these practices would be not applicable nowadays. So I think current industry has learned a lesson on the importance of the preservation of the environment. But anyway, we have currently a historical issue due to the Bob's landfills, which are still waiting for a solution. So we need to find a solution for the destruction of millions of tons of HCH, which are still waiting us. So please don't forget HCH on the water management.
Got it. Thank you. And finally.
Thank you. Well, three points came to my mind when I heard your question. Rethink science. Science is not anymore for universities and scientists alone. Do science with citizens, and then they understand and engage, and they tell you the problems they want to be solved, not what you think. Secondly, reuse. We don't need to use drinking water to flush a toilet. We all agree on this. It's not a problem of knowledge. Reuse water. There's only one water. I was very sad to see the discussion about the mission statements in Horizon Europe, where we talk about coastal water, ocean water, groundwater, surface water, what have you. But the water is only one. And last but not least, Renaissance. We can learn a lot from the Renaissance period, where we can actually use the local levels, our local research infrastructures as diplomatic currencies in a water conflict if we coordinate them from a supranational level. I'm sorry to say, as European Commission staff member, but one of the problems we face is very much that nation-wise we continue to manage our water as a property of the state, and water as a property of the people. So give it back to the people and engage with them locally. Thank you.
Brilliant. What a great way to finish this session. Well, thank you very much. Please, if you could take your seats. Thank you. That was brilliant. Now, I'm deliberately coming to the front because they're going to be moving some chairs and seats behind me as I introduce the last session before we break for coffee. Now, we're going to do something slightly different here. We're going to run what's called an Oxford-style debate. And I've got four very brave individuals who have volunteered to step forward and argue a case. And we've given them an argument to defend. So it's not that they're coming up and necessarily presenting their own personal views. They are going to argue one side of a story, and the one side of an argument. And the argument, because I'm going to ask you to vote on it, is that this House believes that technical innovation will be the main engine to solve our pollution challenges. This House believes that technical innovation will be the main engine to solve the pollution challenges. I'd like you all to flick to Slido and consider that thought and just decide, do you believe it? Are you on the for side or are you on the against side? And there's a reason why I want to do this, is because we're going to hear some arguments. Now that the tables are up, if my four volunteers could kindly come up and take their seats. I think if we could put the Slido chart on the board, we'll be able to see how people have voted. Because over the next 15, 20 minutes or so, we're going to hear some arguments. Now, in this room, I'm going to take a wild guess that most of us have innovation in our hearts. Most of us have innovation in the center of us. We believe that technical innovation is something that's going to power us forward. But you know what? Not everybody in the world thinks that. And sometimes it's incredibly useful for us to hear and think through the arguments that are against why technical innovation might be useful, because that will help us be better and more effective in our work, be that in designing policy or in actually developing up innovations ourselves. So Fiona's come back on the stage, and she's going to work on the side for the for, and I'm going to be on the side for the against, although we're obviously completely impartial moderators. And most of the debates will come from our four esteemed panelists. I think we're ready to go. Everyone's got microphones and such like. So, Fiona, would you like to introduce your panelists, please?
Yes. So I have Christian from Wareg in Italy, and I have... I'm having a complete blank. Yeah, Martin, thank you. I've even got it behind.
The clue's behind. It's amazing, isn't it? This is what happens when you drink at lunchtime.
Martin, I'm sorry. So anyway, Martin from Wetsus, and they are both going to be arguing for the motion, and I shall be encouraging them, and we are going to have a really good debate here, and the enemy are on the other side of the stage, and I'll leave Piers to do a better job of introducing
Well, at least I will know the names of my panelists. We have Frank Rogala and we have Thomas van Gilst. And actually, the way to think about this is we have here an operator and here a financier, an investor, an operator and a financier. Over there, we have a regulator and a researcher. Would that be a fair description of you? So we have a researcher, a regulator, a financier, and an operator. They have all been asked specifically to argue their case. And at the end of the panel, at the end of this debate, we'll actually let each of them stand up and say what their honest opinion is, just in case we discover that they've argued wildly against where their heart lies. But before we get to the debate, let's just see how the audience has voted. Are we able to put up the graph?
So yes, if you could pop Slido back up. Excellent. And everyone get out your phones or your devices and let us see where your allegiance lies. The for, which I would encourage strongly, or the enemy sitting on the other side of the stage.
Well, it's looking nicely balanced here. Bearing in mind there is a general election going on in the UK, I hope it is this vibrant and exciting. So we've got 53 people. It's not looking good for us on the against side. You're going to have to work hard to be persuasive over here.
Come on, the fours. We need more than 58%. Can I see anyone that isn't voting that would like to cast
We'll
their
keep
vote?
that going until we get just over 100 people, and then I think we'll put... Okay, so we can see that as we're starting, we've got clearly an audience here who believe that innovation is the main engine, technical innovation is the main engine that will drive improvements in addressing pollution challenges. There was one more thing I was meant to say. Oh, it's how the panel's going to work. So what's going to happen is there's going to be 5 minutes of debate from the for side, and then a counter debate of 5 minutes of arguments from the against side. Then you, as the audience, will have a chance to revisit your vote, and we'll see whether those numbers have shifted at all. Then there's going to be a second round of debate with 3 minutes and 3 minutes. And again, you get a chance to see if you've been persuaded. And I urge you to listen to the arguments. Listen, are you persuaded by the arguments? Has something been brought up that you hadn't considered before? And then finally, there'll be one last round of 1 minute and 1 minute for each side to counter the arguments that have been presented again. And then we will have the final vote. And so what we're looking to issue at the end is to see whether we can shift from 58-42 by the end. With no further ado, I'm going to hand over to the for side to present their first 5-minute argument, and you can see the timer at the back.
Okay, thank you. So, first of all, I don't know what they're going to say, but generally, you know, why are we here? We are here for innovation. This whole conference doesn't make sense if there is no technical innovation, so we can all go home. You know, there is nothing new to share in any conference, so basically there's no networking anymore, and probably Frank is going to say at these boring conferences, hey, I built another plant, the same one as last time. What do you think about that, Christian?
Yes, Martin, you're totally right. I mean, we're all educated people here, and there is a strong link between education and innovation. We wouldn't be here seated comfortably listening and arguing with logical arguments without being very well equipped from our higher education, which, by the way, has been developing throughout years through technical innovation that has been crucial.
Yeah, and also without technical innovation, we're just stuck in time. You know, we are like the Amish. You know, which year is it? Then this year, you know, there's no innovation anymore. This is the crucial year. Everything stops. Or, you know, what do we have? We are working with stone hammers? Is that what you guys want? I don't know. Is it... You know, you want to go to the Middle Ages? You want to go outside and defecate on the street? Is that your argument? Do you wait for the rain to fall to flush it away? Come on, we can do better than that, right? Come on, innovation is important for these kind of things. What do you think, Christian?
Well, Martin, there's one other big argument in favor that I'm sure everybody would agree on. It's that human life would not be adequately protected against the external environment, natural disasters, infectious diseases, and without technical innovation, we would not live for sure as long as we are living right now.
And also, one of the important things which we heard a lot in previous session, we want to go to a circular economy. At the moment, we have a linear economy, so we need innovations to go to a circular economy. You know, you cannot certainly throw money at it, or just by saying that you want to do it, you don't solve it. You know, it cannot be done by regulation. It cannot be done by financing. It has to be done by new innovation in the end to create this exciting new technologies that we can recover these resources and reuse them again. And this is how we want the future to look like, right?
Perfectly. That perfectly fits also with another suggestion from the general economy, that technical innovation typically generates economic wealth. If you consider production costs or value of outputs, technological innovation is crucial to that. And not only does technical innovation increases the size of the market, as you all know. For instance, think of the IT industry and the spread of the internet, which broadened the capability of companies to increase their offer of goods by selling to new markets. But also technical innovation allows companies to increase their productivity by substituting human work, for instance, by machine works, hence increasing volumes of outputs. And last but not least, innovation increases the efficiency of production by reducing average costs and generating gains that can be transferred to stakeholders, for instance, in terms of profits through dividends, or to customers, final customers, in terms of decrease of final prices of goods and better quality of services.
And also, I think one important point is, without innovation, we would do stupid things. You know, we want to do smarter things. How can we be smarter? And one of the things, at least, where we need to be smarter, if you look at phosphate. If you want to recover phosphate at a lower concentration, and you want to do it with the same technology, no innovation, and you want to, for instance, decrease it by a factor of 2, then you have to maybe increase your wastewater treatment plant by a factor of 10. You have to pour a lot of concrete. You should actually think what kind of other technologies are available. Maybe it's not the current technologies which are developed at the moment, but it should be a completely different system. You have to redesign completely a new wastewater treatment plant and think, okay, where at which moment shall we implement which technology? Which is on the technological side, but also from the planning side. We need to interact with each other. We need to figure out where do we want to do something. Will that be by just this technical innovation just on a plant? Will it also be by social innovation, by others at least? In the end, they're all combined. And this technical innovation, I think, is really the key, at least, to make this happen. I think that's the most important aspect.
Lovely.
And with that, I'm going to draw you to a close. Perfect timing. You did your 5 minutes. Let's jump straight over to the against. Set the clock again.
Hard act to follow.
Well, we can start, I guess, without the clock, so we gain a few seconds.
The clock started.
Of course, innovation is a desirable activity, but what is the question here? That technical innovation will solve the global pollution challenge, which is urgent, which is very important, and needs immediate solutions. Innovation, as a definition, is making something different with new ideas, with new products. Well, a new method is unproven. It means a huge risk. It means uncertainty. It means cost without guaranteed outcome. That's not what we can afford to solve this immediate global issue. Now that we are here in Aragon, it actually comes to mind that we have 500 years ago, we had Ferdinand II, the King of Aragon, who financed one of the first discoverers, Columbus, that I will take as an example for an innovator. Well, he left Cadiz without knowing where he was going. He arrived in Santo Domingo, he didn't know where he was. He came back, he didn't have a clue where he had been, and all that with government money. So that, of course, doesn't even mention that he lost one ship, Santa Maria, his main ship. He actually lost 9 ships in the 4 trips that he did, and he caused havoc among the natives that he was visiting in Cuba or Haiti. Thousands, millions died after his visit. So that, for me, is an example of failed innovation without clear target, without collaboration. And I think that's where we have to focus.
Okay, so fast forward another couple of 100 years, and we're in the period of industrialization. With the rapid industrialization of humankind, our lives have become more comfortable, our longevity has increased. But industrialization is also the main cause of the levels of pollution that we see today all over the world. Habitats and species are disappearing from the face of the earth at the fastest rate ever. Innovation often comes with unintended side effects, and has indeed brought us in this bitter place where we are today. And this house is proposing that the same poison can solve these problems, can heal the patient. Innovation has been the spark that started industrialization and a shift towards an unsustainable consumer society with its giga environmental footprint. At most, innovation will slow down how fast we're getting ourselves into more trouble. The rate of decline of natural habitats and the irreversible disappearance of animals and plant species is happening already. Let us face it. How many of us in this room really think that we're on the cusp of finding a solution that will address these problems?
Yeah, that's like in the Second World War. In the last year of the war, the German population were promised a Wunderwaffe, a miracle weapon to fight against this overarching enemy. And of course, on the contrary, we have, if we are in a very serious battle, to work on a very specific battle plan, not just invent some vague solution, out of which 1 in 10 maybe will give us an exit plan, and out of which we need 10 years to go from pilot to demo scale. So we need to focus our resources in a structured way to solve a very specific problem.
So let us not lose sight that supporting innovation costs money, and the allocation of public money, which is usually behind innovation, also costs money and minds. According to Harvard Business School, 92% of startups fail and 95% of product innovations fail. I dare to say that in the environmental sector, the failure rate is even higher. To borrow Boris Johnson's, here it comes, Boris Johnson's line, whilst we dither and delay, the environmental problem is immediate and urgent, with many effects irreversible. In fact, a large part of the world's pollution problems could already be solved today. Plenty of technologies and policy examples already exist to protect or treat water and wastewater to very high standards. I think it's been said many times before today. There's a plethora of fancy ideas to improve certain processes, but let us be realistic, the majority will only bring incremental improvements. We can already today achieve our targets simply by identifying and replacing or replicating best examples of technologies, policies, lifestyles, and we must not pass the ball on to the next generation. What is really needed is political drive to tackle the problems universally, to educate, to convince people across the board to be the agents of change. We also need the drive to enforce the policies and the laws to be adhered to. So this sounds banal, but we have some fundamental issues about jurisdictions not willing to tax or to fine polluting industries for the sake of employment.
I'm going to stop you there because you've got some extra seconds at the beginning. Sorry. And I think we should take 15 seconds to summarize each of our side. So I'm going to do the against first. So you heard it. Innovation is risky, innovation's difficult, it has consequences which we often don't understand, and actually the best thing we should do is stick with the knitting, stick with the stuff we know, get the policies right, and actually that will be a much better world.
Fine. Well, I'd actually just like to make a point that I think that the opposition perhaps didn't focus entirely on the brief. When we are arguing for, or we are arguing the motion of technical innovation, so we need to be specific in our debate. So the Foresight did an excellent job of putting forward a whole range of different arguments of why innovation is so important, and really everyone here today is testament to that. We are all here because we are passionate about the innovation agenda, and we are all working day in, day out to contribute to innovation to make a better society for the future.
Okay, so let's see if anyone's been persuaded at that first round to change their vote. If you can go back to Slido, if we can have the graph back up behind me, please. What's happened is Slido is open, so you don't get to re-vote, you just get to shift. If you have changed your mind at all, this is the time when you can show it. And it looks like, oh, what a shame. It looks like my team is doing better than they were. Oh, look, it's going to go down now, isn't it?
Yes, come on, the fours.
But you're closing the gap. You've shifted it by a solid 4%. So yay, we're shifting the audience against innovation. All right, we're ready to go. We're keeping that at 46. I saw 46.54 at the end. You now have 3 more minutes. 3 more minutes to counter the brilliant arguments that were presented on this side. It's going to be tough, but see what you can do. Off you go.
So it still seems this audience wants to go home and doesn't want to be here and doesn't want to listen to the conference. Maybe it's a message for you, Piers. I'm not sure what's going on here, but in any way, you talk about ships getting lost at least, you know, the adventurer spirit at least, and you say, oh, we lost ships and something is going wrong there. And, you know, these guys, if they would have current technology called GPS, they wouldn't get lost. It's called innovation. It actually helps. And they would have better ships and it would go faster, or maybe even they could have taken a plane. So maybe even satellite, they should sit at home and use Google Maps. So, you know, sometimes innovation can be good, eh? It can be easier instead of complaining about what happened without innovation. So I think also one important point, you say that innovation slows down the progress. Well, in the end, I think innovation is actually speeding it up. You know, you talk about the old stuff. I think nowadays what happens in innovation is that you start collaborating with companies in an early stage. And you really go already from a very early idea together with companies already, with universities, with knowledge centers. You bring this to the market, and this idea to market phase is going faster and faster because of this new type of innovation. So if you talk about old style innovation, maybe you're right. You know, some professor thought of some idea, and then he brings it to a company, and the company doesn't believe it, has to test it. So this is the old style. I think the new style, actually, innovation goes much faster to market. So there is no time issue. Christian.
Yes, we talk about venture capitalism. Of course, in innovation, like in any investment, there is a risk, but there are also ways to mitigate the risks. And technical innovation, you know, exactly does that. I mean, thinks about the better ways to mitigate those risks. There is also legislation, there is a regulation that can apply specific rules to mitigate those risks. When I go further to the argument on about pollution and the late response of technical innovation to pollution, then think about the fact that technical innovation has long-term solutions to address pollution. If you think about the energy transitions, for instance, to clean energy, the passage from thermal energy to hydropower, wind power, solar power, that's a powerful example of how technical innovation can address in long-term environmental problems.
And when you talk about if you don't have innovation, you don't have any startups. So you can say startups fail, but without innovation, there are no startups. And then EASME can basically stop working. You know, the EU stops funding at least innovation. We can all stop at least, you know. There is no economy anymore.
Done. Thank you. The against. Let's set the clock for 3. And the counter arguments.
Well, we heard this morning the top pollution challenges from Daniel Kalecha or from Susan Gardner. They showed us that the big problem is biodiversity loss, ecosystem collapse, all that caused by climate change. But fortunately, most of the speakers we had so far were confident that all these challenges can be addressed with established science and technology as long as we have coordinated action. Therefore, the real issue is not technical, it's behavior. It's our selfishness, our greed, our apathy. We don't dare to move. And that is not easy to solve with technical innovation. That only adds complexity, diverts resources, makes us lose time in things that are unpredictable. And while that, the world is growing fast, and globalization will continue to increase the consumerist mentality and the damages that it does to our society all over the earth. And again, the environment will suffer from this fast development that eats up resources. Therefore, it's our behavior that we have to change, not innovation. The wealthy countries need to lead the way in a new way of life, reducing their outsized environmental footprint.
Thank you. So, like Fiona said something along the lines of that we're not focusing on technical innovation. But if you read the statement, if I've written it down correctly, it says this House believes that technical innovation will be the main engine in solving global pollution challenges. So what I'm contesting is not that there's anything wrong with innovation, I'm just saying that it won't be the main engine. Most of the solutions already exist. Another thing is, you want to claim all the benefits of existing technologies, things that were invented maybe 100 years ago or 20 years ago. But then you should also sort of take on board the onus that industrialization has created, all the pollution of the rivers, all the species that we've lost already. So I wouldn't go there anyway. So the notion of innovation, of solving the environmental problems, to me is an absolute farce. Anyone supporting this stance, rather than acting with the means we have at our disposal today, would be a hypocrite, distracting minds from simply getting on with what needs to be done today. What we need is a mentality change also amongst consumers. We need to realize that even taking a selfie costs a lot of energy. Not just a smartphone, but what it causes elsewhere in the ether. And unfortunately, our political masters are also not setting the examples by traveling, I'm talking about the EU Parliament, traveling back and forth between Brussels and Strasbourg every 2 weeks. So hypocrisy is rife. We have to avoid the impacts we're having on the environment and act today, as our environment is already changing irreversibly. We cannot hide behind excuses to postpone.
Brilliant timing. Thank you very much. You know how this works. Get your phones out. Were you persuaded, though, those new, deeper counter-arguments? Let's put the line up there. Oh, it has almost become Brexit-like here, 51-49.
I'm just going to make a quick point about the behaviour comment. Behaviour change is more important than innovation. Well, I actually think that innovation drives behavioural change.
But does technical innovation...
Without innovation, we would not have a smartphone, and the smartphone is really driving a lot of behavioural change. So I'm just putting it out there.
I think this is a little unfair. Did you know as soon as she opened her mouth, it went back in their favour? It's just not fair. OK, we're now at 53-47. You've notched it up another %. You're doing well. 48-52. Look at this. It all hangs on the last minute. So get your minds together. Get your arguments ready. This needs to be concise. You've got 60 minutes to win it. Make these punchy. Get it
60
right.
Seconds.
It's 60 seconds. The technical innovation of a watch is something I need. Are you ready? Go.
Their main point is that technical innovation is to blame, at least for the problems which we have at the moment, but that's not true. It's just at least policy. It's the use of the innovation. It's not the innovation itself. And now at least we are stuck with the choices they made in the past. Do we want to be stupid people and live like cavemen? Or do we want to go to the transition of a circular economy and live in an exciting world with new technologies and save our planet for our children?
Yes, and finally, technical innovation can really drive a change in the attitude of consumers and make energy consumption more efficient. If you think of smart grids, for instance, if you think of the concept of prosumers and other that are getting more and more fashionable.
OK, that's good. They've laid their case out. Your final response.
Well, as Piers said, today is election day in the UK. So let's not dither and delay. Let's get the Green Deal done. The environmental problems are immediate, urgent. Many effects are irreversible. Solutions are available. So it's all about implementation, coordinated action. Adriano Battigliani said that very clear. Cedric Egger says support collaborative action. That was the highest voted point. And of course, Javier Fernandez said stakeholder engagement and prevention of pollution is the solution.
Come on, innovation is about industry staying ahead of the competition, even self-enrichment. And if it benefits the environment, then so much the better. This is what it's all about. And kid you not, innovation is about jobs, first of all. You mentioned yourself, what are the startups going to do? What's the point of having a startup, if it's not inventing something useful or that's going to really make a big change? I mean, it's not a goal in itself to finance startups. And then finally, okay, well, time's up.
You're done on time. Thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Gentlemen, could I ask that you come and stand at the front, please, and not look behind you? And can I now ask you, as the audience, to have one last vote? This is your last chance to change your view, and I do encourage you to think about the arguments that were presented, not where your heart would take you, the arguments that were presented. So no looking behind, just facing forward, please. No, you're not allowed to see it.
You really entered
Let's see what the response is. No cheating, no cheating. Only I'm allowed to see it. And now let's put the graph up the back. Oh, look, they're looking behind anyway. All right, I'll let you see. For a brief moment, we did have 51-49.
I didn't see that. 52-48, Piers. Ooh, it's very exciting. I'm feeling nervous. Come on, the fours.
Hang on, we've swapped around. Whichever one's at the top. I didn't spot that that's happened. They swapped round. As soon as it goes to the top, it drops back down.
Oh, we need to switch that round. Oh, 50-50.
And let's
well
pause
done,
it there, because
everyone.
that feels like a winning place to be.
Well done. That was
I
great
said
fun.
at the beginning that these volunteers had kindly stepped up to argue against their case. I'm going to start with the fours. Are you a believer in innovation, or were you arguing against your heart?
I think both. In the end, at least, it's only the combination of the two which works in that way. If you just do innovation and you don't do anything with it, was also the comment, and I think they're fair comments. You know, it should have a use. In the end, if you have the wrong policies, then there will be misuse. You don't use them in the right way. I think we have great examples of that in the US. Great technologies, but they don't use them correctly. So it's a use on both sides. So in the end, yeah, I think 50-50 is perfect.
Yeah, I perfectly agree that there is no reason why to have a technical innovation if not to increase the benefits for consumers and citizens and human beings in general.
Now, were you really? Where's your heart, Mr. Financier, Mr. Only worried about the money?
I'm very much in favor of it. I really am, I promise. No, I thought that if you would have focused on, innovation normally costs 2 or 3% of, let's say, the budget of any, let's say, commercial company, that would have been, for me, a really winning argument. And you cannot argue against that. But obviously, we're talking only about innovation. And I think we took a slightly different interpretation of it. Only innovation looking forward and sort of taking everything that already exists as being the answer to these problems. That's why we could argue quite, let's say, forcefully. But deep down, of course, we're all for finding solutions that improve efficiencies and all of that.
So I have to go to Frank, and just in case no one's aware, Frank is the head of innovation at Aqualia that does some of the most exciting technical innovation that the water industry has ever seen. Frank, where was your heart in this debate?
Obviously, you forced me to commit public harakiri today in getting rid of my own job.
He will be available for employment as of tomorrow, I think.
And of course, every day I am confronted with the same arguments I try to defend today, that I'm completely useless. I'm honored that actually our banker says we should spend 2 or 3% of our income on innovation. I'm very happy that I can convince my chairman to spend 0.5%. And I actually promised him that by spending this 0.5% every year, he will get rid of his electricity bill in 10 years and abolish the carbon footprint of our company.
Awesome. Well, finally, I think, because Fiona and I obviously took sides, I should just say, just for clarity, that Fiona and I both work for a company called ISLE. We work with 300 or so water utilities around the world, helping them with technical innovation, identifying it and adopting it. I think it's fair to say that everyone on this everyone on this stage is fully committed to innovation and fully believing of it. The challenge I think that we've all got to take from this debate, fun though it was, is actually that not everybody is with us in our organisations or in our governments, and we often need to think their stances. So, just before you go off to coffee, can we have one last round of applause for these very brave souls?
Yeah, and thank you all for entertaining us all so well. It was good fun. So well done.
Can I see you back here in half an hour, please?
Piers, we've got a prize.
Oh, we've got a prize.
And we've actually, Guido's done brilliantly because he's just rustled up, we weren't expecting it to be a draw. And so he's rustled up a couple of extra prizes. So you could present the prizes for the against, and I will run over here and thank you very much. That's great.
Thank you. Well, in that case, everyone's a winner.
Yeah. Well done, everyone. Thank you. Yeah.
Green is the new blue.
Can I see you back here in half an hour, please? Thank you.
everyone, welcome back. If you can take your seats so that we can kick off for the last session of the day. Last, but by no means least. And just to give you a quick overview, this session is really all about the lessons learned and also the future prospects of projects that have essentially been funded by the European Commission. And I'm actually going to hand over to Panos Balabanis, who is going to lead this session. So you'll be in his very capable hands. So I'm going to step to one side, and Panos, the floor is yours. Thank you, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Fiona. Thank you also for your attention. I think this is one of the last sessions before the closing. So it's a pleasure also to have here a very distinguished panel of people working on the European project, but also people also coming from, in particular, also the US. So this is the session that we are going also to showcase some examples of type of projects that we are supporting in the context of the Horizon 2020, which is the current framework for research and innovation. And then we'll also complement these presentations with two other funding programs, and to have also to see how this project is also dealing about water-related innovation and how they can also tell us, about the lessons learned. So without taking more of your time, I would like, let's say, first of all, also to kindly invite Werner Brock also to join us. Werner, who works now at the Helmholtz Center for Environmental Research in Leipzig, has been working a lot on issues also related to emerging also pollutants, and I think Werner has very good outcomes from different projects supported, outcomes which have also very nice policy implications. So Werner, the floor is yours.
Well, thanks a lot for that nice introduction, and good afternoon to all of you. So there have been even more people this morning, but it's good that you are here. And well, it's a pleasure for me to be here in this really exciting and interesting conference. And it's also a pleasure that I have the opportunity to tell you a bit more about the project I was coordinating, Solutions for Present and Future Emerging Pollutants, and there is a little bit more words on that. So it's about emerging pollutants, and I'm quite happy that Norbert already explained a bit about it, so you have already an idea in mind. So let's have a look on the background. So we already heard a lot about the ambitions of EU policy. So the Water Framework Directive, of course, that tries to get a good quality of all European water bodies, the strategy for a non-toxic environment. We also have, of course, the zero pollution strategy, and so on. So I think really ambitious and really highly appreciated. But let's also have a look on the implementation. And we already heard water quality improved. Yes, that's true, that's no doubt. But still, I think there is quite some room for improvement. And that was what we were dealing with in Solutions. So I think if we have a look on the maps, so the ecological status maps or the chemical status maps, and we have the Water Framework Directive in progress since 2000, we see relatively limited progress in quality status, despite a lot of money that has been invested. So, and another point I see relatively critical is that the focus is very much, particularly of monitoring, is very much on the status monitoring rather than finding solutions. And there is a relatively weak link between monitoring and management. So, and the last thing, and that's maybe the major point for Solutions, is that many chemicals are ignored, all these emerging pollutants, and the mixtures of them are ignored too. So what did Solutions do? We focused on monitoring and assessment of these mixtures. It's called solutions focused, so we want to change something. Then on modeling, so we combined monitoring with modeling to fill gaps, to prioritize measures, and to calculate scenarios, so how can that be in future? And of course, we did a lot of policy recommendations for Water Framework Directive review too. So let's start with monitoring. So what we suggested is to combine effect-based monitoring with chemical screening of mixtures. So in order to really address the mixtures we have, to minimize the risk to overlook hazardous chemicals, what we are doing at the moment quite intensively, to discover emerging compounds, and to do a real prioritization of water bodies and measures. What should we do first and what should we do later? If I have a look on the map, for example, of chemical status in Germany, everything is red. That does not help. So we need to know what is better, what is worse, where do we need to act. And all these suggestions, and particularly the effect-based monitoring suggestions, they also are discussed quite a lot, I think, in the European Commission. There was even a working group, WFD CIS working group, where we also contributed in order to prepare guidance. And what you see here is just, let's say, the test battery for effect-based monitoring we suggested, including in vivo assays and proxies for long-term effects, that means in vitro assays. So let's jump to the modeling, because, monitoring always has some gaps. We cannot monitor everywhere, we cannot monitor every compound, we cannot monitor at all places. So we developed a quite nice model train, let's say, to predict European scale emissions, exposure, and mixture risk, and to apply that really on the European scale. We did that for 1,800 compounds. The outcome is what you see there. No, it doesn't work like that, but what you see here on the map. Why do we do that? To bridge the monitoring gaps with respect to compounds, sites, time, and so on, to prioritize compounds and water bodies that should be monitored in a better way, to predict footprint reductions, and to do scenarios for decision support for the future. And I think that's more or less my last slide. So a major focus, of course, was also on stakeholder dialogue and trying to come up with recommendations for water framework directive review. And I think the first thing I would like to show you here is, let's say, one very general overall result, and that is what you see here in that figure. So in collaboration with other big EU projects, we found that, toxicity, toxic chemicals, these toxic mixtures, not the priority pollutants, but the toxic mixtures, they contribute about 1/3 to the impaired ecological status, together with habitat and nutrients. Based on that finding, we did solutions policy briefs, which came out just recently, where we show all the different solutions, all the different tools. We produced a quite nice web-based tool to support Water Framework Directive implementation called RebaTox. And of course, we had recommendations for enhanced consistency and feedback loops between legislations, particularly on chemicals and on water quality. And I think that's, let's say, the last message and the major message that came out of the Water Framework Directive, because we had a lot of discussions. Shall we weaken it? Shall we strengthen it? What shall we do with it? Shall we skip it because it doesn't work? So there's also a lot of frustration around with practitioners. And I think what we should do is really to empower the Water Framework Directive, which is a really unique legislation to prevent the risks of chemical pollution in European rivers and lakes. And to do so, we have to do it first of all on a more holistic basis, or not on the basis of few priority pollutants, and second, with having in mind that we want to change it, that we want to improve the water quality, and not just define a bad status for the next 20 years as we had for the last 20 years. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Werner. I think very interesting also presentation. Let's now pass to another area. This is climate. We talked today about climate adaptation, the possibilities, how we can help also policymakers also to see the right path for adaptation. I would like then to call to the podium also Anna Stella, who is working at the Hydraulic Environmental Laboratory in Lisbon, also to tell us, experience about the bingo projects on climate adaptation. Anna Stella, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Panos. First of all, I would like to say that I'm very, very pleased to be here at this very interesting conference, and also very happy to understand how we have reached to similar conclusions, approaches, and views. So I'm here to tell you something about Bingo. Bingo is or was an Age 2020 project that just ended in September this year. Our main objective was to understand the impacts in the water cycle from climate change in this near future. So for this, we developed a work plan that was also quite innovative. First, we tackled climate predictions for the near future. We used decadal climate predictions. In order to evaluate impacts in the water cycle, we used a combination of models that would allow us to understand not just what would come in surface water, but also in groundwater and in the soil, what is called the hidden part of the hydrological cycle. And taking all this information together with stakeholders, we developed adaptation strategies and solutions to some key socioeconomic activities. This is an overall of what we did, and so much more I could say, but I invite you to visit the Bingo website. For now and today, I would like to bring here some 3 relevant key messages that we learned from this experience. First key message is that it's very important that research and knowledge is growing from real life, from real cases. We took Bingo, all this work program was done at 6 research sites in different countries in Europe, from North Europe to South Europe, and different climatic conditions, 6 different languages, and we were working together, researchers and stakeholders, since the very beginning of the project. We realized how important it is for researchers to have this dialogue, because then we can reach to a research that is valuable to these actors in society. It happens that sometimes researchers, if we are in our silos, in our offices or labs, we sometimes understand something that can be useful. But if we meet stakeholders and if we dialogue with them, we learn what is really needed at that moment. Also very relevant was that we could validate our solutions with them. We co-produced them together. Second key message, we can and we should make management and governance more adaptive. This means that starting from very good scientific knowledge, when we are implementing it in management guidelines or options or policies, we need to take into account that in society we have actors that have different levels of resources, of preparedness and of capacities. So we should all engage them into following these policies and guidelines, but understanding that there will be always front runners and followers. So we should all move in the same direction and not requiring that everyone is at the same stage at the same time. Third and last key message. It has been addressed in this today by several people, is the power of communication. Because we can only start the grounds for negotiation and for collaborative action that are so crucial for water management and to address climate change adaptation if we are able to communicate and collaborate with each other. And for this purpose, we can bring some innovation to the structures we have, because there are some cultural practices of communication between organizations and actors that can be improved. So if we have a better dialogue, if we can understand best what is each other's interests and objectives, we can collaborate better, and so we can reach to action, because I think we all want to see results in this near future. And my last information is that we learned so much from this experience of working together with stakeholders, some of them part of the Bingo consortium, others from outside, that at the end we added additional deliverables to the project, and we produce 4 policy briefs that are bringing the results from research to high-level decision makers. And we do believe this was and is a very good contribution from the project. Many thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Anna, Stella. And I would like now to pass to the next presentation. Ask Francesco Fantone, who is a full professor at the Polytechnic University of Marcia. Francesco, we discussed a lot about circular economy, that we have to change the way that we are treating and managing also the water. So what is your experience on circular economy and the potential for water use?
Well, thank you very much, Panos, and thanks a lot to all the organizers for this invitation. After 4 years of project, it's crucial to be here to bring our experience about some keywords. Actually, I was adding keywords to this presentation over the project, and now we have sustainable recovery, about technologies, safe reuse, about what we are producing, about value in urban water cycle, and which is our challenge, to go from concept for technologies to standard practice. Of course, I will highlight the role of the EU-funded actions in order to show how we are engaging stakeholders, and in the end we will see how we were engaged as stakeholders. We innovators, we were engaged by governments as stakeholders to bring our experience. So when we started, we were focusing on some challenges. We are researchers, so we were focusing on innovation, and then during the months, we were highlighting the challenges. And actually, if we want to move from linear to circular economy, we have to focus not only on the technical innovation, but we have to think about the operators. Utilities are working in their own environment, and the water sector is very resilient in terms of uptaking of innovation. So we have to enable the skills of the operators. We have to work with regulators, not only support policy, and we have to think about retaining the materials of the value that we are recovering in order to keep the value of resources, thinking about the resource security that we have to guarantee. These were the challenges that we addressed within Smart Plant. And when we started, we asked the utilities, are you interested in materials recovery? They said no. The majority of our partners are newcomers, so they were not aware about Horizon 2020. We asked them, are you interested about material recovery and reuse? No, they said, well, I want to treat water and to produce clean water. So this was our first point. And our selling point of a Smart Plant was, first of all, your water quality will be the same or better, and you will have energy efficiency and carbon efficiency, and as added value, you will recover materials. That's why we are upgrading a real plant to recover cellulose, to recover phosphorus, to recover nutrients, to recover biopolymers, polydioxyalkanoate, to produce finally materials for the construction industry, like biocomposite, we produce benches, to produce nutrients, to produce biofertilizer, and to address the market in technologies that were verified within the environmental technology verification protocols. This is another hot point of our project. When we asked to utilities, do you know ETV? In Brussels, all of them, they said, yes, I know. All over Europe, they said, no, I don't know ETV. So about ETV, a lot of efforts, but still we have to work a lot. At the end of the project, we clustered with other projects, and we produced our policy support paper with other projects working on resource recovery. And we identified the policy and barriers. We were also part in the innovation deal. It was a great experience for us. At the moment, we have a circular economy package. We have a new common agricultural policies. We have a new fertilizing products regulation, but we still have no apparent willingness of customers to accept a premium for sustainability. So regulation is the key. And we have a customer reluctance when they think about sewage-originated materials when these are declared. Public procurement is still focusing on low cost instead of closed loops, and except for fertilizing, still we miss end-of-waste harmonized regulation all around Europe. This is the challenge. So we try to support the policy, but also the regulation, thinking about our own experience. So we were thinking about materials recovering by energy efficiency. So again, water and energy food carbon nexus is a key, but this should be quantified by evidence and metrics. I like very much the presentation this morning. And maybe we need some clear targets as the ones that were used in the energy directives, and we need more harmonization at EU level. Finally, we need long-term binding agreements. We have to think that the water sector, they have a contract for 10, 20 years. So if they don't have clear long-term binding agreements, they're not going to invest in resource recovery if they cannot circulate this material to the chemical industry, for example. So after our policy support papers, we were very happy to support the European policy, but we were not happy because we didn't see the impact. And further to the comments from the European Commission, we were interfacing with the national government. And these are our major results, I think. Because this is an example from Italy. We were interfacing and we were engaged as a stakeholder. And at the moment, you can see the new legislation on sludge management in Italy is providing promotion of cellulose, biopolymer, and nutrient. And also the new proposal for water tariff is proposing promotion of cellulose, nutrient, biopolymers. That is actually what we have planned to demonstrate in Smart Plan. So our way is support policy directly, but also work with the national government to have the other way around, support the member states to get two ways to the European policy that is difficult to be harmonized. Thank you very much.
After seeing examples of projects which have been funded by, say, Horizon 2020, I think it would be also too good to see an example from other funding mechanisms at the Commission, which also support more practical, I would say, applications. So I have the pleasure also to invite Malgorzata Piecka from EASME, a project advisor, also to present their activity.
Thank you very much. So today I would like to speak to you about the LIFE program, which is a financial instrument to finance, co-fund the environment, climate, and nature program. And I'm particularly working on the water team, in the water team of environment. We took over the program, the projects from DG Environment. We took over in 2014, and we kind of feel responsible since then. We take full responsibility for the projects. We cover through the projects practically all the possible water policies, as you can see. And there are different aims of the projects which we are co-financing. So if you want to go more into details, I shall be happy to discuss later. What about impacts and follow-up? We have so-called project indicators, where the proposals are at the beginning of each project. The beneficiaries are giving the numbers, what they are aiming at, which means the reduction of certain pollutants and so on. So more or less at the beginning, it's just like prediction. So, and later on, in the progress report, interim reports, they are actually reporting the real values. At the end of the project, they are also telling us what they achieved and what they are planning to achieve within 3 and 5 years after the project ends. We use a lot project indicators. We also are in contact with our parent DGs, with the JRC and so on. So because KPIs are the kind of tools which help us to measure the impacts of the project. So we always want to see what the project managed to achieve. We have a live project database in the Data Hub, where you can also have a look to find possible networking possibilities, to see successful project, best practice, those who have already conducted the projects or they are looking for some partners. We as well have a tool which is called ex-post audit, which helps us to check what is the possible error rate, which means that what kind of performance is also our agency doing. We have a monitoring team which is following up the projects in their countries, in the countries of the proposal, which with the monitoring team which speaks the language of the country, which is always the first contact point for the beneficiaries. And we have a live stakeholders workshop, which is organized regularly also to help to involve the stakeholders in the live program. We have created recently so-called Dente Water Hub, which actually is constructed of, is composed by different monitoring people from the monitoring team, which help us also to look through the programs, which LIFE program is covering not only environment, but also climate and nature. So it means that there are water projects within different teams, also nature and climate. So in a way, we manage to look from different perspectives that we don't overlap, or we kindly have idea what is happening within the policy or what needs to be done. As I mentioned, we also have the monitoring team, which help us to follow up what the impacts and possibly to see what are the possible challenges in the water. We want to see after life plans and Lyman's report for each project, so because we want to see if the proposal, if the project will outlast the financial, the duration of the project, because we don't want to have another project which will end up somewhere in the shelf. So we want to see impacts, we want to see how it will be conducted, what is the transfer, replication, transferability, that it means that the project will be somewhere replicated, transferred to another sector. We want to go beyond the borders, beyond the regions. We have the Close to Market initiative, which also we stimulate our beneficiaries to look also at the financial aspects of their projects, because we have close to market projects, so we want to see business plans. And if you want to see more, please have a look at our website. Come to our Life Info Day, which will be this year in Brussels on the 13th of April. And with this, I would like to thank you for your attention.
And as it was mentioned earlier today, of course, water is a global challenge and global issue. So collaboration across also between also different stakeholders is very important. So I have the pleasure also to invite Steven Sonberg, who is the Regional Director of the World Bank from Europe and Central Asia, to give us also his perspective and views on innovation in the water area.
Thank you, Panos. I was asked to share our experience in encouraging innovation around the globe, and inevitably, when you're the last speaker in the last panel at the end of the day, much of what you plan to say has already been presented, but hopefully this presentation will help to capture some of the very good points made earlier and throughout the day. So I wanted to share with you 7 areas that we've seen as critical to really creating the kind of innovation ecosystem or space that's effective in the water sector. The first one is, and it's been mentioned before, we have to change how people think about water. It has to move from single sectors to multi-sectoral or integrated water management. Agriculture is a good example of that, and I think there was some excellent work done by the previous Agricultural Commissioner, Phil Hogan, in convincing the G20 agricultural ministers to place agricultural water use in the context of broader basin management, and that's been extremely important. Secondly, we have to move, as was mentioned earlier, from a linear approach to a circular approach. I don't have to go further into that. It's been a theme throughout the day. But thirdly, an area where we haven't heard much discussion, but is also an important area or direction of travel in the area of water, is moving from centralized to distributed solutions. When I go to one of our large client countries, one of the things they're most proud of is the fact that they built a wastewater treatment plant that apparently can be seen from space. When I asked the general manager of the Metropolitan Water District of Los Angeles what his advice would be for a water manager in a developing country, he said, please tell them don't build big, large centralized infrastructure, build decentralized wastewater treatment facilities because that facilitates the reuse process. So there's a huge movement occurring, and we need to capture that as part of how people think about water. A second area, and it's been mentioned a number of times, is we need to make this a shared agenda amongst stakeholders. And some of the ways we've seen that happen is, first of all, never waste a good crisis. Day zero, of course, comes from the water shortages in Cape Town. And in speaking with the management of Cape Town Water, one of whom is now one of our former colleagues, is now the general manager, while it was a difficult event for the people of Cape Town, it was also an opportunity to address some long-standing limitations or policy barriers to moving water between the agricultural sector and the urban sector when needed, or creating water markets or other mechanisms. So we have to take advantage of these crises when everyone is focused on the water agenda. Secondly, we have to diversify who is in the water agenda. We're doing some work, as an example, with countries in the Danube and with utilities in the Danube Basin to have a more diverse workforce, so that when people look at water managers and the water industry, they see themselves. And that engages them more and makes it a more familiar and comfortable space to engage. And of course, we've discussed, and there's some excellent representatives here, from the important role of youth and youth voices as part of the water movement. Another area that we found is extremely important is really getting water professionals to the cutting edge. When I say water professionals, I'm talking about government officials working in water, utility officials, but also the staff of agencies like the World Bank and the consultants we use. I often find that we get stuck in a certain knowledge at a certain point of time, and then we're focusing on administrative aspects, whether we're government or funding agencies, and we miss all the progress that's happening in the industry. So we try and support that in a number of ways. We have study tours, which we sponsor, in which we bring people from around the world, as well as our staff, to see innovations. The picture here is from a visit to the Netherlands, where we were able to see their very innovative approaches, including living with floods and other aspects. We also encourage our staff and help government officials go to trade shows. Like this, it's a place to really find out what's happening in industry and engage directly. And then thirdly, we support a lot of peer exchanges, utility manager to utility manager. I've brought people from different utilities around the world to the Middle East and vice versa, and that's been very valuable. Fourth area is, of course, the support of regulation, which has been mentioned before. Clearly, the European Union is making some tremendous advances with, and it was discussed earlier by Veronica regarding water reuse. And that's creating a sense of confidence amongst member states to be able to pursue that activity. On the other hand, regulation also has to be bottom up. And an example is that the United States Environmental Protection Agency recently came out with their action plan for reuse, but it's way behind what's happening at the local level. The state of Texas is already doing direct potable reuse. The state of California is way ahead in regulating on-site, building-specific, neighborhood-specific reuse. Another area is, of course, harnessing the energy of the private sector, which we've heard about. And the private sector can do it. Some quick examples, Senegal and Manila, where they've really used PPPs to be able to reach difficult-to-reach populations. Often there's a criticism the private sector will not reach the poor. In fact, if the contracts are structured correctly, it can be the best way to reach the poor. And we've seen that over and over again, where they've been able to access difficult rural communities or difficult to access slums and actually develop a good water service. Similarly, we see a lot of innovation coming from some of the leading companies in Europe and other places. The sixth is, of course, procurement. And I didn't know that Isle Utilities was going to be a facilitator here. But Isle plays an important role in really helping to link utilities to innovation and reducing that search cost and helping them build confidence in the potential technologies. At the same time, we see utilities banding together and doing this amongst themselves in many cases to, again, pool their efforts to discover and test new technologies. And finally, as a World Bank, and it was mentioned recently, procurement can be a real impediment if it's not done right. So often we have very traditional tenders with very set specifications that don't allow an interaction with the industry to discover new and innovative approaches. So we've revised our procurement framework to allow for those kind of interactive approaches, and I'd be happy to discuss that more with people later on. Finally, and this is, again, something that reiterates what others have mentioned, we have to make innovation a source of public pride. Green infrastructure was mentioned a number of times. The beauty of green infrastructure is that for the water, we often say the problem is that the pipes are under the ground, people don't see how their service is being delivered. Green infrastructure puts it right in front of them, whether it's permeable pavements, constructed wetlands, rooftop gardens. These are things that the public can engage with and be proud of, and then they become a part of the innovation process. Also making it familiar with going out into schools and dealing with young people. And finally, this example from Chennai I find fascinating, where they require every building to capture rainwater. That rainwater is used for directly goes into groundwater recharge. And the manager of the Chennai Water always says what's so important about that, besides managing the aquifer, is that it really makes everybody in the city of Chennai a participant in managing their water resources. So with that, I'll finish. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. I have to say that was my most favorite session of the day. I love the sort of celebration of the results and the work that's come through. We're a little pushed on time, and in a few minutes, Panos is going to come and give the final talk. But I've got one question for each of you, if you'll give me the liberty. Well, let's start with you, Werner. You had a hole in your data. You mentioned quite rightly that you can't monitor everything, and so you need to do modeling. So tell me, how do you get yourself confident that your modeling is robust?
It's alive. Well, this is a difficult question, of course, but what we did is to do a validation. So the modeling is based just on emission data, on production and emission and use data. So it's not validated from the scratch. And the modeling is, of course, only as good as the data are you feed in. And I think this is still the big gap. So we do not have sufficient data on production, on use, and so on. So more transparency, I think that's the first message. But based on what we have, we did this modeling and did, of course, a comparison with what we found with monitoring. And there you saw that I think within, 60% of the data were within 2 orders of magnitude. So there is still,
That's pretty wide, isn't it? That feels like a big ground.
Still a lot of uncertainty there, and the rest is even outside. But if you have a look on the differences between different compounds with respect to risks, for example, where you have 7, 8 orders of magnitude in between sometimes, then you see it already helps. It already helps to identify additional compounds we really should have a look at in monitoring, for example. It helps to identify areas where we should have a deeper look in with monitoring. That's what we can do with it. We cannot directly, let's say, predict concentrations we find there. So it's not a replacement of monitoring, but it helps to direct the monitoring better and to save money in order to put the finger where it's necessary.
All right, thank you very much. Can you pass the microphone over? Anna, so I took away from yours 3 messages. I took away that R&D must be based in real life, that management and governance must be adaptive, and the power of communication. So I'm going to ask you to pick one. Which is the most important?
This is a little bit like what we have been watching in the discussion before. I think that sometimes we like so much to make a ranking of things that we missed integration, because in several issues...
So which one needs the most work then? Let me put it that way. Which one needs the most work? Where are we furthest away from...
Needs the much work, okay. What we realize from these 4 years of experience is that sometimes we have already the organizations, we have the policies, but we fail into the practice because we are missing these dialogues, these interactive dialogues, and we are missing a mindset that tells us that in spite of lacking some resources or time, we still can do a lot. Because sometimes we get stopped by climate change is uncertain, we don't have all the resources, and if we stick to these shortcomings, we cannot move forward, and we can always move forward. And this is a message, because we realize that even with the climate change predictions being uncertain and that we have different levels of resources, all the stakeholders engaged in bingo could find the adaptation solutions for their problems.
Excellent, thank you. Francisco. I think that's my favorite project in the world. I love it. The whole circular economy. And 26 partners, I can't even begin to imagine what that was like to manage. I thought you hit the nail on the head with that. One of our difficult problems is public procurement always goes for the lowest cost. So how do we get past that? I can only see two solutions, taxation and legislation, or we've got to get even better at innovation so that the cost of doing the circular economy is the lowest cost. Is there another way? And if not, which of those two is the answer?
Yeah, we are 27 partners, not 26. I think that the key is the regulation. I started my presentation saying, we asked the utilities, are you interested in materials recovery? They said no. After this new regulation in Italy, if you ask them again, they will say yes, of course. So, water sector is heavily regulated, and if something is just promoted in regulation, there is no obligation there. They will be interested, because with regulation, you can find a way to get this material recovery promoted even in public tenders. In the end, utilities are doing the public tenders, and authorities are doing the regulation. So once this is there, and of course it's policy support, but regulation integration. This is the challenge that actually we have delivered in Italy, but we are supporting European Commission as well.
And I think it's probably fair to say that regulation should drive up the cost, because you know what, the cheap linear solutions are cheap and linear because they haven't built in the real cost of the environment. Don't you think? But yes, we're aligned, we're agreed. All right, Malgorzata, what I most loved about your presentation, there were so many things I liked about it, was the post-project audit. And you said, you teased us with, we do this to find out how many of them fail. And I was hanging and going, oh, I wonder if she's going to tell us. So how many of them do fail? Because surely failure actually is an important part of innovation. We expect a certain degree of them to fail, because if they don't, you know what, we probably haven't been innovative enough. So how many fail?
How many by numbers? We have some termination cases when we see that project is not progressing well, so, but you know...
kill them before they get there.
Well,
yeah.
They commit a suicide. If not, we help. No, but jokes apart. Of course, there are projects which unfortunately have to be terminated, but it's a really low percentage. Mostly, we help them also to perform well, because especially what I said, they have the monitoring team. It's a monitoring team which helps us to follow up closely on the regular basis, but it also helps the beneficiaries, because it's someone who is in their country, who speaks their language, and for any kind of help, they can contact them. So, and what I said, we check them post-audit, yes. Sometimes we send the auditors to check, to go through the financial documents. So far, we are lucky. Error rate, 0.
0. That
for
is
the
lucky.
time being.
Because you've killed them before they've got there. That's why.
I wouldn't say that. We are picky during the, let's say, project implementation. We help them, guide them, like, look, guys, at the final report, you might have these costs not recognized because you don't provide, I don't know, sufficient documentation. So they know, and they get ready. So that's why, at the end, we want to pay, and we can pay.
Brilliant. Brilliant. All right, then we come to Stephen. Now, I challenge anyone in the audience. He gave us the warning at the beginning. He said, I'm going to give you 7 points. And I thought, I'm going to see if I can follow the 7 points. I bet you no one can remember the 7 points in fully. So I'm going to recap them. Check, change how people think. Make it a shared agenda. Get the water professionals to the cutting edge. Can you remember what the 4th one was? No. Now that wasn't good, was it? We should have rehearsed this beforehand. Supportive legislation, clear financing, procure to incentivize, and public pride. It's a little like the unfair question I gave Anna, but of those 7, Which is the one that we need to put the most work into?
Yeah, I was really impressed by Francesco because as a researcher, I think he nailed it pretty well. I think, and I'm going to give two because I'm just going to give two. But he mentioned both of them. I think the regulation, because it creates sort of that sense of confidence. The biggest concern we have in the water business and Isle Utilities is one of the ones that, I'm sorry, I'm giving a lot of shout outs here. People are going to think I'm,
it's very good.
I'm sponsored
I was
by
already
you or
in love
something.
with this session before you name-checked my company, but you've just made me love it even more.
But, as we know, there's a conservatism that needs to be in, because we're talking about really the water, as George Hawkins, who was the extraordinary general manager of DC Water, used to say, I'm not in the water business, I'm in the health business. So you have to be extremely cautious when you're in the health business. You're talking about people's well-being on a day-to-day basis. So as a result, people need to get confidence that they can move into these innovative spaces. Regulation gives them, if you wish, the legal coverage to be able to do that so that there's not a tremendous responsibility. If something does go wrong, they can at least say, well, the regulations permit it. Secondly, and is also the procurement, as I mentioned and as Francesco mentioned, because even within the regulatory space, traditional procurement just isn't getting us there. You guys are helping out with that. We're helping out with it with innovative procurement frameworks.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. We've run out of time. Could we give this excellent panel a round of applause, please? And could you take your seats back in the audience? That was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So I'd like to invite Panos back to the podium to give the last major speech of the day. Panos, the floor is all yours.
Thank you, Piers, and thank you also for helping also in the discussion session. So this gave me also some time also to breathe and prepare also this presentation. I know that this is quite late, but I think it would be important. I will not spend much of the time, but I would like, through this short presentation, also to give you a short update. Where are we in Horizon Europe, and also more importantly, also to highlight, the opportunities which are offered within also the water sector. And as you know, investment in research and innovation has been and always a big priority at the European Commission. And this is, of course, because many studies also, the impact assessments done on the previous projects, shows also the importance of the benefits, the added value of investing at the European, at the EU level, trying also to demonstrate also benefits to make international cooperation also very important, trying also to attract, the best researchers, but also on the other hand also provide also outputs, results, which can be very useful for policy updates and also help to strengthen also the scientific basis of our policies. So having this in mind, also the Commission proposed already at the end of 2018 a very ambitious, in terms of funding, framework program. This is called the Horizon Europe. This is going to cover the next 7 years from 21 to 27. And as I said, this is a very ambitious funding. Of course, nowadays, there is a lot of discussion about the next financial perspective from the European Union. And it could be that this also proposal, the Commission proposal, is affected depending on the overall funding that the Member States and the Parliament also will agreed at the end of the day. But nevertheless, I think this is an important and ambitious program. This is not something new regarding to the previous framework programs in the Horizon 2020. So you see here, let's say, the main focuses, strengthening, as I mentioned, the EU scientific and technological basis, boosting also the European innovation capacity, helping also industries, the competitiveness of the Europe and the creation of jobs. But the last point, I think, is one of the key elements, and I think something which has been more pronounced and with some key elements in Horizon Europe, is to not only make knowledge and provide also knowledge, but trying also to provide solutions, try to deliver to the citizens' priorities, and also to show also the impacts. Here, as you can see, is the structure of Horizon Europe. Several of you probably will recognize is not something new with comparison to the Horizon 2020. So this structure in 3 pillars, when we have the pillar 1, which is more the fundamental, the science-driven, bottom-up type of approaches. Then we have the pillar 2. I think this is one of the important pillars where collaborative research also between universities, between industries, between end users, and also trying also to address the challenges. We have the global challenges we are going to face. And then we have the pillar 3, which is now more about what we call the open innovation, the innovation component. This is more about also SMEs, about how to create also a favorable environment also to boost also the market uptake. In terms of the budget distribution, as you can see here, let's say most of the half of the money is going to this, what we call collaborative type of approaches. But I think still the other pillars, already the innovation pillar has 13.5 billion and 25.8 billion also used for the open, what we call the open science, the bottom-up, the European Research Council. Here is another, I think, one of the novelties. What we call this is the European Innovation Council, is something that we try to do the equivalent, for instance, of the European Research Council for the SMEs from the innovators. Here is helping also innovators also to create the market also of the future. And here you have, let's say, two main instruments. One is, you know, what we call the Pathfinder, which is more about grants, about for any type of technological development. This is more any technology to pre-commercial type of activities. But then we have also the accelerator, which is grants, but also in this blended financing mechanism also to help also to go more to the market to scale up also the different also innovation. Another also characteristic of, important characteristic of Horizon Europe, I think this is the introduction of what we call missions. And I think this is something which is also meant to be as a kind of a portfolio of actions, which goes also across disciplines in order also to achieve what we call a kind of a target, goal, which could be also very important, what we call a bold, inspirational goal, but on the other time also is also to be also measurable. And this is also something to be created in a specific also time frame, so in order also that people also can really trace and to achieve and to see to what exactly we are also, to what, in what path we are and to what extent we are ready also to achieve our mission. And this is something which is going to be also co-designed together also with the member states, with stakeholders and the citizens. But also I will come a bit later about this co-design, which is also an important feature of the Horizon Europe. Another thing, I would say more novelty is these partnerships, the European partnerships. As you know, partnerships have been already promoted since several years. The idea of the partnership have been more to bring together funding the organizations, the funding mechanism, in particular member states funding with the European funding, and trying also to create also more favorable frameworks also for joint investments, but on the other hand, trying also to address the fragmentation. And this is also, we speak about that, about water. This is also an area which is very fragmented, and this is also something also very relevant for water, and also will mention. So where are we now? As you said, this is a Commission proposal has been in 2019 debated, you know, in 18 and 19 in the Council and the European Parliament. Still, the final adoption is still pending, but there is what we call a kind of a partial general agreement between also the three institutions. So based on that, so the Commission also worked in the creation of what we call a kind of strategic priority plan. And this is a kind of plan to define a kind of multi-annual work program. And this is also one of the particular also future of the Horizon Europe, is trying also to have a more transparent and also more strategic way of planning also our research activities and also creating also the work programs, you know, the topics for the calls. And this is very important planning because for the first time also bring together, also trying to bring also the silos within the Commission services is for the first time different policy also DGs in addition also to the RTD came together also from the early stage to discuss in a co-design, co-creation also mode, also the priorities and trying also to align and link also the scientific priorities with the policy needs. And then this strategic planning also have been open to open consultations to the public and also to the member states. So there have been a series of public consultation 2 hours through the whole beginning of 2019, and this has been a kind of culmination of these stakeholder discussions and involvement in end of September, when we have the first called European Research and Innovation Days, where these elements of the strategic planning have been also debated and discussed across the different, also with the different stakeholders. Let me then go a bit now more details about, you know, the relevance, how water is represented and what are the perspective also and the perspective for water research in this structure. Of course, we have recognized that there are different clusters, and of course, water is not only relevant to this particular cluster 6, water is also relevant also for the health cluster, is also the health pollution issues are very important. Cluster is also relevant also for the disaster also cluster, about security cluster. This is also about floods, about the security of our infrastructure, water infrastructure are important. But I would like more to focus on this particular cluster 6 because I think this is, you can recognize this is a cluster which is trying also to bring together different also cross-cutting areas about the food, about agriculture, about bioeconomy, about natural resources and environment. This is for the first time that trying also to have a more, let's say, approach trying to address the linkages between also these challenges. And also one of the characteristics of this cluster is that we also try not only to look on the scientific cross-cutting dimension, but also trying also to link also this program with major European programs and also the Sustainable Development Goals. This is, of course, sustainability is a characteristic across the Horizon Europe, but this is also particularly important for the Cluster 6. And of course, the recent also new political priorities, in particular part of the Green Deal, dealing with climate change, the biodiversity, the new circular economy, the zero pollution ambition are also relevant in this cluster. Here you can see there are 7 intervention areas in this cluster, and then I will go very rapidly just to highlight, you know, some specific water-related issues which are going to be across these priorities. I think in environmental observation, many of you mentioned today the importance of data, trying also to have robust analysis about availability about water resources. But I think one of the main problems nowadays that is we lack a strong information about the water use, and I think we have also to benefit from Earth observation, all these opportunities of environmental observation to increase also not only about water availability, but also about water use, this information. The intervention areas of biodiversity, as you can see, this is also will have a strong water-related action, in particular also the linkages between all ecosystem services, water pollution, also natural-based solutions. These are also going also to look there. Under the intervention area, agriculture, forestry and rural area, of course, it was mentioned, agriculture is one of the most important water use sector, also in Europe, but also worldwide, and in particular also in some southern part of the Europe. So this is important to trying also to look how to better enhance also the water use efficiency in agriculture, but also related to the nutrients management. This is also an important dimension, and one we also would like to look about the adaptation of our production to the climate change. Water also is an important component and has to be also seen. Inland water, fresh water has been also linked very strongly to this intervention area, sea, oceans, and inland water. So this is also a sign to trying to have continuum between, the land-based, water also resources, and also the link also to the seas, ocean. So this is very important about also the pollution. I think the zero pollution ambition has also to look very strongly about that, and I think this is issues relating about the monitoring methods, about the new emerging pollutions. These are important elements also to be looked there. In the food system intervention area, this is also issues related to the interlinkages between food production, about biodiversity, water systems. So these interlinkages also will be looked there. There we have two other intervention areas, the bio-based innovation systems. So there are issues related to the sustainable biomass production and water use. And then in the intervention area of circular systems, so this would be also a key intervention area where we'd like also to strengthen more the opportunities of circular economy, to trying also to put also some bold issues to create, for instance, some climate neutral, also urban water systems, where also circular economy will be also an important driver for achieving this climate neutrality. But there are also issues related to the sustainability of nutrients management, but also the issue about, the governance solutions, both for circular economy, but circular use of water will be also very important. But beyond the specific activity, I would like also to come back to this mission, where, as you can see here, these are the 5 missions which have been already agreed between the Commission and the Member States, and they have been also reinforced in the stakeholders consultation. And as you can see, 4 out of the 5 missions, you would agree with me, are water related. So of course these missions now are under discussion. For each mission there is a mission board, and there are also a lot of stakeholders consultations to define exactly, because these are mission areas, so we have to come with specific priorities. But there are also in the preliminary discussion, both I think in soil, also in climate adaptation and ocean, we are very confident that water-related issue will be also important. And then last, I would like also to also give this another also important element for water also research is about this partnership portfolio. As you can see here, there has been a very broad portfolio of European partnerships which have been also proposed. And then, as you can see in red under cluster 6, Water for All is one of the potentials also partnerships which are proposed. And the idea there is, as you can see, is to try also to bring together the different funders at the national level, together also with the Commission, but also to provide also incentive also to the private sector to try also to come together to address, let's say, the new emerging challenges, trying also to better also coordinate also our activities, and also to trying also to, as I said, to try to build also also water, secure water, not only for our also planet, but also for our citizens, for our nature, and also for our economy. Here, as you can see, is just for information what is the indicative timing now for the finalization of this exercise. So we are now hoping by the end of this year also to finalize what we call the strategic planning. And then based on that, with now also this, we are also expecting also the new Commission also to have a final also view and to give also the adoption. And then based on that, we are proposing also to start already preparation of the draft work programs in the next year, in order hoping that before the end of the year, the final adoption of this horizon will take place also by co-legislator, the Council and the Parliament, and then to be also in advance to also be ready for launching also the first call for 2021. Let me then just as a way of a conclusion also just to highlight also three messages that we have also to guide also water research and innovation under Horizon Europe. As it was also mentioned, and I think this is also in line with our discussion today, that trying also to this water research and innovation has to make also a next step, have not to look on traditional ways of doing research and innovation, but also to trying also to look on solutions to the emerging challenges that we are going to face in the upcoming decades. I think there are already a lot of information to treat also the current problems, but we have to look forward-looking, and so we have also to look to these more emerging policies. And then I think what is also very important is that this also research should also has also a focus on policies, trying also to already have in advance also how research and innovation can also develop, the evidence-based in which also policy measures also can be also looked at. What is also important, I think, that this water research and innovation should not be just a funding of research program, but we have also to use also this funding in order also to strengthen also collaboration, to mobilize also additional investments. I think in regional and national level, one of the key elements of the Horizon Europe is also the synergies between funding mechanisms. So how to better also look the synergies between also structural funds, life programs, other also funding mechanisms should be also very important. And the last point I would like also to mention this is that also our research in water should be also what we call systemic and transform it. Also to look more on the transition also to sustainability, and also trying also to help also to address some of the challenges that the Green Deal is also going to be. So the room is there, I think the opportunity is there, so I hope that you will be the ones that to make this happen. Thank you very much for your attention.
That was a very good summary. Thank you. Right, we're coming to the closing session. Thank you, everyone, for hanging in there. I couldn't begin to capture everything that has gone on today and all of the key messages. Take-home messages, what are we all thinking? How are we going to leave today? What are the main thoughts that we've captured? Luckily, we've had Blanca here today capturing many of those messages, and I really encourage you all to take a look at her fantastic artwork. It's been displayed just as you leave that exit. It's on the wall. I've been taking photos of them. There's so many great details. I don't know how you capture everything that's said so well, but please have a look at them because they're fantastic. We've also had, I mentioned at the beginning of the day, the young water professionals. So we've had Marina and Jorge capturing the key messages from today. And I would actually like to invite Marina to the stage. I can't, there she is. And she's going to just in a couple of minutes really give us something to think about. So what are the key messages that have come out today? What have we learned? And what is our take home for tomorrow and for the future? So Marina, over to you. Thank you.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you very much for this opportunity for us to participate, giving our perspective as young water professionals. I think it's been a long day. We've listened to many things, many discussions, many ideas. So what we've tried to do is to just focus on some of the concepts that have called our attention, and then provide some feedback on some things that we think are relevant, again, from the young water professional perspective. First of all, I would like to say that there's been other EIB water conferences, but that we think that this one is special, right? There's the COP25, there's the Green Deal that is on place, and as we speak, there's a global movement on the street that is trying to foster a greener future. So if there has been a moment to understand the potential importance of conferences like this one, it's now. Beyond this, I would like to say that well, some of the ideas that have been going around today are around complexity. There's this idea that as a water sector, we cannot think in a silo anymore, that we are inevitably linked to other sectors, that we are linked to society, and that this, of course, is not the way that we have been working up until now. So this adds a layer of complexity to the way that we have been conducting the business. To this complexity, we can add the climate change challenges. And when this happens, you understand that we think that innovation has never been as important as today. So going back to the debate that we were having, we're one of those Christopher Columbus type of people, that we think that innovation is absolutely essential. So then, from a young water professional perspective, we have to say that we expect and we hope that the policies, that the mechanisms that are coming in place today, the Green Deal and all the policies that are connected, all the innovation mechanisms that are joined to that, are going to help accelerate, they're going to foster, and they're going to enable this innovation that we really need in Europe. It's no secret that as far as innovation goes, from a general perspective, Europe has fallen a little bit behind China, the United States, and so on. So I think now is the moment that we are implementing all these policies, that we are implementing these mechanisms, that we are revising the way that we think about innovation in the water sectors and other sectors, that we need to make sure that we can bring this one home. From the private sector perspective, I think we've seen striking examples of how companies are becoming greener and actually more water sensitive, more water sensible. I think this is, and we think from the young water professionals that this is very important. Actually, many of us work in companies, work in the private sector. I'm an example. So I'm also, part of this transformation. We're seeing it from the inside. But we want to send out this message to the leadership in the companies and say that we want them to take a further step forward. And we want them to try and abandon all those business models that are intrinsically not sustainable. When we are thinking about the water sector, of course, we are referring, for instance, to the business of bottled water. It makes no sense to us that there's a business like transporting water in plastic in countries and in places where there's very excellent drinking water services. We know that it's complex, we know that it's difficult, but we also think that this needs to be done. Finally, when we talk about innovation, we're not only thinking about the technical, we're not only thinking about the processes and the mechanisms, we're also thinking about how we collaborate. There's a need to start collaborating in different ways with different sectors, with the society. There needs to be a closer collaboration, too, between the private and the public sectors. And this is going to take some, innovation, different ways of thinking about alliances. This, of course, is going out a little bit out of our comfort zone, but I think that it is essential, it is the future. To close, let me tell you that, we've sent some messages, and I think they're clear enough, but that as young water professionals and as people who work in the water sector in Europe, we understand the challenges, we understand how difficult it is to achieve many of the things that have been presented today and some of the things that I've mentioned, but that we are optimistic about the present and about the future. You can definitely count on us. We are your young water workforce, and we are here to help you to achieve these goals, and we are definitely willing to lead and to take home this vision. Thank you.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
Marina, thank you. That was really, really great. And I think you've pulled so many different themes that have run through the day together and built on them and left us all with a sort of clear vision of what we've covered and where we need to go. So thank you very much.
And what I'd like to do now is I'd like to invite to the stage Mr. Alona, the Minister for Agriculture, Mr. Menendez, sorry, and Veronica Manfredi to come up and give the final thank yous.
Dear actors of the water innovation sector, it's an honor for me to close this wonderful day full of ideas and inspiration. Thanks to Guido Smith and this team for the great work. Thanks for the partners, thanks for the sponsors who made possible this event. Thanks for the speakers. I propose an applause for the speakers.
Well done.
And also of the artists. Thanks to the European Commission, especially to Veronica Manfredi, for your work, Veronica, and for your passion. The passion is necessary. Please be sure that we are in line with the European Green Deal. Contribution, this Green Deal, is my own political ambition. Contribution, the Green Deal, is the ambition of the Gobierno de Aragón. As our President Lambán said this morning, we wanted to refresh the spirit of the Expo 28 on water and sustainability. Thanks again for choosing us a host to this conference. It confirms we were right. I hope that the results of the today's answers of the slide improve as soon as possible. I am sure we will cross our paths soon in further joint actions. Thank you very much.
Well, if you go now to Madrid, to the COP25, and visit the Spanish pavilion, you are going to see a very big banner saying ambition. Only one word, ambition. And I think this word has been mentioned a lot of times today here. For example, this morning, Daniel Calleja told us about the ambition of the Green Deal. Just 5 minutes ago, Panayotis Balabanis were talking about the ambition of the new program, Horizon Europe. Just now, Joaquín Olona has told about the ambition on behalf of the Aragon government. And I think that has been mentioned many, many times this morning and this afternoon. And talking about water and talking about ambition, let me say that maybe the Water Framework Directive is the piece of law, the environmental law, more ambitious ever. This is my opinion. Well, what was also mentioned here today, the fitness check of the Water Framework Directive that was published yesterday. Let me say that from the Spanish point of view, we should not reduce the ambition of the Water Framework Directive. In our opinion, the Water Framework Directive is flexible enough to can deal with the challenges after 2027, and we think that there is no need for modification in the law. Well, if you go to the COP25, you are not going only to see ambition in the Spanish pavilion, you are going to see a lot of banners about that is time for action, because time for action is the motto of the COP25. I'm sure that today Europe has shown here that regarding innovation and regarding water policies, Europe is acting. Europe is not losing time. I think so. So thank you for showing this, and thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Difficult to speak as the last after everything has been said, but next to the thanks that this time go not only to the Aragon government, the Spanish government that has been managing to deal with the huge COP25 and this very successful conference at the same time, they also go to my own team, Hans Stilstra, Emilia, Guido, of course, that I now consider part of my team as well, Alfonso, Trudy, all the colleagues that have made this possible. I don't repeat all the other thanks. I think with this conference we have achieved one very important objective, which is we are starting to all see what are the key problems in front of us, and we start designing together the solutions. So Marina said it just a minute ago, this conference has been different. Count on us for the next water conference to be even more different, because it will be sparkling out of these solutions that we will have co-designed. You've heard everything about the immense opportunities that the European Union is offering in terms of co-funding possibilities. I was really enthused by the presentation of the colleague of research and innovation, showing to us how many strands we have, LIFE, and all the other programs that we have in our hands. The presence of colleagues from the World Bank, from the United Nations throughout the day show how much we are not alone on this path. So, as I said at the very beginning, together we can only succeed. Thank you for having been with us throughout the day.
Thank you.
So I just between, final closing housekeeping, I just wanted to make a couple of final points. Firstly, in the spirit of innovation, there is another event that's been organized. It's the Water Innovation Europe 2020 conference. It takes place from the 17th to the 18th of June next year, and it's in Brussels. And the preliminary theme that seems to be coming through for that is a Green Deal for a water-smart society. So that's really a date to put in everyone's diaries. Also, if you could, one final time, go onto the Slido. The organisers would really appreciate if you could complete the survey. There's a few evaluation questions that will help to plan for future events and such like. Also, we are trying to be sustainable, so please could all of you leave your lanyards behind at the exit before you leave, unless you want to visit the aquarium. So anyone that wants to go to the local aquarium here, then take your lanyard with you, your badge, and you will have free entry to there. There's also a gift for you all to take home, so again, feel free to pick that up as you leave. And finally, we'd like to invite you to the networking drinks, which takes place just outside of the auditorium. And really finally, a huge thank you from both Piers and myself for your participation today. It's been a really great day, and we're wishing you all a safe travels home, and thank you.
Before you do, stop. Before you do, I want to beg you to give us just 5 more minutes because we have a very special surprise for you. I'm going to ask Fermin Serrano to come and join me up here. This event could not have happened without the work of Fermin. He has acted as the bridge that's created this. He's worked with the local host and all the organizers, and he has a very special treat for you. And I don't want to steal your thunder. It's yours to share.
Well, thank you very much. Just last thing before we go to the networking to get some fresh air and inspiration, I have to admit one of my passions is the silo-breaking collaboration between scientists, artists, technologists, and humanists. So please consider to include an artist in your research team. In this case, we are including music performance in the EU Week conference. And I invite the musicians, the guitar group from the Higher Conservatory of Music of Aragon. Por favor, un gran aplauso, a big applause for the guitar players. They are going to play a music composition called Cuban Landscape Will Rain by Leo Brouwer. Please, por favor, los músicos.
Thanks. thank you all. That really was a tremendous performance. We thoroughly enjoyed that. Thank you. Okay, so that concludes everything. Let's go and grab a drink, and safe travels to everyone home. Thank you again.